Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Champ, I see you. Good morning to you, boss. Soccer King, good morning to you. Jordan Queen, Gert, good morning to everybody, man. How's everybody? Morning. Blessed to see another day. Blessed to be surrounded with my team. Royal, I see you coming through, boss. See you. Good morning to you. Sorry about yesterday. After I dropped my daughter bag off to school, had to run a few errands. It kind of got caught up with dad, so yeah, it was a little bit busy. So I do apologize about that, but I'm glad that everybody made a trade. And before I left my message yesterday, I did tell y'all to keep your eyes on what it was 514. I told you that was gonna be key. You held above 514, you'll see a run back on up to 515, preferably almost up to 518. So right now, because you have to think about it, those are the areas that we're in. Because good morning. Because you have to think about it. Because you remember what I told you last week. What was Monday's tone? Last week, Monday's tone was 514. What was Friday's standard of last week? 518. So you got to kind of think of it in the channel 514 to 518. So yesterday, as I was leaving, I told everybody to keep your eyes on 514. And as you can see, we'll go into the charts. And once we hit up to that 514 and broke above 514, we went from 514 to 516 on up to almost 517, almost to 518. So let's go ahead and jump into it real quick, team. Let's see what we got today. Let me go to my earnings today. Earnings, we don't really have anything special. I mean, like as far as the main things that we normally look for. But we do have, as far as Dollar Tree, we have Path. Not like I said, not really anything major right now at this moment. Just a few, like I said, a few retail companies that we're gonna have throughout the rest of the week. I don't see anything else. Like I said, just retail companies at this moment that I do see. Let's go to the economic data. As far as economic data, we will be having. We don't have anything major as far as the economic data today, but we will have PPI data tomorrow. So eyes will be peeled for PPI data tomorrow. As far as your regular jobless claims, retail sales, and your business inventories. Today we will have 1 o'clock. We're gonna have our 30-year bond auction. We will have that, so do be looking for that because normally when we have the bond auction around 1, we have a little bit of volume that moves in and pushes the market on up. So everything else, I think that should be covered at this moment. So while everything else is covered, let's go ahead, team, and jump straight into the charts. Let me get everything set up. So let's go ahead and hop into that real quick. Let's head up to that area. Let's go. All right, team, we back. So as you can see that again, yesterday I was telling y'all keep your eyes. What was that yesterday? Right here. So as you can see, yesterday I told y'all to keep your eyes peeled on that 514 level. As you can see right here, we came down, we broke above 514, and then we had a nice little move on up all the way to that 516, 517 mark. We did have a pullback right at that 514 level, and then went right back on up. So I told y'all 514 was going to play a major key yesterday. So that's why I told y'all to be on the lookout for 514 and whether it was going to downside or the upside. So as you can see, we broke above that 514 level, had a nice little run up to that 516 level with a nice pullback down to 514, and then a rip right back on up. So 514 definitely played a major key. As long as 514 holds, that's going to play a major key as far as support and also as far as resistance. Because if we break 514, that'll turn right back into resistance for a move back on down. AR, how you doing, boss? Good morning to you. And the reason why I said like I said, as far as 514, if we go back. Let's go back. Where we at? Monday. That was Monday's tone, right? 514 was Monday tone, and that's when we got rejected from 514 and fell. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we broke above 514, which we turned into support, held that key level, and then we wound up running all the way up to 518. So between your tone and your standards, 514 was your bounce level, your support level, 518 was your resistance level. So if you look at it from a channel standpoint, you'll have 514 as your bottoms and 518 as your tops. So let's go over. You can see right here, we back on top of 514, still with your bottom support and for your top of 518. So those will be your key level. As of now, we are trending closer and closer towards that 518 level. So can we see 520? We most definitely could. We could definitely see a push to 520 level. Once we break that past this 518 level. We do have a clear run to the 520 level. So do keep that on watch. Kato, good morning to you. Trader Day, Jay, good morning to you too, boss. Good morning to y'all. Good morning to y'all. J24, I see you too, boss. Oh, I forgot to turn on my whatchamacallit. That's why I didn't hear anything. Let me put on my sounds, my little auto. That's why nothing was popping up. So yeah, good morning to you too, boss. I got you. And Soccer King, good morning to you too, boss. I see y'all in chat. Yeah, 520. Yeah, I was saying the same thing. 520. We can definitely see a push because if you pay close attention to the setup, we do have somewhat of an ascending triangle setup that's kind of building a higher low pattern slowly and slowly towards that 18 level. Even though we were on that downtrend, let me take this off for the moment. I'll put that later. Take these off real quick, and then you can kind of see somewhat of an ascending triangle setup right about in this level here. So you see right now we are bouncing off of that, bounce for a move back on up, for a possible push back on up to 518. We do have 7 minutes left to the market open, team. It's kind of almost like the same setup we had before we went on that CPI break. So if you notice, 514 held. That was last week. I'm sorry, not CPI. Yeah, was it CPI data? No, that was what was the spike we had on Friday? Or was it just a squeeze? I'm trying to remember. I have to go back to my data. But last week was that when Jerome Powell was speaking when we went on that spike? If I'm not mistaken. Let me see, because it's showing last week. So you kind of notice right here the same pattern setup going at the 516 level to 518. You can see that. So right here, you kind of see how we kind of went on this little.
Soccer King says, yeah, 520, or we could see some pushback to 5.
Yeah, 514. So yeah, right now, Soccer King will definitely be in the channel between the 514 to the 518 level. So 514 will be your bottoms, and 518 will definitely be your tops until we can either break or crack one of those two key areas. So as you can see, last week we did go on. It's almost a similar pattern how we went on this ascending triangle setup from that 514 level to 516. We did get a little rejection. Then we bounced off of 514. We did crack that little trend line, but then we got right back on top of the trend line. As you can see right here, it's almost the same. Like I said, almost the same setup, but at a different price level. So instead of the 514 to 516, you'll have somewhat of a 516 to 518 level today. So as you can see right here, we on this trend line. We did crack, but we bounced off of that 514 level, reclaimed that trend line, and broke past 516 all the way up to 518. So you'll pretty much almost have somewhat of a similar setup. Kind of, you see it back to back. It almost looks very similar. How you have a nice little pullback and then a run back on up to a high key level. So it's kind of almost the same setup right here. Going into today, how you have like somewhat of a ascending triangle setup. You're gonna have a nice pattern, pull a little pull back, and then for a push back on up towards that 518 level. So it kind of looked very similar. This one looks very similar to this one almost. So we're gonna definitely keep that on watch. Like I said, majority, like if we can hold these key levels, your main area is 514. Your whole 514, you're still good to push up to that 518 level, which it does look like we're still holding. So we're holding at this moment for that pushback on up to 518. So we will have some strong resistance levels here, but if we do break that 518, do expect to push to that possibly to the 520 level. So we do have run to that 520 level, and that's right where this red line at, that red trend line. So if I go back to my 180 chart, you can see we do have room. We do break past 518. We do have room to run up to this 520, right where that red trend line is located, your tops, and you already know how that goes. Every time we hit that red line, we have a nice pullback. So you can see it time and time again. Hit up to that red line, pull back, red line, pull back, red line, pull back. So today we do have room to run up to this red line, and that red line is lining up with that 520 mark. So do be expecting a possible push to pursue. So that will happen. So definitely keep that on watch, team. Let me go back. So we have 3 minutes left to the bell rings, team. Keep that on watch. Keep that on watch. So let's see. And again, I apologize for yesterday, but I'm here, and I did, like I said, before I did left yesterday, I did tell y'all to keep your eyes on 514, which 514 did hold. And we can see right here, even on this 180 chart, that we bounced off of that 514 yesterday and ran all the way on up from 516 to 517. So 514 was definitely your major key. Like I said, right now we are on this channel, 514 bottoms, 518 tops. So you will have a little pullback. So I say between that 516 level starting off, like I said, we may get a slight pullback, or we may get a deep pullback between 516 and 514. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for a potential pullback. And if we don't get a pullback, we could see a potential push just straight up to 518. But I am anticipating a nice little pullback first. If we do get a pullback to that 516 level, see if that holds. If we do crack, we can see ourselves back on down to 514. But starting off, we will try to see an area around that 516 level to see if we do get a pullback and a bounce, basically back on up to the 518 level. And that'll be a slight pullback. If we do get a deep pullback, do expect a deep pullback down to 514. So definitely keep that on watch. So your slight pullback would be 516, your deep pullback would be 514. So keep that on watch. 516, 514 for your pullbacks. We definitely, like I said, keep it on watch for 518. That will be our intended target for 518 touch. And we do break 518, hold 518, we can run on up to 520. So definitely keep that on watch.
Yeah, we will see pullback this morning.
Yeah. That's what I'll say. Definitely keep that on watch. I'm gonna just keep it on watch to see how far we will pull back between that 516 level, which it is lining up right with that trend line. So we do get a pullback, we could see a bounce right here, possible bounce at this 516 level for a move back on up towards that 518 level. So definitely keep that on watch. That'll be a slight pullback, but if we do get a deep pullback, that deep pullback will take you back down to 514, where you can see this bounce here, where you had good support here and here. Bounce, 514. Again, your slight pullback, 516, on down to 514. So the first area that we could see a possible pullback and bounce to will be 516. So definitely keep your eyes peeled on that, because that'll be put you in this $2 range still. We got 30 seconds left, team. So keep that on watch. So right now, so 516 will definitely be your mid area for right now. And why didn't it change? The color didn't change. There we go. And 514 will be your possible support range, deep pullback wise. So it's keeping us in the channel. You can see 514 and 518 channel. So just keep that on watch. We got 5 seconds coming up, team. In 4, 3, 2, 1, game time. So have a trade plan, team. Make sure we're gonna keep this on watch to see what we pull back to. Could we pull back to this 16 level? We're gonna keep this on watch until we get that pull back down to 516. Definitely keep that on watch. I wouldn't mind a pullback first. Get a nice little pullback for a move back on up. Kind of in that, remember that N-shaped pattern? Almost like an N-shaped pattern when you go up, down, then back up. So I'm going to definitely keep that on watch to see if we get that somewhat of that N-shaped pattern. I mean, it don't look pretty, but I mean, you kind of get the idea where I'm going with that. Get that nice little pull, push up, then a little pull back, and then a push back up to the higher levels. So I'm going to keep that on watch to see where we go from here. Active. I see you active. I didn't got a notification. Active is live, team. So definitely keep that on watch. What about as far as NVIDIA and NVIDIA's? All right, so NVIDIA has hit, let me see, 900. So we're trying to go back up to the 1,000 mark. We did pull back on SMCI. Well, what targets did I have on SMCI? I was aiming for back down towards the 1100s for the pullback on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA look like, where we at right now on NVIDIA? Yeah, so we are getting that pullback from that 900, yeah. So let's see if we get that little bounce around this 900 area. See what happens on that as far as NVIDIA. SMCI, let's see on that. We are getting a nice little pullback. I do have support around that 1100 mark where you bounce. So around 1100 to that 1120-ish mark. I'm going to keep that on watch to see how far we get a pullback on that bad boy, for the move back on up to the 1160. So we are getting a pullback to us from 1120 all the way back down to the 1100 mark. So I'm definitely keep that on watch. So we are in a pullback phase at this moment. For a SPY, I am anticipating a pullback down to that 516 mark first. And again, that'll be a slight pullback. If we do get a deeper pullback, we'll go back down to that 514 level. So I definitely want to keep that on watch. See how far we'll go back on down. So how's y'all trading, team? How's everybody going? Soccer King, Trade 24. J24. How y'all doing? Are y'all in y'all trades? Are y'all still waiting on the setup? What's y'all game plan, team? So right now we are channeling, someone channeling. Like I said, you still right now. Your main channel is from 518 tops, 514 bottoms. Right now you're in the mid area.
Waiting my G.
Gotcha, boss. So yeah, Right, like I said, we do have an overall channel of 518, 518 tops, 514 bottoms, but you do have a mid area of 516. So let's see what happens if we do once we do pull back to this 516 range. Can we bounce and go back on up? Will we get a slight pullback or will we get a deep pullback? Right now, I'm anticipating a slight pullback that we could possibly get to 516 then back on up to 518. I do anticipating a deeper pullback down to this 514 region because we did hit it yesterday and we had a nice little bounce. So the next intended area of a bounce would be 16 because if you notice it's building like higher lows. So you go from just like when we was building on up to 518. Remember we went from 512, 514, 516 on up to 518. And those are the higher lows, the bounces. So we already bounced off of the 510. We bounced off of the 512. We bounced off of 514. So if you notice, it's moving in twos.
Says, enjoying the content?
Keep forgetting about that.
Show your support by following Jatrix on all platforms.
Keep forgetting about that.
Link.
but yeah, if you notice, it moves in twos as far as your bounces. So your bounces goes from 510, 512, 514, 516, and so forth. We didn't get a bounce yet off of 516 because we haven't hit high levels to have a strong bounce off of that. We did have a nice little move here from to 514. We had a nice little pullback where you had a nice little bounce back on up. So you had a bounce on up from 512, 514. So the next intended area would be 516. So we can get a nice bouncing area off of there. So we're gonna keep that on watch. But like I said, 516 would be your middle slight bounce back on up, and your major pullback will be 514. So definitely just keeping this on watch. Indicators are slightly moving on up. Your 50 is moving basically to the upside, and you know how that goes. Once it starts to hover over your head, that turns to a ceiling. So definitely keep that on watch and see how these indicators react towards that 50 here. So I'm gonna keep that on watch real quick too.
Soccer King says, people were wrong on SMCI when it was going to 1K. They thought it would go back to 200, but they were wrong.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely had some strong areas, but I was anticipating a nice strong bounce off of SMCI when everybody was thinking it was gonna fall off. I mean, the volume, especially the buying volume, was great because I already had called out the area that we was gonna see a possible bounce at anyway. When we did go on that nice strong rejection, when we had hit that 1080 mark at first, the main area I was calling out was 800. 800 was going to be that nice little pullback, and then it found its way right back on up. That was a strong bounce right back on up to that area. Yeah, I mean, it was too much hype, you know what I mean? Until the hype started to die down, I could see that, but I mean, the market is still bullish. Everything is still running high at this moment. So yeah, of course, we're getting a nice little pullback now because we had a nice run up yesterday. So do expect a pullback. And you already know how normally, good morning, Chaos, good morning to you, Queen. And you know how it normally goes. We could be anticipating a pullback today because what do we have tomorrow? PPI data, right? And you know how the market likes to do. So we could see a strong pullback and a setup for a potential bear trap for a nice movement back on up towards the PPI data because remember I was yelling that out for the CPI data. As soon as we had that drop, I told y'all what could happen. I said there could be a nice little pullback for a bull trap setup, and once PPI data comes out, it shoots back on up, and that's exactly what happened. So we could be doing the same exact thing today. We could be getting a nice little pullback, but a nice little setup for tomorrow's economic data. So what was that pullback at before the CPI data? When that was? Tuesday. So yeah, we fell Monday. Yeah, because we fell from that Friday. Sorry about all the lines against the team. My apologies. But yeah, if you notice, we did get that little pullback going from Friday all the way into Monday. And you remember, CPI data was Tuesday. And it set itself up. We found a nice little area that those buyers moved in right off of that trend line. Started to move itself right back on up, hold that 512 level. And then as soon as that CPI data came out, you went from 512, ran all the way on up to 514, 516, and almost to 518. So as you can notice, it was a setup for a nice little pullback, like a rubber band effect, right? As the data came out. So do expect somewhat of a setup. It might not be a strong setup like we did have CPI data because CPI data is normally stronger than your PPI data. So again, we're going to have some good volume tomorrow, but again, PPI is not as strong as CPI data. CPI data is way stronger, which is why we had more of a huge impact yesterday. So, and then as I stated, where's my chart I have? And we did get a little update as far as the option chain. For the 15th, you remember we was at what it was 3.8 3.7 million. Then it went up to 3.8 million. Now, as far as out of the money on puts, we have 4 million. We then moved up to 4 million out of the money. Contracts expiring on the 15th. As you can see on SPY, 4 million now. We're now up to 4 million on out of the money puts versus 954,000 on calls. So definitely keep that in mind. We do have 4 million as far as out of the money puts. So that's going to be interesting on Friday to see what happens, what takes place. So right now we are slightly pulling back down. We at 1650. 1650, so we're 50 cents away from that 516 mark. So definitely want to keep my eyes peeled on that. I don't see nothing yet setting up just yet on my 3-minute time frame as far as SPY, as far as my indicator. Everything is still pointing down at this moment. So nothing yet. Because we haven't hit the highs, nor have we tested that 516. So we're kind of in this channel right now as of now. I mean, even though we do have a big channel.
24 says,
we got, boss.
They will burn puts as usual.
Oh yeah. They're definitely gonna set up a bad trap. I'll guarantee you, a bad trap will be set up because you can see out there we had that pullback, how those buyers moved in right at 514. Because remember I was calling out 514 yesterday. Trapped those bears yesterday and had a push right back on up. So do remember we have not tested 518 yet. So we do have room to run back up to 518. So that's why I'm like, just go ahead and let them get the pullbacks in. Let them pullbacks set in for right now. Let everything set itself up for the buyers to move right back in for a nice push back on up to 518. So do expect that. Because did we have we had a red day Monday. We didn't have one Tuesday. And today is Wednesday. So I'm anticipating a bounce back on up. So let's take a deeper look at this real quick. And if you notice, it's kind of like a cup and handle pattern setting up too. If you notice that, it's kind of like a cup and handle pattern. So that's your cup. And we could be forming the handle, which the handle could be at 516 or 514. So I do see a possible cup and handle pattern setting up too as well. So if we go back, let me expand this out just a little bit. So you could see a possible cup and handle pattern setting itself up for a move back on up after the pullback. So as you kind of see, you have a cup and a possible, right here, handle that can either create a bounce here or we could create a bounce here in one of these two key areas. So I want to see exactly where those buys going to move in at. But it does look like a cup and handle pattern setting itself up. I do see that setting up. And we are getting a pullback, still down close to that 514 mark. So definitely keep that on watch. And again, I apologize for the lines. It's just that I can't switch the I can't move my lines like I want to. I set them on just on certain charts because we didn't try that yesterday. So we are getting a pullback right now. Let me put it on my 15. Take out this 30 and put it on 15 minutes real quick. Where's my 10 foot? 10:15. All right, 10:15. There we go. 10:15 chart. So do keep that in mind. Cup and handle pattern, team. Cup and handle pattern. That could be setting itself up. You can clearly see a cup and handle pattern right here. And we are getting that pullback, as I told y'all. We're getting a pullback down to that 516 mark. We are trying to come back down to 516. For possible, it could be your first possible bounce coming up at this 516 level. So definitely want to anticipate to see these buys move back on in. And we are getting a little bit of buying pressure already coming in. Buying pressure already pushing back on in. Right at that 516.20. So we didn't go all the way down to 516, 520, 516.20 for sure. Do see some buying pressure pushing right back in before we even hit it. So I'm gonna definitely keep it on watch, team. So you can definitely see this bias around these areas because look at that buying pressure pushing right back on up, and it's on a 3-minute time frame. So yeah, they definitely are pushing back up. Now we're back at 516.50. So buying pressure is definitely moving in. So again, we already have a cup. Now we're just seeing if the handle, once the handle forms. So your handle again can form around the 516 to 514 level. So I just want to see what these buys going to start to move back in. Right now I'm anticipating a slight pullback to 516. Can this 516 hold? Can your buys move in and start to push it back on up? So I definitely want to keep this on watch. So again, we haven't went all the way back down to 516, but we hit 516.20. So I'm just going to keep it on watch to see what happens. So I'm just still sitting on my hands. I haven't jumped in yet, teams. I haven't jumped in yet, but I am anticipating a bounce back on up. I am anticipating for a nice little bounce. So definitely keep this on watch. Yep. So again, we do have our cup. I just want to see the handle form, and we do get this cup and handle pattern back on up towards that 518 level. So I just want to see exactly where the handle is going to actually start to form at, between the 516 to the 514. But again, slight pullback, 516 first.
J24 says, ingoing.
So you jumping in, boss? You jumping in around that 516 level? Yeah, I'm just still watching. I'm just still anticipating this 516 mark, 516 even. So we may get it. So right now we back down to 516.40, 1630. So I'm still anticipating 516 to see how low we can go. How much lower can we go? Can we go even lower towards that 516 region? So I'm definitely just keep my eyes peeled to see if those buyers gonna move in right around 516 because we are getting a little bit of weakness. So we back down to 516.30, 516.30.
J24 says, no IWM moving up.
Oh, okay, gotcha, boss. Gotcha. We're still pulling back down, team. We are right now at 516.20, 516.30. So I'm definitely still keeping my eyes peeled on this area to see if these buyers will try to move back in around this 516 mark. So I'm definitely keeping this on watch. Definitely keeping on watch.
King says,
Exactly, boss. Patience is key. Exactly. You just got to wait for the setups. Because, again, sometimes you might not get a clear, because you are getting somewhat of an M-shaped pattern moving on down, and you already know once you go from an M, sometimes you go straight into a W, where you'll start to find an area of support and you start to move back this way. So we do have that M-shaped pattern forming at this moment. So the M-shaped pattern is somewhat forming. You can see right here, that M. So normally when you do an M, you're going to a W. So that's why I want to see exactly what these buyers are trying to move in at, where they will try to find a good demand zone. So I'm still looking as close towards that 516 level as possible because I think that's going to be a possible first bounce that's going to be coming up. Right now we're at 516.20, so I'm definitely keeping it on watch right now. So we are still coming down towards that 516 region. Still want to keep my eyes peeled on it. 516. Let me see. Let me see where we had that bounce at. I know we had a bounce yesterday. I think it was
King says, I am not jumping in right now. I am just
Yeah, exactly, boss. So that's what I'm doing too. So we do crack 516. You do have a nice area also around 515.50. So you will have an area around that. If we do catch like a little crack below 516, you will have an area down to this 515.50 area. Because I remember it bounced. If I'm not mistaken, was it yesterday where it bounced at? Yeah, around here, 515.50. It was close to that area. You can see right here, you had that pullback, and you bounced right above that 515 area, and then ran right back on up. So we do have that area. So where we at now? All right, so 516. We are bouncing at 516. Let's keep it on watch. See if we bounce. See if we get this bounce. 516. So we are anticipating that area that we are called out. It'll be a slight pullback, and if we crack 516, you do have room back down to 515. So 516 level is holding. 516 level is holding as we anticipated. So let's keep that on watch. 516 is holding. 516 is holding slow right now. Still got a lot of selling though. Still have a lot of selling going on. So just keep that in mind. So I definitely want to make sure that that those buyers can make this concrete at this moment. So I'm definitely keeping that on watch right now. So remember, that is your mid area. So remember the channel. If you look at it from a channel standpoint, 518 tops, 516 mid, 514 bottoms. So right now we're in this mid area. The top portion of the mid area can hold this 516 area. We can see a possible move back on up to possibly the 518, run back on up, re-break the pre-market areas that we did get rejected at as around 517.50. If we do crack 516, do expect some more movement on down towards that 515.50. So I'm definitely just keeping this on watch because we are getting a nice little pullback. So right now, yeah, there's no go for me right now as far as calls. I'm just still sitting on my hands, watching everything set itself up. Yeah, no go for me right now. No go just yet. No go just yet, team. Still sitting on my hands, still watching the setup. Okay, AR Trade, you say you're watching Tesla drop, boss. You remember I told you once you lose that. You remember I told y'all yesterday not yesterday, but the other day. Remember I told you once you lose that 180 mark on Tesla, that you was gonna see a nice little pullback on down. Because you remember I told y'all we look back on that chart, what it was 5-year chart. You lose 180, we can definitely continue that downtrend. Remember I told y'all that the other day. So let's go to that 5-year chart. See right here, because you had to hold that key area. You know, for that bounce, you said hold above 180 for the move back to 200 to 215. As you can see, we have cracked that 180. Now we're back on down to the 170s. So definitely keep that on watch. We could be pushing back on down. Let me see. Keep this on. Expand it just a little bit. Because remember I told y'all 180 was the main key we had to stay above. I do see a bounce around this 160 area right here where you bounce. That's 160. Right now you're at 170. So right now it's kind of like in a channel of 180 to 160 with that mid area of 170. But 180 is definitely going to be your target that we would have to get back above. Hold 180 for the move back towards the upside. Right now we are underneath 180, underneath 175. That can push us right back on down towards this 160 level. So we do let go of 175 for sure. If we don't hold 175, what it's trying to hold. I mean, even though we're at 174, we lose 175, we can definitely see a further fade back on down. So we are still in that downtrend setup still. You can see that clearly. We're definitely in this downtrend setup going this way, coming back down. And if you notice, Tesla moves in 20s. So 180, 160, that's going to be the possible support area that could come up. 160, if we lose, we stay underneath 180, lose 175, we definitely can see 160. 160. So just keep your eyes peeled on that team for for my Tesla traders. Definitely keep that on watch. Where we at right now as far as SPY, we are where. All right, we still are testing the areas of 516, so we're still testing those areas. Still flirting with that that 516 mark. So 516, we're still flirting with that. Still showing a little bit of weakness. Still showing a little bit of weakness. So like I said, let's see what happens once we get around that 515.50 mark too. I'm gonna definitely keep that on watch, but we're definitely pulling back. Definitely pulling on back. And like I said, once if you look at it from a channel standpoint, you stay underneath 516, then you can see a possible move back on down to 514. So remember, this is how your mid area works on these candles, right? So if you stay on top of 516, you have a possibility to move back up towards the 518, because that's your mid area, correct? So that's kind of like your decider. So you stay on top of 516, you'll have a possibility to move back on up. You stay underneath 516, you have a possibility to move back on down. So basically, and we look at it from this standpoint, team. So again, you hold that 516 level. Let me go to green real quick. Hold that 516 level on the upside. You have a possibility to move back on up. However, if you lose 516, you have the possibility to move back on down. So today, just like 514 yesterday, 516 is going to be your key for the day. So right here, 516 is going to be your decider, because if you hold 516, you have the possibility to move back on up. If you lose 516, stay underneath it, it has the possibility to move back on down. So today, just like yesterday 514 was your decider. Today, 516 is your decider, because again, you hold 516 on up, you can see 518. You stay underneath 516 on down, you have the possibility to see 514.
This might be a pullback, but just waiting.
Yeah, boss. Like I said, I'm just watching. All I'm doing is just to see where those buyers are gonna move in. So you are getting a nice little pullback. You are getting like an M-shaped pattern. You can clearly see that you're getting an M-shaped pattern on down, and then normally you'll go from the M shape to the W. So you'll go for a nice little pullback, and then your buys will start to move in where it goes from a W. So you'll go from like a red to green. So right now we are in the red. Right now we're definitely in the red. And so as far as today, we definitely want to see a red to green setup. Once we do find that bottom. So right now we are in the red as of now, because you can see right here on the 15 we're on the red. So we have a nice little strong bearish candle. So you can see that. That's going to lead to probably more bears to come in, more sellers to come in. If we can't hold that 516 mark, that's going to lead to another red candle if those buyers cannot hold 516. If we do have more bears coming in, that'll push us underneath 516 and even further down to closer to the 514 range. So we definitely want to see if those buyers can move in, turn that 516 into a concrete floor, and start to move ourselves back on up. So we definitely want to keep that on watch. So 516 will be key today. You hold above 516, we can, like I said, we can move back up towards the 518s. We crack 516, we can see a possibility of going back down to 514. Which nothing is wrong with that because you have a good support area at 514 because you can see this bounce right here. We had a nice bounce at 514 and you ran back on up, broke 516 up to 517, but we didn't touch 518 yet. So definitely watch, prepare for the setup. But we do know strong support will be around this 514 level. So right now, all we're trying to see is what will 516 do today as of now. So definitely just want to keep that on watch. What will 516 do? Can we hold 516 and go back on up, or will we crack 516 and go back on down? So that's the thing that I'm definitely keep my eyes peeled for. I mean, if you got in these areas, you know, you got in where you see we did fail those pre-market tops, and you got in around this area. I mean, nice job. I mean, ride it on down to 516. That was a possible support area where you could have got out, got around at 517 down to this 516 mark. I mean, we wasn't gonna see a lot. I mean, it was just like a dollar movement, dollar mover, yeah, dollar move, which is still not bad. I mean, still profit. Profit is profit. But if you're holding around 517 and we do crack 516 and go down to 515, that's still a $2 movement. So all you gotta do, especially if you're in puts and you did get in at these areas, again, you want to definitely stay focused on this 516 area to see if we're gonna hold that area. So for puts, and if you're already in at 517 area right here, this rejection zone, and you're down here at this area, you can either take profits around 516, because again, we don't know if that's gonna hold or not. You know, you can hold at that area to see if we're gonna crack 516 to a lower level, or you can take profits at 516 just in case we do bounce back on up. So it's up to you, team. If you are in on puts and you did get in at this area of rejections, you can see right here, if you did get in this area, because right here you can go across the board, you can see the rejection area right here. Reject it, come on down, reject it, come on down. And if you go right across the board here, that open, it lines up right along with it. You see that? Reject it, reject it. So if you go across the board, right here at this spot, right here we see this red candle from yesterday. So you go here, that was around 517, what, 15-ish, something like that. Yeah, so you see across the board, rejection, go right here. Same key area, got rejected, boom, nice move back on down. So you clearly see that rejection zone. So you can clearly see that. But like I said, we do have a strong bearish candle, so that could lead to another crack. If those buyers can hold 516, we definitely see a crack to a further fade on down. But do expect some buyers to try to move in and around this 516 level to try to push it back on up. So do expect that. That's why I was telling you puts. Look at that area. You could take. You could definitely again take profit at this area because we don't know if it's gonna crack or not. You could take profit from the 517 to 516. That's a dollar profit. Or if you want to hold, it's up to you. You want to hold to see if we're gonna get a crack at a 516 to a lower level. But definitely keep this on watch because 516 is key. For today, 516 is key. We hold 516, turn it to support, move back on up. We crack 516, turn it into resistance, move on down. So 516 is definitely key. Keep your eyes peeled on that. And we are on the channel as of now. 516, 518. You definitely see that. Bottoms 516, tops 518. It's bottom as of now until we crack that, crack this area and then go to a lower area, which we are anticipating 514. So just keep that on watch, team. Have a game plan. You know, if you're going for puts, I mean, like I said, got in around that 517 area, and if you want to hold for a possible crack of 516 on down, you can do so. If you want to take profits at 516 from 517 to 516, you can do so. It's up to you. It's your choice, team, and whatever you want to do from that point on. Yep, so we did get a nice little move on down. 516 is still trying to hold. You can see that right now at this moment. 516 is still trying to hold as far as support. Again, our main target is 518. Definitely 518, but we definitely have to break past these areas of resistance that we had in pre-market and in the beginning of intraday. So these are the key areas that we're going to have to break back past to get back to the upside. We're going to definitely have to break past this 514-ish level where the opening is at. This 517.50 here. So these are the areas that we'll have to break above to get back to 518. You will definitely have to break back past again the open of 517.11 on up to 517.50. So right now we are still showing some downside at this moment. Still showing sorry, some downside right here. We are still testing. Still flirting with that 516 level. Still flirting with that area right now. Still flirting with it. Buyers are definitely trying to hold this key level. But you still have a little bit of selling pressure still into this area. Still got some bears because you're not getting a strong green candle at the moment. So I'm definitely still keeping it on watch because you got stronger red candles and you have stronger green candles. I see way more stronger reds than greens at the moment. So definitely keep that on watch. Again, we wind up cracking 16. We could definitely see a further move back on down. As you can see, bears are slowly trying to come back on in, trying to crack that 516 level. So definitely keep this on watch, team. Definitely keep this on watch. Well, here we go again, testing this 516 level. 516 level once again. Here we go. And I do see somewhat of a bull, like a bear flag setup almost. Like a bear flag, almost like an H pattern almost. From here to here, I do see a potential leg back on down. If we can't hold this key level, I do see somewhat of an H pattern setting itself up slowly. If we cannot hold these key levels, team. So I definitely see the, oh shoot, wrong. Yeah, so I definitely see somewhat of a pattern doing this. If we cannot hold 516, so I definitely see a pattern doing this. So I'm gonna just keep this on watch because again, 516 is definitely important at this moment. We crack 516, we can't see a further fade on down. So definitely keep that on watch. You kind of see somewhat of an H pattern setting itself up for another leg on down. Again, keep that on watch. Keep that on watch, team. Again, if you ain't on the put, shout outs to y'all. Congratulations. Queen, did you catch that? Did you catch that drop? Because we are still getting that first. Like I said, we are still getting a little bit of weakness. Little bit of weakness. I don't see a lot of buys coming in at this moment. I already knew you was gonna catch. I know you. I know you gonna catch that drop. I already knew that. I knew that was coming. she enjoying it. What was your entry, Queen? Did you get in around that open at that 517 mark right here? Where we got rejected at? Still looking for more. Yeah. So it does. The way the setup is going, it does look like a possible drop is still gonna occur if those buys. Look, here we go. So I told you, I see that H pattern. So it does look like bears are trying to pull it down for another leg on down. So I'm definitely keeping a watch on this 516 level. We are slowly cracking 516, team. There we go. Here we go. 516 little crack here. Let's see. Let's see. I told y'all that H pattern. Look, boom. I told you. I told you, man. I mean, you gotta understand these little patterns, man. It's just easy to see. If you take your time and you just watch these pattern setups, you can definitely call it out ahead of time. See, I told you it was going to be an H pattern. See that? For H pattern, for it look like we want to go on another leg on down. I told you. You got to understand these patterns, team. I'm trying to help y'all understand and say y'all can see it yourselves. So, I mean, you can clearly see like this H-type pattern that look like for another leg on down towards that 515.50. So, we do crack 516. And, again, those bears moving heavy. We could see a push back down to 515.50. So, definitely keep your eyes on that, too. So still see some weakness. Still see weakness. Weakness is still definitely taking place. Buys are still trying to come back in and hold that 516 level. But it does still look weak. I still don't see no buys coming in strong just yet. No buys coming in strong just yet, team. Not yet. All right, here we go with that pullback. Here we go. Hey, did I not call it though? Hey, Soccer King, Trey, J24, did I not call that H pattern? I told y'all, H pattern for that leg on down. I called it. I told you. We could possibly, like I said, we come on down. We can see that 515.50 level. I told y'all. Hey, I called it. Team, hey, tell me your boy didn't call it. Tell me I didn't call it. I called it. I told you. I told y'all we're going to probably get that H pattern for a nice leg on down. So definitely keep that on watch. But again, I'm helping y'all try to see the patterns as well, because I want y'all to see it. So right now, again, we can get a possible pushback on down to that 515.50-ish level. Where we at right now? 515.80. Okay. So I'm definitely keeping this on watch. We're definitely getting some weakness. I mean, your market is red right now. Your market is in the red right now. The only things that's holding is Google and Amazon at this moment. So again, that's why I was telling you puts. If you got in early, just watch for that 516 level to see if that level holds. Right now, you're doing good. It's still showing some signs of weakness. Still showing some signs of weakness. Uh, we do have a possible push on down to this 515.50 level. So keep that on watch too. Definitely keep this on watch. Let me call out my team. Marty, Champ, Kels, Gert, AR Trades, Kato, Trader J. How we looking? How we looking? Roya, how we looking, team? How we looking on y'all end? How we looking? How we looking? J24, Soccer King. How we looking, team? How we looking, bosses? How we looking? So right now, we are getting that H pattern. We are getting that in trend detector. Morning to you too, boss. I'm sorry that I missed you, boss. Sitting and listening. All right, we are getting that H pattern. We are getting that shape. Here we go. Here we go. Next leg on down. I called it out. Next leg on down, team. Next leg on down. Looking like a sniper. I told y'all, H pattern, leg on down. You can see the possible hit of 514.50. I mean 514. I'm sorry, 515.50. Pardon, my apologies. And the reason why I called out 515.50, let's go back across the board. Let me use my 15-minute chart. Let me go back a little bit. As you can see right here, where did we get a bounce at yesterday? We got a possible bounce around at 515.50 yesterday when we moved up. The bulls came on in, and we pushed right back on up. That was around 515.50 level. You can see right about in this area here, right where it's bouncing. So you put a line across the board right here, this bounce. Let's see what's going to happen right here at this key level. So keep that on watch. Yep, around this little bounce. Well, 515.60, whatever. Still say 50, you know I like to round. So right here, you can see it's bouncing right back at that key level. Right back at this little key level. Buyers are trying to move back in. Buyers are definitely trying to move back in. Definitely keep this on watch. Same key area where you bounce. That's why I called out this area. All right, so that's bouncing. All right, keeping that on watch. Keep that on watch, team. Keep that on watch. Tesla coming close. What we looking like on Tesla, boss? How we looking? Where we at? What was that bounce at? That bounce was around 570. I'm sorry, 172.40. Almost 172.40-ish. Well, 172.50. Almost look like around that area. About right here. 172.50. Let me make another line. I think it was 172.50 if I'm not mistaken. 172.5. 172.5. Yep, right around this little bounce area right here. Yep, right where we at right now. Right around this area. So definitely trying to hold it where your buys moved in and we had to push right back on up. Keep that on watch, but we definitely have. But also, AR trades definitely watch out for those upper shadows too. This way, because even though we had this drop, we got upper shadows this way. Your indicators are moving down, so definitely keep that on watch. It look like it wants to pull down to another lower level. Look like it wants to crack 172.50. Just keep that on watch to see if it holds, boss. Because you know I'm not gonna try to scare you or doubt you out of it. But just definitely keep it on watch for like this potential setup, almost like a downtrend setup. You can see that here. You hit, get rejected. Kind of like a downtrendish setup. If we can't hold this key level right here, this green line around this 172.50, can't hold this. We can definitely get a descending squeeze on down. So definitely keep that on watch, boss. Definitely keep that on watch. Trying to put it as perfect as I can. Here you go. Kind of like a downtrend pattern. That area is still holding well. So definitely keep it on watch. The only difference between here and here, you had a nice solid move down, but here you got these upper shadows. So keep it on watch and watch your indicators because it looked like your indicators wants to push down to a further lower level of underneath that 172.50 AR trades. But just keep it on watch, boss.
I am in puts 514.50.
Wait, you in on puts at 5.4? Wait. You mean 5.15? Wait. You mean 5.15? Wait. It kind of. You said 514.50. When did you get in? You said 514. We haven't hit 514. So you in now for the move down to 514 is basically what you're saying. I got you, boss. I got you. So you in now for the price of 514.50. And
the King says 515.50.
Okay, so you got in at 515. Okay. So let me see. I wouldn't have got in that area just yet. I wouldn't have done that. I mean, we could crack, but I was anticipating a bounce on that area around 515.50. Because you remember I said we had a bounce around that area. See that? support came in, that's where your buyers moved in. See, we fell down to 515.50 and had a bounce on up. See, that's where your buyers can move back in and start to push, and which is what they're doing now. But definitely keep that on watch. See, if you got in on a put, you definitely want to see that crack of 515.50 on down. But what I was calling was a possible bounce around 515.50, because you see right here we had a bounce. That's why I put my line across the board. You see we came down and we bounced. So definitely keep that on watch, boss. I mean, just keep it on watch, because you'll have to crack that key area as of now. We'll have to crack that area. That area I was calling for buy, where the buyers could potentially move in at, because we had a bounce yesterday at that same key area, right where I have that red line at. We bounced and went back on up. See that? Same area. Bounced and trying to go back on up. So, if that caused confusion because I had a red line, I do apologize. But I was calling for a bounce, not a... Yeah, see? Bounce. Bounce. So that's what I was calling out. So definitely keep that on watch. Definitely keep that on watch. So again, if you got in at 1550, you would have to crack 1550 for the move back on down. So we have to turn that support level into resistance. We have to crack that and then go for a further fade. So definitely keep it on watch. I mean, everything's still looking kind of weak. I mean, so it's still looking weak, boss. So, I'm not trying to scare out of your trade. I was just saying a potential area that those buyers can move in. So again, you crack that 1550, you can definitely see a pullback, a further fade down towards that 14 level. So right now, just keep it on watch to see if that area holds. Man, we are back on top of this 515.50 bounce, well 60 bounce, trend line, and at 516. So you'll have two levels of support, but you are still kind of weak still. I mean, underneath the VWAP still, indicators are still moving this way. So still showing signs of weakness, just a little bit, not too much. But your buyers are trying to hold these key levels up. And they are back on top of 516. They are back on top of 516. Because remember I told you that was going to be your middleman. 516 was going to be your middleman. So definitely keep that on watch. Keep that on watch. You hold 516, you have a room to run back on up to 518. Well, again, we have to break these areas first, then to 518. So keep this on watch. 516 will be important. 516, we did get some nice little buying pressure coming back on in. Nice lower shadow coming in as well. So those buys have moved back in, reestablished 516. So we are back in the channel, 516 to 518. So definitely keep that on watch. Keep that on watch. Right, let me keep that on watch to see. We can see a possible move back on up if this area holds, especially if we get back on top of that VWAP. So let me look at my contracts. Knowing I'm like to be bearish, bullish as of now until we can run back up to that key level, because I still think you have room to run back up towards 518, and if you do break 518 up to 520. So definitely keep that on watch. Definitely keep that on watch right now. Let me check my contracts. Nothing yet on my contracts. Oh, no, 1 or 2. I got it set for the 15. Let me see how the 13s are looking as far as the contracts, though. Let me see. Got some good volume, though. Definitely good volume on calls for today. Yeah, definitely got some good volume. It's just not set up yet for the... Still showing a little bit of weakness. So I definitely want to see what's going to happen around this 516 level. Keeping it on watch. Let me check out boss man on Tesla. How we looking? We cracked that area. Yep, there we go. See what I told you, AR? Hey, I told you that downtrend. Hey, didn't I say that downtrend was setting up for a squeeze? Look at that. Boom. I told you. You wound up letting go of that 172.50. I told you. Boom. Nice little pullback on that bad boy. So we see that crack. I told you it looked like it was pointing to the downside. I told you to be careful. Like, look at those upper shadows on here. Those upper shadows, that was leading for more downside. And I told you, look at that indicator. Indicator like it was setting up for a squeeze. And boom, there it is. There it is. So, all right. Now we're getting that nice bounce. Here we go. Getting that nice bounce. Getting that nice bounce on that 516 level. After you bounced around that 515.60 area where you bounced that yesterday. You see that across the board? Boom, right here. Bounce back on up yesterday. All ran back on up to 517.50. 50-ish level. You can see that. Go across the board here. Same key area. Boom. Bounce.
Silver King says
Boom.
517 may be coming up next.
Yeah, it's gonna test right back around those areas that we did get rejected here. So around that 517 what is this, 517 14-ish level from yesterday's rejection. Got room to run back up to that key level. So I do see that push. I mean, I definitely see the push. I definitely see it. And we are trying to get back on top of the VWAP as far as on the 3-minute time frame on SPY. So I definitely see that. So I'm definitely seeing some upside now. Definitely seeing some upside. 516 is holding. 516 level is holding, team. 516 level is holding. So we could be getting a early red to green already. Because I was expecting a deeper bounce. I mean, a deeper drop. I said we were going to get a slight bounce around at 516. And then your deep pullback was going to be around 514. So we did get that little slight pullback that we anticipate around 516. So that is holding. That's definitely holding as of now. 516 is definitely holding. Keep my eyes peeled, team. Keep my eyes peeled. We're already at 516.50. Around 516.50. So that area is trying to hold. So around 516.50 for sure. But we are starting to slowly come back around after this little bounce. So we did get some confirmation here. So that bounce did happen. That got us right back on top of 516. So that is holding. So definitely keep that on watch, team. Definitely keep that on watch. Because the main thing, I mean, that was your first pullback failure as far as the bears trying to pull it back underneath 516. That was your first one. And we will have a potential another setup, which could come back down towards that 516 level, because your bears will try to pull again underneath 516 for another possible pullback. So we could get another pullback failure that'll lead to a double bottom, lead to a W for a move back up this way. So definitely keep that on watch. So I want to see exactly what's going to happen. Are those bears going to try to move back in and try to pull back down again to 516 to see if we'll get a pullback failure, meaning that, you know, they can't crack it underneath 516. That 516 level will hold almost like a almost double bottoming for a move back on up again, which could lead to like a somewhat of a W pattern for a move back on up. So here come your bears trying to come back in again. Here we go. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's see what we get. Cause we are testing right at that level. Cause now you're back above 516. So therefore, those pretty much the buyers can trap your bears. So let's say there's gonna be a bear trap coming up as we do try to pull back down to that 516 level. See if they're gonna try to trap them. Turn it to support, strong demand for pushback on up. So I'm definitely keeping this on watch for a possible W setup if everything goes according to plan. So I'm definitely keep this on watch. So definitely do this. Put this back to white real quick. A possible movement back on up. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Yep, so we get kind of like this little pattern almost. We start to move back this way, so I definitely want to keep that on watch. If those bears can't, like I said, if those bears try to come in and they can't pull underneath 516, that can definitely lead to a solid support line for a move back up this way. So I'm definitely want to keep it on watch because we are back above 516. Because remember, I told you that was going to be key. You stay above 516, hold above 516. That'll work in the bulls' favor for a move back on up towards possibly the 517.50 up to 518. So definitely keep that on watch because do remember, we're still at the beginning of the market. I mean, it's just 10 o'clock still. So definitely keep that on watch. Keep that on watch. And also don't forget, we do have a 30-year bond auction coming out at 1 o'clock. And you know that adds hype to it too. So definitely just keep this on watch to see exactly where we go from here. Yep, so we are bouncing back. Okay, so that's still holding good. It's still holding well. Definitely still holding well. So as you can see, let me show you my other chart as well, team. So let me go here. So as you can see, go back to this chart. Go back right here. You can definitely see that we are, as far as SPY, this is SPY's 180 chart. We are bouncing on top of that trend line. If we hold that trend line, we have room to run right back up to 518, up to 520, right where that red line is. So if that key level can hold 516 for sure, if we hold this level, can move back up to 518 and back up to possibly 520. So definitely keep that on watch at this moment, team. Definitely keep that on watch. Because your bears will try to, because again, your bears will try to come in and still try to pull back underneath 516. So let's just see if we're gonna have these pullback failures setting up, and that's going towards call size. If you're call buyers, you definitely want to see if this 516 level is gonna hold. You know, once these bears come in, we want to see if we get these pullback failures to where the point is they can't pull it back underneath 516, where it turns into a bear trap and basically holds that key area for a move back on up. So you can see right here, we are slowly coming back on down towards this 516 level. So you want to see if you get a pullback failure as far as calls. Now for puts, you want to see it get back underneath 516. For calls, you want to see it stay on top of 516. So this will work in the calls slash bulls favors. This will work in the put slash bears favors. So 516, again, if we get a pullback failure, do expect for more buyers to move in because they see this as a secured area to come in for your demand zone to get stronger and stronger for a push back on up. So definitely keep that in mind. 516 is going to be key for bulls and bears. If you hold above 516, that'll be pretty much beneficial for your bulls. You get underneath 516, that'll be more beneficial for your bears. So as you can see right here, we're still getting a little bit of pull. We're getting a little bit of pullback failure because look, your buyers moving in. Pullback failure. Still, let's see. Buyers is definitely trying to step up and hold at that 516 level. So keep it on watch, team. Definitely keep it on watch. Keep it on watch. Definitely keeping this on watch to see where we go from here. Keep it on watch. We still have to get back above that VWAP for sure. Get back above that VWAP, turn that to support. That'll hold us up around that 516.50 level for a push back up this way. So right now, we're testing that VWAP. Keep that on watch. We're testing VWAP. Right now, we're testing VWAP at this moment. Sorry about that. Here we go. We're slowly testing VWAP. Your VWAP is around 516.30, which we are 39? Almost 516.40. Round it off. Here we go. 516.40. So we're on top of the VWAP. All right, that's good. We're on top of the VWAP. Because your VWAP was at 516.39, so we are above that. So it's showing, all right, here we go. We're on top of the VWAP. That's still showing some still bullishness. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're still not getting strong candles, like strong bullish candles, but we are still getting some bullish upside at the moment because we are getting a nice bounce. But just keep that on watch. Because we definitely want the bulls to move in and have a nice push. Break above that 517 11 to that 517.50 mark because you want to re-break all those pre-market areas where those bears came in and rejected, pulled it down. Bears came in, pulled it down. Bears came in, pulled it down. So your first level will be right here, that open. So definitely keep this on watch because again, we are getting some upside. We're just not getting some strong candles at the moment. Gotta get them buyers to definitely show strength. You are holding. Don't get it wrong. We are holding. But we definitely need some strong candles. Some engulfing candles to show that those bulls are moving in, the buyers are moving in. Because you kind of still showing a little bit of weakness, but you're still showing upside. So just keep that on watch right now, team. We are still testing the VWAP. We are back underneath the VWAP. That is, still 516.39. So we are, where we at? We are testing that VWAP still. Here we go, getting right back on top of it. Getting back on top of the VWAP. So definitely keep your eyes peeled on that. 516 is still holding. Now we just need to hold above 516.40, which is the VWAP. We need to hold on top of that. So we are trying to hold on top of the VWAP, and we have. So we gapped up on top of the VWAP. That's still showing a clear sign of movement on up. So that's good. Okay. So we're on top of the VWAP. As far as calls, if you bought these bottoms, you're good. We'll hold on top of the VWAP. Now we have VWAP support. That's good. That's still good. Okay. Sorry, my damn thing came off again. All right, got y'all. Right. AR, what you looking like on Tesla, boss? What you looking like? I see we back up at what, 73? Trying to push back up to 73. All right, let's take a further look out of the frame to see how we're looking right now out of the frame. So let's see. Is that camp and handle setting up? Is the handle setting up? Let's take a look at it. Let's take a closer look, team. So that area of that handle is holding well. So we are holding well as far as the handle because you got the cup. So the handle is holding slightly. Still holding, still holding. So we're still trying to form that handle on that cup. Here we go with a pullback again. Bears are still trying to pull back in, because they are trying to get it back underneath 516. I'm telling you right now, they are trying to pull. But all we gotta do is continue to get that pullback failure. So just keep that on watch, because they will keep trying to pull back down to this 516 level. So definitely keep that on watch. But the cup is, again, the cup is already completed. We're just trying to work on this handle. So we're definitely trying to work on the handle portion. Oh, you been out? Okay. Did you profit, boss? Did you? You went for a call or put? So yeah, the candle. I mean, like I said, the handle was still trying to hold 516 levels. So definitely keeping it on watch. Puts. Oh, so you got in. What was the entry, boss, that you got in? As far as Tesla, did you get in? Did you profit pretty much? Because let me see, look at it right here. Because see, you had an opportunity at 175 on down to that 172. That was a $3 movement on down to yeah. So that was a $3 range from 175 down to 172. That was $3. So what was your entry? Did you get around that 175, boss, and pushed it on down? Yeah, I didn't get too high, but profit. Yeah, because another trick to do, AR, like, if you're always trying to go in for a put, a put idea, always look at your pre-market areas, because you can see right here, if you would have looked at the pre-market resistant areas here, I mean, you did get above, you broke above 175 for a second up to 176, but then you came right back underneath 175. So,
King says,
let me see.
if this candle closes up strong, then we are going to 517.
Yeah, you're right, boss. But let me see. I had rejection around 174.75, but didn't get in there. Yeah, that definitely that 175, boss. And the reason why I'm saying 175 is because if you go back in the past, you can see where you had your bounces, bounce, 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 bounce. And you go across the board, 175. So all support can turn into resistance. So even though you got to push above 175 for a split second, you had that 50 right above your head too, boss. So you could have got in at one. You could have put in the entry at 175 or the 176, because as long as you stayed underneath that 50, that was gonna hold as resistance. So once you hit those areas, you would have been fine. Because look what happened after the 176 and 175. After they lost that, you started to go back on down. 174, 173, 172 back on down to 174, 173 down to 172. So as you can see, after you had that spike, boom, around 176. So you could have had an entry of 175, 176 right underneath that 50, and you started to come down right from that point, boss. So you would have had a nice little entry and a nice exit on out. So you could have did it like that. So again, you could have based it off of the pre-markets movement, where we see this rejection zone of 175, because you can see it right here, rejected, 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 and as you came back up to that area, could have got in right here, because again, that was at one point was strong support, and then you already know strong support can turn into strong resistance. So if you would have got in on the entry around this key level, you'd have been fine for moving back on down. So that's another thing. All right, so as far as SPY still trying to hold up on top of that VWAP. VWAP is still holding at the moment. Buy still need to step in. I mean, we're holding well, definitely holding well. Like I said, that handle is definitely trying to hold on this cup and handle pattern that we do have, this cup and handle. So the handle is still trying to hold at that 516 level. 516 level is still trying to hold, but do keep in mind, let's go back a little bit further. We still got to break that 50-day moving average, because you do have to break that key area. That is definitely going to be key, because right now your indicators are still pointing down. Your 9 MA is still at the bottom, 20 in the middle, and at 50 at the top. Again, we want to see it reverse. We want to see the 50 move down, where you can see a crossover, where we can basically see somewhat of, let me show you for example. Kind of like, you see how your 50 was on top? You had your 50, 20, and your 9. Everything was kind of reversed. So now what you want to see is a crossover of the 50 and the 9 and the 20, when you get on top of the 50 and you start to move back on up. So you definitely want to see somewhat of a crossover here. crossover as your 9 and your 20 get back on top. So definitely want to keep that on watch too. We want to see that crossover. Because right now your 50 is at the top. Your 50 is above your head. So that's holding up as resistance at the moment. You can see it on the 15 minute and the 3 minute. So that is still showing some signs of weakness. Even though we're getting this little pop on up, your indicators hasn't crossed over just yet. So we're still showing signs of weakness. You can see that right here. Kind of like a downtrend pattern almost. Slightly seeing a downtrend pattern until we get a nice crossover. Then we'll definitely have buyers move in on a stronger note. So if we can do this kind of like in this key area, because you're kind of still downtrending. We have to break that downtrend. We have to see those indicators cross over, have that 50 move back to the bottom, and we'll definitely have buyers move in. So we definitely just have to break these key areas. So I mean, the buyers are there. We just have to break. We just have to get everything set in motion, pretty much. You know, again, we have to definitely see crossovers. We have strong movements on up. When your 50 is at the bottom, holding that support, your 9 and your 20 starts to cross over on the upside and has a strong movement. So right now, we don't have that just yet, which is why we're kind of getting this little consolidated mode. We're not like doing too much of movement at this moment. So if you notice, your 9 is at the bottom and your 20 is at the bottom underneath the 50. So again, what you want to see is that crossover, which is trying to slowly happen, slowly happen, where your 9 MA and your 20 is trying to curl back up this way. So once we get that, you can turn that into support. So that's why we're having like a lot of, let me see, I'm definitely keeping on watch. Yeah, we definitely want to see a crossover back up this way. Still got a lot of downside. I mean, down. You kind of see like a downtrend type formation. So we definitely have to break this downtrend from this pre-market movement.
Jeremy B says, 1030 economic data coming out too.
What we got? 1030. I think I did see that. Let me go back to my charts. Let me see. 1030. We got at 10. Oh, that petroleum. Yeah, we got that petroleum status report coming out. Yep. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah, we got that petroleum data. Yeah, it's coming out at 10:30. Yep. You are absolutely correct, boss. Thank you so much for that. All right. So we just have to break this trend line, this downtrend setup that we do have as of now on SPY that we got from pre-market into intraday. So we got rejected, came on down, So that was around the 517.50 from that 517 11ish open. So we definitely have to just break past those key levels. But we're on this like slight downtrend setup. It's not a major downtrend, but it's still like a downtrend setup. So it's gonna probably cause it to go sideways for a little minute. And once your indicators, because it looks like your indicators are slowly trying to cross, which is a good thing, because now you got your indicators lining up with your VWAP. That's going to turn into a triple support base, so that's good. So that's even better. Yep, so that's going to make it even stronger. That's going to give those buyers confidence. So you are slowly pushing. You can see that as those indicators, that VWAP are lining up together, making like a triple support. That's giving those buyers confidence, which is leading to that push. Now you see that push? You see it? There you go. Yep. That's even better. That's leading to that push. Here we go. And then that petroleum data just came out. So let's keep that on watch. Forbes, good morning to you, boss. He said, just made the move to Florida, man. Shout out to you, man. Congratulations. And, I'm going to definitely keep you in prayer, boss, and wish you much success in your new area, and I wish nothing but the best for you, boss. So definitely going to keep you in prayer and, and definitely keep you motivated and inspired for you to keep going, boss. So proud of you, man. Queen coming in. So, yeah, we definitely still getting rejected at this little 50 mark on this 13, on this 3 minute time frame. Still getting some upper shadows. So far, so good, boss. Just been waiting on setups. That's all I've been basically doing.
Says, do you think is 517?
The way, like I said, the way that everything is setting up, Soccer King, I mean, we're still on this downtrend. Your indicator still hasn't crossed over yet. It's slowly trying to. I mean, it's probably gonna consolidate until it finds an area. So that's the only thing we can do at this moment, boss, is just sit on your hands at the moment because it's trying to cross over on this 3 minute time frame. We are trying to break out of that downtrend. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Because the main key area, as long as your 516 is holding, that's the main key area. Because as long as you stay on the upside of this channel, because you see this channel right here, we have 518 to 514, with 516 being the middleman. So as long as you stay on top of the 516, you're golden. You know, because all you gotta do, whether it consolidates or not, as long as 516 holds, you're good. You stay on the upside, we do have a possibility to move back on up to 518. We will have some data coming out. It's a 30-year auction bond coming out at 1 o'clock. Normally, when you have those data come out, you have some volatility moving in. And another reason why, to me personally, it's just me speaking personally, Champ, Forbes, and all y'all. I don't think we're going to have a strong move today. I mean, we could get back up to 518 today. We could. But the only reason why I'm thinking that is because we still got that data coming out. We still got that PPI data coming out tomorrow. So I'm like, because you remember how they did last time. You remember how before CPI data came out, we dropped. Remember, we had that drop on down, but we held a certain key level for a move back on up. Because you remember, after we took that drop on Friday last week and into Monday, you remember we wound up finding a support base at 514. You remember I kept calling out 514. We kept holding up 514. And then we started to slowly move back on up. And then when that data came out, that's when, and as the fall was happening, it was catching those bears. It was doing like a bear trap for kind of a catapult back on up, which is what happened. So, I mean, it's tough to say today because, again, we could get a push because we still hold above 516, and we could still push back up to 518. We could. Because in my mind, I'm like, I wonder if they're going to just try to hold this level until tomorrow. I mean, again, we could get a push up to 518. And again, they could try to hold 516 until tomorrow. Data comes out for a push back on, for a strong break above 518 to 520. So that's why I'm just debating on what they're trying to do today. But again, my main key is 516. 516 is holding. That's the main focus. 516 is holding. Don't get me wrong, I was anticipating a pullback down to 514. I wouldn't mind a deep pullback because the deeper the better. But as far as right now, 516 is definitely holding, trying to channel. And now that I'm thinking about it, okay, let's just say we do channel. Let's say we do channel. What do channels normally do? Y'all know this. When we are in those channel positions, what do channels normally do? So if they're trying to hold this level and keep trying to channel it from here, that's why I'm keeping this on watch to see exactly what they're trying to do. So if we keep channeling, and stay in this little bracket until tomorrow, it can definitely push up. Because normally when you have channel setups, your channels you're gonna breakouts. So that's what I'm trying to just keep and anticipate. I'm like, are they gonna get a strong move today? Or are they gonna just try to keep it in a channel until tomorrow's data come out, which is PPI data, for a nice strong breakout out from the 518 to the possibly 520s, because that will be Thursday. Because, I'm long too, boss, but I'm just thinking of the setup that they're trying to go for going into their PPI data for today. See, that's what I'm trying to think, because they'll set up a channel. Let me see if I can go back even find a channel pattern where we go on these breakouts. Let's see. We went on channels. But this one ain't channel for long. This was on a day you channel and you went on a breakout. This one channel, breakout. Let's see. This one channel, breakout. So that's what I'm trying to figure out before that PPI data come out. I'm like, are they trying to channel it today for the possible breakout tomorrow? Or are they trying to channel it and break out today? See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because you got the PPI data coming out tomorrow. But you are in a good position today. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they going to try to go for the breakout today? Or will they try to go out for the breakout tomorrow? So that's what I'm trying to figure out today. Are they going to try to channel it today for the breakout? Stay within this range. Hold this range up until tomorrow's data. Or we'll get the breakout today. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's the only thing I'm trying to just figure out. Are they trying to stay in the channel for the breakout, possible breakout tomorrow from 518 to 520? Because you ain't too far from that line here, from that resistance line. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the game plan for them today? Because you do have, like, say for instance, we were to crack 516. Do remember, we're in this big channel of 518 and 514 because you do still have support 516 and 514. So what about if you do get a deep pullback? You know, let's just say we do get a deep pullback and you get this shake back on up because you still completing a cup and handle regardless. Whether you create the handle at 516 or 514, you're still creating a handle is what I'm saying. So that's what I'm trying to figure out on how far they're trying to pull back this handle for the rip back on up. So I'm still bullish, you know. So this, like right here, this is what I'm trying to figure out. So that's why I'm just sitting here trying to let me go back to it. Let me go back to it. Did I go too far out? I think I did. All right, here we go. See, I'm trying to figure out two possible handles that they could be trying to aim for, and whether they hold this 514. Because you remember, and don't forget, you do have rotations when you break out of a channel. You do get a rotation. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, are they trying to create a handle here at this 516 level? Or could they go even lower and create a deeper handle at 514 because they know there's strong support? Because you do have strong support at 514, as you can see that. Your main area of support, I mean, you go back, look. See? Bounce, 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 strong move on up. Bounce, strong move on up. And what level is that? 514. So that's why I'm still trying to I'm still just trying to watch where's going to be the area that they're trying to hold before that PPI data comes out. Or what could they try to set a bear trap? Kind of like how they did for the CPI data. Because you remember, again, after Friday's drop, though that down to that 510-ish area, that's where they held that key area. Boom, you bounced off of 512 and ran on up. So that's what I'm trying to see as far as this setup here that's coming on up. As we got this cup, but I'm trying to figure out what would the handle be. Matter of fact, let me erase all these lines so it don't look so cluttery. I do apologize for that. So let's take all these off, right? So let's take these lines off. So what I'm trying to debate is, because don't get me wrong, I want to go for a call. Because I mean, I'm gonna be on the bullish side until we crack. Because I want to go hard on puts. Once we get back up to those highs. Because once you get up to new highs, that's when the bears come in. That's a good time to go for puts. And then you got this somewhat of a trend line still setting up, but you also got this somewhat of a cup and handle pattern. So I'm trying to figure out, will the handle start here at 516 where they try to hold this key level until tomorrow? Or could we get a deeper pullback down towards the area they know they can possibly, for good bouncing areas? That's what I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to do before PPI data comes out. Because they like to do that. Because before, anytime we have a major data come out, they pull back to a certain key area just like they did for the CPI data. Well, it was what did they hold at on Monday? Monday it was around 510. You had a nice little drop. You bounced around at 510ish level. You held up around 510, even though you got this little pullback here. But majority of the time you held up around 510 because you can see it right here. You can see where this long upper shadow is, 510. So 510 for sure. They held up in Monday going into Tuesday. And then you went from 512, and then you had that slingshot right back on up. So that's what I'm just trying to anticipate. And that was also somewhat of a cup and handle. So if you look at it from this standpoint, that was a cup and handle as well. So think about it. So if we can do the same exact pattern, let me show you what I mean. Where's my setup at? So we go back to the old one, right? We did somewhat of a cup and handle pattern here. See that? We did somewhat of a cup and handle, and then you shot on up. See what I mean? You held around that 510 level, then that handle was formed around 512, and then you shot up, broke back above 514 for another little bounce, and then you went back on up. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. As far as the pullback on today, because I know the PPI data is coming out tomorrow, so I'm trying to figure out, on how they're trying to set it up for today. So definitely trying to watch. It's still in a downtrend setup. So I'm like, if we do crack 516, you do still have room to this 514 for a possible bounce back on up to 516. But if you hold 516, you got the room to run back up to 518. So it's around these two levels I'm trying to figure out on where they're trying to, or like what they're trying to hold. So if you hold 516, If you hold 516 level, that'll keep you in a channel pattern. That'll keep you in a channel pattern until tomorrow, in which you already know channel patterns, you're going nice breakouts. So I'll keep my eyes peeled on this 516 level as of now. And if we do crack 516, I can anticipate a pullback to 514, which is strong support. So I'm definitely keeping that on watch 516 to 514, because that was your slight pullback. You remember I told y'all that was going to happen. I told y'all I was going to have a slight pullback to 516, but your deep pullback is to 514. But we are still in somewhat of a cup and handle pattern. So we still haven't fully formed and formed the handle yet. Hey guys, save your accounts today. Could get choppy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, boss. That's what I'm saying. Today might be a channel setup. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm like. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I wonder if we're going to just channel until tomorrow and then go on a nice movement. So, and again, we are in a cup and handle pattern. So we go back out. You can see this cup and handle pattern. You can see this. You can clearly see a cup and handle pattern. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Where's going to be the bottom of that handle? Is the bottom of the handle going to stay at 516? Or could we get a deep pull back down to 514, which is still going to create a handle for a nice slingshot back on up? But the reason why I'm thinking 516 is because you see where that trend line is at? As long as that trend line holds, because if you hold on that trend line, watch, let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I go back to my 180 chart, if we go back to my 180 chart, right? If we go back to the 180 chart, you can clearly see as long as you hold that trend line, top trend line, yellow, you got room to run up to that red mark up here, which is around 520. That's your red resistance. So as long as you hold that trend line, you can easily bounce 516 and push back up this way. So that's what I'm anticipating at the moment. So see what I mean? As long as you hold this trend line here, you have room to run back up. And that's still completing the cup and handle pattern. So you pull back down to 516 for a push back up to 518 and possibly 520. See that? See that setup? You see how it's setting itself up? Because you went from a red to green, right? Went from a red to green, somewhat of a U-shaped pattern, but also in a cup and handle pattern. Even on this 120, you can see a somewhat of a cup and handle pattern setting up. As long as that 516 hold, you got that trend line holding. That trend line is holding right here for a possible run from this trend line to this trend line. You see what I mean? So you can definitely see a pattern setting up from, let me get out of it just a little tad bit, moving on over. Because even though your body's here, that red count on that body, your wick is all the way up here. So you got to think about a strong U-shape, somewhat of a cup and handle that can lead to a possible move back on up. So that's what I'm anticipating. So if I do this, so you see where that red line is at, your strong resistance line. So you go from here, you go from that bounce on up, boom, boom, for a possible, because you're holding at 516, for a possible break on out back up to here, which is around 520. So I can definitely see that setting up. That's like a cup and handle pattern. I can definitely see that. Because you could do this too. You're going to bounce off of 518 because that's going to turn into support if everything goes the way that we're talking about. So let's go back. You break above 518. Boom, boom. That can happen too. So I can definitely see that. And then a nice strong pullback on down. Something like that. I can see that. But we are in that range here. We are definitely in this range here where you got room to run up this way and then come back on down. And that's around 520 plus. So I definitely see that setup happening. And as you can see, it's holding. Look at your candle on the 180. And this is in real time right now. So look how that candle's holding on top of that trend line. And you have room. And you are in a ascending triangle setup also. Don't forget about that. You are in an ascending triangle setup where you can break above 518 up to this 520 mark. So you are in an ascending triangle pattern. So don't forget about that. We are in a ascending triangle pattern setup. Option bonfire today, theta burning. That's why I'm not trading right now. That's why I'm just still sitting on my hands. I'm just watching this setup. Because like I said, as long as 5-16 to 16 holds, and you stay in this little channel, I mean, That's what I was thinking. Because I'm like, you got data coming out tomorrow, and I'm like, why would you? They could spike it today, but I'm like, why would you spike it today, not knowing what the results on the data is going to be? So that's what I'm thinking today. Going into tomorrow could be a channel setup, as long as that 516 holds, for movement back on up. And again, if you do get a deep pullback, say for instance you do lose 516 and you get a deep pullback, you got 514 to bounce. So if you was to lose 516, you can bounce off of 514, push you back up to 516 and put you right back. Because if you think about it, the channel rotation, if you think about it, if you're in a channel, what happens when you come out of a channel? Y'all know this. What happens when you come out of a channel? Why does my chat keep disappearing every single second on a second? Yeah, like Marty, Gert, like all of y'all. What happens in a channel? What happens when you come out of a channel? Channel magnet. It moves big, right? But when you come, it moves big. But when you come out of it, what normally happens, Marty? What normally happens? Like say for instance, you would have failed. Like say for instance, you fall out of this channel today. Let's just say you say for instance you fell out of this channel today. Before I make this line, Marty, Gert, all of y'all, what normally happens when you come out of a channel? What happens? What normally happens? Say for instance we get a deep pullback today, right? And we're in a channel. Channel's like a magnet. What normally happens? You get exactly go back to it exactly. So if you was to get a deep pullback, say for instance we did crack 516, and you come out of this channel, right? What'll normally happen? So that's why I'm just anticipating to see exactly what can take place today. Because you come out of a channel, you'll find yourself right back in a channel, and for a possible move back on up, and then vice versa. That's just like. So you come out, let me show you what I mean. So if we, say for instance we was in this channel, right? And we fall 14, you come back out of that channel rotation. Don't forget about the channel rotation. So if we do this, that's why I'm just sitting on my hands right now, just trying to figure out, because if I catch some bottoms, and that's why I'm just sitting on my hands, because if I catch a bottom, I definitely can catch some good move. So, okay, for example, we can easily fall, let me use my color pens. Safe as we pull, and we fall out of 516. Let's just say for a second, we pull out of 516 out of this channel, right? We pull out of this channel, but buyers move back on in. Buyers move back in and push it right back into this channel, right? Where you then channel and then you rotate out of that channel here for a pullback on down, because you're rotating in and out of that channel. You rotate it to the downside, you're rotating to the upside, where you can preferably move right back to that channel. So I can see that happening. You rotate out of it, rotate right back into it from the downside back into the channel, then back to the upside and back. So I can see a rotation happening. So right now we are showing a little bit of weakness. So I just want to keep my eyes peeled to see if that's what they're trying to do before tomorrow's PPI data. So we do lose because we are still in a downtrend setup. Don't forget about that. We are still in a downtrend setup. So we do crack 516. You have room to fall back down to 514 for a bounce back up to 516. I just want to see if that's gonna happen. If that happens, I was on point with my call. Because again, that can happen. Because you know how they like to do right before an economic data comes out. Let me see, the move was the open. Yeah, the move was the open, Queen. But what I'm saying, as far as that rotation before PPI data come out, they could possibly do that. If we don't keep this channel at 516 and say for instance we crack 516, I can definitely see a pullback down to 514 where they can trap as many as they can at 514 for that push back up to 516, because they've done that before. They've done it before, where they can trap, especially newbies, thinking that the market is crashing and they jumping in at 514, not knowing that those bulls are sitting right at 514, trapping them for that push right back up from 514 to 516, going right back in that channel for tomorrow's setup, where you get right back into that 516 channel. And as soon as that PPI, look, I'm lying. As soon as that PPI data come out, then you go from 516 to 518 to 518 to 520. If that happens, I was on point in my call. Because I think, I'm telling you, man, I'm thinking that's what they're trying to do. I'm thinking that's what they're trying to do before the PPI data comes out. Because I think that we're going to lose 516 for a little minute. Trap those bears down around 514 and slingshot right back into this 516 channel for tomorrow's setup for the move back up this way. That can possibly happen. That can definitely possibly happen. I just said because I seen them do this before. I seen it done. When you had those nice drops and it led to that. Watch. Tell me I'm lying. What would we had those drops where it looked like the market was gonna fall and they bear trapped them. Right here. Look, matter of fact, I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. I'm lying. Right. Let's go back. Tell me I'm lying. Where before data comes out, let me get out of this a little bit. Where data comes out and it looked like it's gonna fall. See what I mean? And it looked like it's gonna come out. Fall out of this channel, right? And then your bulls move right back on in. Add that pressure to it. Push it right back on up. Hold that key level right on top of that trend line, and then boom. See that? Same thing here. Where it looked like it was gonna fall. Bulls move right back on in. Added buying pressure, trapping those bears, and you had to move right back on up. So that can happen today too, where it looked like it's gonna fall to 514 and trap those bears, where your buyers can do the same exact thing, where they can push it right back on up to 516 and go from there. Because it looked like it wants to do that. It looks like it. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I mean we've seen this time and time again when it look like you're gonna fall and then buyers move it right back on up and then you go back to the upside. Look like it's gonna fall, buyers move in, go right back on up to the upside. So y'all can't tell me that's not possible. You can't tell me that's not possible. That can't fall to 514 today. Bears trap those bulls trap the bears, push it back up to 516, get back on top of the trend line, and push it right back up this way. So y'all cannot tell me that it's not possible. You cannot tell me that's not possible. Because they done it time and time again. Where they trap bears, pull it right back on up, right on top of a trend line, and then you go back this way. Same here. Look like it's gonna crack the trend line, trap the bears, move right back, bulls move right back on in, and then you go this way. Same thing can happen here. Look like you're gonna crack that trend line, trap those bears, move right back up to that trend line, and then you go back up this way. So y'all cannot tell me that's not possible. Y'all can't tell me that's not possible. I swear, if that happens and I'm right, hey, give me my props. Because that does look like that can happen today too. Where it look like it's going to fall, crack, come all the way down to 514 where those bulls going to trap those bears and move it right back up to that trend line. If that happens, give me my props. Give me my props if that happens. I'm telling you. Because they do that every single time we have something big coming out. Whether it's the economic data or earnings or something. It look like it's going to fall. Shout out to you, Scotty. Thank you so much, boss.
Scotty 2-time is now following on Twitch.
Thank you so much, boss. Appreciate you. God bless you. But yeah, you cannot tell me that every single time we have some type of data about to come out, that they don't set their market up like that when it look like it's going to crack and fall and bulls move right in and pull it right back up to that trend line and then you go the opposite way. You cannot tell me that that's not a possibility to happen today. You cannot tell me that. Because look where we at right now. 515. I'm lying? So you trying to tell me that can't be possible today? That they're not going to try to sucker those bears into going all the way down to 514, trap them, and go right back on them? Go look at the night before. Exactly. That was down here. Because no, that was matter of fact, that wasn't around the 505 GERT, if I'm not mistaken, before that earnings came out and that bad boy shot. Every single time they set that up every time, and it's like it never fails. I don't see how people don't catch on to that. They do that every single time. That was let me see NVIDIA. Oh, I'm sorry. When NVIDIA came out, that was down here, if I'm not mistaken. No, what was that at? That had been. I think it was around this area when NVIDIA and them came out. That was around this time, because we went on that big massive move. Because it looked like it was gonna fall. I think it was around that 505. and that's when that massive move came out. And then we got that pullback. That's when Apple came back in, shot that back on up. See, it's like they set it up to where it looked like it's gonna fall, and they trap those bears, and you go right back on up towards those uptrends. Same thing here. Every single time it looked like it wants to crack the uptrend. Oh, let me move back, move it over just a little bit. I can see my look like I'm in the way. I do apologize. So if you can notice that every single time it look at these trend lines. Don't look at the red and the green. Look at the yellows. So every time it looks like it wants to crack the trend lines, and that's always around before major data or earnings come out. It looked like it wants to crack, right? Every time it like it wants to crack that trend line, what happens? Buyers move right back on in, trap those bears, and get right back on that trend line, and then you go on a nice move on up. Same thing that happened twice. Look here, looked like it wanted to crack this trend line. Bulls move right back on in, held on that trend line, and you went on a nice move on up. What you think they're gonna try to do today? Think about it. Try to crack that trend line, go down to 514, trap those bears for a move right back on up. Cause look what's sitting right here. Your 9 EMA as well. And where your 9 EMA is sitting at? Right here at 514. So if they do pull back, it's gonna bounce off of that bounce off that 9 EMA at 514 and trap those bears, pull it right back on up to that trend line for a possible move up to the red line, which is 520 for tomorrow. Tell me I'm not lying. Tell me if that's not gonna happen. It couldn't be a possibility. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
Ships Almighty says. No, don't say that.
Oh! Shit, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to jinx it, boss. No, but I'm just stating the obvious on what can happen because they do that. Because every time they have a data coming out, they'll do this fake pullback where they'll trap the bears, right? And it goes up because especially if you look at those trend lines that
22 times says.
I'm sorry. I apologize. But again, all I'm doing is stating the obvious because that does happen. Because every time we have a data out, and if you look at these trend lines, right? Not like I said, not the red or not the green, but anytime in between these trend lines, it look like it wants to crack. What happens right before a data, anything comes out, they'll trap those bears and they'll pull it right back on top of the trend line, and it goes on a nice move on up. Same thing here. It looked like it wants to crack that trend line where they trap the bears, go on a nice move back on up, and you go on the upside. Think about it. What you think? Look where we're at right now. Thank you so much, boss. Thank you. Appreciate you. God bless you.
Almighty is now following on Twitch.
But think about it. If we look at this chart right here, right? If we look at this chart, where we at? Trend line, right? That can hold as possible support. All they got to do is do a fake drop.
TBF, it's either gonna go up or down. So
I guarantee it's gonna go up because right now, again, you're in a bullish market. You at 518. You have room to run up. Because boss, I'm not doubting you. Because again, I'm put bias too. But you got to think about the greed that we're in right now. You got to think about the greedy side of the market. That's basically what I'm saying. Where are those greedy people trying to go? Where the market is trying to push? The market is trying to push towards the highs, back towards the highs of 518, possibly 520. You got to think about it on the greed side right now. So, and you got to think about it. The smartest thing to do, let them go on up. Because Friday, look how many push that we got coming in on Friday's data. So let them push it up, boss. Is what I'm saying. Let them get as high as they can. Because what you can do, set them up, set the bulls up now, bull trap them, and then slam them back on down. Because now, and we go to let me go to my spot thing for the day. Look how many contracts we got expiring on the 15th. We got 4 million puts expiring on the 15th this Friday coming on up, right? We got 5 million.
Oh, did you say puts? You in options guy?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about puts. So what I'm saying is, if you want to set yourself up for a nice put, let them run it on up. Trap the bulls for a pull back on down. Because right now, you're in the middle right now. So right now, the bulls are going to trap the bears for the push back on up. So what you want to do is, let them push up to those areas where you could trap them for a drop back on down. So that's basically what I'm saying, is that I don't want none of y'all getting caught in bad traps, because you can see where the overall movement is going. The overall movement is going up, right? Because we held 5-4. Because think about it. Last week, what did we talk about? What was the price areas that we talked about last week? 514, right? 514 held going into this week. Now we're up to 516, right? We just slowly moving up by twos. 514, 516. Where do you think they're trying to go at next? 518. You break out 518. What's after that? 520. 520 is all the way up to that resistance line. So all you're doing is waiting for the setup, boss. That's it. Wait for the setup to happen because let them ride it on out. Just like on the call side. What you do is you let pretty much this chart is telling you everything that you need to know and where to get in at. It's basically what I'm trying to tell you. So if you look at this chart and wait for the setups. So look here. If we go back on my chart here, look, right, let me shrink it just a little bit, move it over. Look at this chart, boss. So anytime you hit this red line for puts, you know where to get in at. Anytime you hit this red line for puts, you know where to get in at. Red line for puts, you know where to get in at. Vice versa. You're going for calls. Wait for them to pull back all the way down, you know where to get in on the calls. Same thing. Because you bounce in these areas. And then for puts, you hit the tops. Put. So again, allow them to run it up towards that red line because you know 9 times out of 10 you hit that red line, that is a strong resistance zone. So allow them to run it up because where's the next area at? The next price area is on this resistance line, 520. So let them push up to 520. Therefore, get your push ready because look what happened when we hit 518. Same thing happened. You allowed them to run all the way on up toward that red line. You could have got in at 518 and you could have been holding that for 2 days straight from 518 all the way back down to 510. That's an $8 gain right there for you. You know, you would have got in when, say for instance, 1,000 shares at 518 and it goes all the way down from 518 to 510. You're making about $8,000 off of that move alone. So what you want to do is allow them to push it on up because now they're going into a bear territory. Down here is bull territory. You can see right here this green line. Up here is bear territory. So allow them. Right now you're in the middle. You're in the middle right now. So you're in the middle, meaning you have room to run up to that bear territory area. But, I mean, could you fall and come back down? Of course. But due to the greed of the market and how people are anticipating pushes on up, it's greed. Because think about it. Woodstock, as far as January, the beginning of 2024, Woodstock NVIDIA, Woodstock SMCI. Everybody kept shouting out about the RSI. Oh man, it's overbought. It's overbought.
Really no options. How many days to expiry do you go for on your trades usually?
I normally do the same day, boss, because I'm normally in and out. Now as far as a put, what I could do, like I said, we do get that 520 touch. I could put in till next week, right? Because I can go in Friday, wait for it to hit up around those 520 marks, going for a put. I can hold in Friday going into next week, and then hold it from Friday, just like here. Friday, going into Monday, you got a nice drop back on down. I mean, basically set it up like that. But again, when I do swings, I wait for areas like this where we can hit certain areas and I know I can hold and be comfortable. So if we hit this red line, we got a chance for it to fall back on down. So basically it'll be away from my entry and I have a good little exit strategy as we come on down. Vice versa on a call. If we come all the way back down here, I can get on a call, ride this on up until we hit certain resistant areas. Because my entry is protected, my entry is safe, I have more reward than risk, So again, all you gotta do is just look at this trend line, boss. Look at this. It tells you everything you need to know. So anytime you come around that red line, all you gotta do is look at the prices that's around it. So as we are coming up towards this red line, what is the next price towards that red line? 520. That's all you gotta do.
Enjoying the content?
Oh, shut up, myself.
Show your support by following Jtrix on all platforms.
Yeah, we get it. Block you, myself, whatever. but that's all you do. When you see, if you again, I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm gonna just say Shep. I didn't mean to butcher your name, boss. I'm sorry. Okay. Do you use TOS? Like what broker do you use? As far as your charting platform, what do you use, boss? And what do you trade? Do you trade SPY too, or do you trade Tesla? Like what do you trade? Because if you trade SPY, just all you do is set up a trend line like this. Set up a trend line to where as long as SPY stays in this channel, you can play this throughout the rest of 2024 to 2025 until you break out of this channel. But as long as you got your trend line set in place, mainly your tops and your bottoms, you can see exactly where your calls is located. You can see exactly where your puts.
Sheps with the S at the end.
Sheps, okay. My apologies, boss. My apologies to you. But if you play this trend line, you can play this trend line all the way to the end of 2024, boss. So basically, you know exactly where to get in at, you know where to get out, you know where to set your puts.
The fact is the market is choppy today.
I use
Ships
4 too.
Almighty says, I use MT4 and usually trade FX and
Okay,
simple
gotcha,
pictures.
boss. Yeah. So yeah, like for me, I mainly trade SPY. So not just not just trading SPY. Well, what did I do? I had to understand the personality of SPY. So understand the personality of SPY, knowing that the price level SPY normally moves by twos. So normally which is why you see my numbers are in twos. So if you notice, I got 14, 16, 18 because you normally move. SPY normally moves in $2 increments, and so that's why if you notice, look how it reacts towards every even number. 514, look at the reaction. 516, look at the reaction. 518, look at the reaction. If you notice, is in even numbers, is by twos. So if we do break 518, what's the next area in twos? 520. So 520 will be a new high and also a new resistance. Same thing as it did for 518. So 518 was your new resistance where we hit that red line and boom, we came on down for a nice pullback. So all you gotta do right now, we're in the middle. We have room to run because you gotta think about it. If you look at that yellow line and this red line, you are in a channel. See that? You have your bottoms, which you're holding at around 516, and you have your tops, which is around 520. So again, we break this 518 mark, you have room to run up to this 520 mark, which is hitting that red line. That'll be a good time for a put, be around 520. So again, the best thing to do if we hold this line, stay bullish until you run back on up towards these key areas. And not just that, look at 518 in this yellow line. Look at this red and yellow line right here. You look like you're in a ascending triangle setup. You look like you're in a bull flag setup. Everything is pointing up. So if you notice that, green, 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 green. So if you take those three green candles, just say for instance, and you merge them together, you get that one green solid candle. So that would look like a green candle and one red candle, which look like a bull flag setup. Normally we get bull flag setups, we get a push on up. So if we do this, let me show you for example. So we do this. So say for instance, we merge these candles together, right? We take, go to my green, go to my green, go to my green. So we take these three candles. Let's just say for instance, we took these three bad boys, these three candles. We light it up, boom, 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 boom. All right, and then you take that one red, candle. Boom, boom, boom. What do you have? Go back to white. You'll have pretty much a bull flag setup. So if you notice that setup, I mean again, everything's pointing to the upside. You got an ascending triangle. If you put these candles together, you got a bull flag. You got room to run up. I mean, everything's just pointing to the upside right now. So, and as you can see, look what's happening. 516.60. Look at that. Don't look like a bull flag setup that can push up to 518. So keep that in watch. Just keep that in mind. Yep, here we go holding again. See that? Failed pullback twice. Once, twice. 516. 516 is holding. See that? So those bulls have established 516 as strong support. So definitely keep that in mind. Look at that. 516, 516. Failed pullback. Failed pullback. So definitely keep that in mind. We are slowly setting back on up. The indicators are starting to cross slowly and slowly. Your buyers are starting to come in slowly and slowly. This looks like a bull flag setup too. Look at this. Bull flag setup within itself. And it's on a 3-minute time frame. Look like a bull flag setup. So definitely keep that on watch that we could definitely be seeing a break of that downtrend pretty soon. Or a test of it. So just keep it on watch. Keep it on watch. Yeah, because Chef, like I said, I'm not knocking you because I'm gonna push buys too. But lately, due to the greed and the bad traps, I just started going with the flow. I just gave up. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait until we get to areas where I know I can be safe as far as going on puts and riding on down. But right now, the greed, the market, the way that everything is going is just that. I mean, people are just buying like crazy, buying. The price is steady going up. I mean, hell, we didn't went from what 500 to 505 to 510s. Look where we at right now. We're in the 516s. I'm in the 520s. You remember when we first started? What 2024? We was what in the 480s. We was in the 480s. 480s was the area that took us out for what 2 years? Because 2022? Because you uptrended 2020 to 2021. You had that downtrend year in 2022, and then you slowly bounced back on up in 2023, and then you broke that 480 mark in 2024. And then we just been going up ever since. So I mean, the market has been bullish ever since, if you think about it. So we look at it even on here. If I take this, let me take all this off real quick. As this market is moving. I mean, the market is look at the setup. The market is just uptrending, steady uptrend. I mean, the market is telling you itself. Look what it's doing. Boom, uptrend. I mean, it's just steady uptrending. Take a double duplicate. So you hit. See that? Look at this. This on a 5-year chart. You see the pattern? Pattern is still bullish. The pattern is bouncing from 400, and you're still going on up. Look at this. Look how much room, if we do complete this whole year, look how much room this bad boy has to run. Look at this. It's crazy. That was what, 5? Yep. And that was right there. That one, that 480 mark. 480, that's what took you out in 2022. Right here, 480. 480 right here. Boom, go back.
Ships Almighty says, yet I'm only looking for a small move like 25 to 50 points.
Yeah, that's how I am too.
A couple days max if it works.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. I'm the same exact way. I think the same way. 20 cents to 50 cents. Oh, I'm good with that. Because it's all based on how many shares you have. Because if you have down there, 5,000 shares, every 10 cents is 500. So every 20 cents is 1,000. So that's all it's based on. Your amount of shares you have, and the stock can move in a short, increment of time, and you can still bank on that. 10 cents to 20 cents you banking. So yep. So right here, 480s what took out year 2022. Boom, came on down. Because like I said, 2020 to 2021, you had an uptrend year. Boom. 480 to 2022 out, came on down. Boom, you bounced off around that 360. Coming into 2023, you moved on up. Had a little pullback around 400, rebroke 460. Then you finally broke 480, and it just been on a run ever since. I mean, all we do for a pullback? Of course. I mean, a pullback down to 480. I mean, yeah, but I mean, the way that this is going right now, it's gonna keep trucking. It's gonna keep trucking. I mean, look how much room we have we could run. 550. Look at this. That bad boy keep running all the way up to 550 if we want to. I mean, it's just steady going. Green. I mean, we have how many red candles within this year right now? 1, 2, 3 red candles versus all these green candles, so it's still bullish. I mean, it's just steady pushing. After this bounce, we just steady running on up this way towards that 550 range. Going up this way. Look at this. I mean, it's possible. I mean, look where we came from. It's definitely a possibility. I mean, I ain't gonna doubt that one because the way the bull market is going, the bull market is going, I can definitely see it. And then on top of that, it was adding on to the hype too. You got the election year too. Election year is adding on to the hype, to all the noise too. That's another thing. So my lines back in place. Yep. Because, they definitely need the market to be up because, they can't use that as bragging rights if the market is failing. Especially if they're trying to use it for their campaigns. If the market dropping, how can they use the market? They can't, because how a lot of them, anytime the market is up, boy, they always try to take credit for some type of way which helps their campaign. It helps boost their campaign once they throw that in there. But if the market is failing, then they can't use it. So definitely with it being election year, and the market is moving up the way it is, they can use that for bragging rights and credits to help them on their campaigns and whatnot. Yep, we still channeling, guys. I told y'all we're gonna be in a channel, cause that's what I was either predicting we was gonna be in a channel, or we was gonna either get that pullback down to that 514 and push back on up into that channel. But majority of the time, I told you we was gonna channel. We was gonna definitely channel. I told you as long as that 516 hold, we gonna channel till tomorrow. I was anticipating that pullback. I'm gonna lie, because I wouldn't mind a deep pullback. Getting that pullback, hold that on up, anticipation for those buys to move back on in and push it back up to 516. I mean, I can anticipate it because, again, they've done it before. A major data came out. They done it with the CPI data. They done it with the PCE data. They did it with Jerome Powell's testimony and so forth. And then next week, we're going to have the FOMC meeting Wednesday on the 20th. So that's going to be another thing coming up that they're going to probably be setting up for too. So definitely keep that in mind. Because you start to understand the setups and the manipulations when it comes down to certain things. Like when you're watching these charts in the market over and over and over for years, you start to catch on to a lot of crap. Oh yeah, I said the same thing too, boss. I said 520. We definitely going to 520 because you can see it right here, even on my chart. And we, like I say, we break above 518. You got the room to run up to this red line, and that red line is lining up with 520. I said the same thing. I'm ready. It's gonna happen. It's coming. It's definitely coming. But I ain't gonna lie. I was telling this to the team earlier though, AK. I do expect a trick, a fake pullback. I do expect that. Because if you notice, every time, I was talking about this earlier, you know how we get those fake pullbacks when it look like the market is about to fall, but all they doing is trapping those bears and they get a slingshot right back on up. I mean, it has happened. Like I said, I didn't talk about this before. It didn't happen time and time again. Because anytime you got like a major data coming out, if you notice, they always do a fake pullback, whether it was for the, like I said, the CPI data, PPI data.
520 by tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Because like I said, you see right here, where it looked like the market was going to fall, see this trend line? Anytime it looked like that trend line was going to crack, what happened? Buyers moved in, trapped the bears, put it right back on top of that trend line, and then you go on up, you have a nice spike. Same thing here. You come on, let me move it over. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, can't even see my chart. I apologize. My fault. I keep forgetting I'm in the way. I apologize. But yeah, as you can see, anytime you're around these trend lines before like major data or something that comes out, you notice we have a nice little a fake pullback, and then those buyers move in, trap the bears, and then push it right back on top of that trend line, and you have a nice move on up. What was that other area? It didn't happen multiple times. Here you had a pullback, trap the bears, got right back on up there on this trend line, nice move on up. Here, looked like you had a pullback, you was about to crack this trend line, bulls moved in, trap the bears, had a nice move back on up. What was the recent area? I think I said this. Which one was it? Yeah, I mean, but you can see this time and time again. It looked like it want to fall, but all they do is set those bears up, trap them, get right back on that trend line, and go on a nice move on up. So that's why I said it wouldn't surprise me if they pulled that down to, say, for instance, 514. As long as 516 hold you good. But it wouldn't surprise me if you get a pullback down to 514-ish in that area, trap them, pull it right back on top of 516, and then go back this way. I mean, because again, if you look at it, if you put these three candles together, it does look like a bull flag setup. If you look at these lines, it does look like an ascending triangle. So everything, again, is pointing positive to the upside. So, I mean, you could definitely see a bull flag setup on a 180, ascending triangle setup, everything pointing towards that way. And again, once we do catch this run, the next level is 520 towards that red line. And you could definitely see that setup possibly happening going into tomorrow. So anything can happen, team. Anything can happen. Just saying. Possibility. Yeah, exactly. A slingshot, right? Exactly. Do that fake pullback where you'll have those sellers move in, get trapped right in those fake pullbacks, and those buyers moving right back on up on top of a trend line for a nice set. That's what they did for the CPI data. They did the same exact thing. CPI data, they caught them. I told y'all that was going to happen. What's up, team? Oh, Nuno, shout out to you, boss. Shout out to you. So we thinking sideways till power hour, and they pull back to the... I mean, yeah, right now, boss, yeah, just sideways movement. It's going to be a channel. Because anytime you already know you get a channel set up, you get a channel breakout. And anytime you fall, and especially if you do get a crack out of this, what happens in a channel? Channel is like a magnet. You'll pull right back into the channel. So say if they do happen to crack 516, going a fake pullback, what's going to happen? All you're going to do is retract right back into that channel for tomorrow's setup. So that's a possibility. Because they've done it time and time again. A channel is like a magnet. It's a rotation. You rotate out of it on the downside, you'll rotate back to it on the upside. That's all it's going to do. You'll crack out of it, come right back into it. Even on a breakout, you'll pull out of it, push back out of it, and then you'll come right back to it. So that's what I'm waiting on. I'm just waiting to see a channel, like a rotation happening soon, if we get it. Because again, we are in a channel. Okay, you already know how channels react, how they act, how they work. You get those rotations. So what can you rotate to if you fall? 514. What can you rotate once you go back up? 516. Then 518. So you can do that. So that's why I'm just sitting here waiting to see on how this is going to play out throughout the rest of the day. Will we get that fake pullback? Will we continuously just hold 516 to the rest of the day? We have to just sit on our hands and wait. That's it. That's all we can do. I mean, we are above the VWAP. Your indicators are slowly crossing back over, so I do see that setting up. Indicators are slowly crossing. Indicators are slowly curling. VWAP is holding. We're above the VWAP. So I do expect some type of move coming up soon. And don't forget, Marty, we do have 30-year auction bond coming out at 1 o'clock. Don't forget about that. And that's going to, you know how those 30-year those auction bonds do. They'll add some hype to the market. So do expect that at 1 o'clock. Right now it's only 11:20, so we still got some ways to go. But we are still holding up on 516, trying to come out of this downtrend setup. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled on this real quick to see on how this is going to, because the space is getting tighter and tighter. Because you can see this, you had this U shape here, and I told you I was going to make a W. And then I told you out there the end was going to see a W go right back on up. But the spaces are getting tighter and tighter, as you can see. Got this U shape here, and then you got the second U shape coming up here. But this U shape here, like I said, look at the space. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So we're getting to a tighter area towards that downtrend. So I'm definitely going to keep this on watch, team, and see where we go. So 516.60, we are testing. But what do we have to break? We definitely have to break 517.50 for sure. Because you can see right here, 517.50, we definitely got to re-break that key area right before you get to 518. So 517.50 we have to break. You can see that right across the board. So even if I put a little line here, 517.50, you definitely have to break. Boom, there it is. So 517.50, 517.50, and then you got that open here around 517.11. So yeah, let me line it up with the 517.11. That's the open. So 517.11 open. Boom, right at that mark. Buys are slowly coming back on in. Indicators are slowly curling on that 3 minute. Slowly curling on the 3 minute. Oh, AK. And also we have a cup and handle pattern. I don't know if you noticed that, AK. We got a cup and handle pattern setting up too. If he's still on. If he's still on here. AK, you still in the building, boss? Yep, we also have like I said, we still have that cup and handle pattern to focus on. Cup and handle pattern. That's the handle right here. Definitely want to see if this handle can hold for that movement back on up. But we have completed a cup for sure. So, yep, we have completed a cup. Sorry about that. Let me go out just a little bit more. Yeah, so you can see that cup and handle pattern. Boom. 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 Setup. Handle right here. So the handle, we are still in the formation of the handle. Still in the formation of the handle. We got the cup. We just got to get the handle. So we definitely have that. So yeah, Marty, right now we're going to be sideways. Right now, like I said, 516 is definitely going to be holding at this moment. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty much a waiting game at this moment. That's pretty much it. Until it makes a move. But, I mean, right now it is in the Bulls' favor because of the fact is we hold on top of 516. So right now it's working in the Bulls' favor at the moment. Until we crack 516, then it'll be in the Bears' favor because you're underneath 516 because you can see how strong and powerful 516 is. Because anytime you're underneath it, you get a nice little pullback. Anytime you're on top of it, you get a nice bounces. So definitely keep that in mind. So you got from 516 to 514. So we haven't gotten back up to those highs yet. So we still haven't hit those. 518 we still have not touched. The only areas that we've been pretty much flirting around with is 516. 516. We have not came down to 514, nor have we went up to 518. So we just kind of been just flirting around at 516 level. That's it. So right now it is sideways. It is sideways. Keep that in mind. 516. Yeah, let me put the line back on this side. Let me go this way. 516 to the right. 516 to the right. Boom. So 516 definitely flirting around that little area. Definitely flirting around that area. Go to the right again. Boom, boom, boom. All right, 518. How we looking like on the other? Oh, we back up on SMCI. SMCI bounced back on up. Oh, and I did say 1120. I said between 1120 and 1100. So it did catch that bounce off around that 1120. It did do that. Trying to go back up to that 1200 mark. It is trying to go back. So basically gonna try to find support on this 1162ish mark. Trying to hold that level. So yeah, definitely can see some upside now as far as SMCI after this little bounce we had on up. Boom, come back on down. around this 1160-ish area for a possible push back on up towards 1180 to 1200. So that is a possibility. Possibility, team, that can happen on SMCI if y'all looking at that pattern, that setup. As long as that 1160 holds, look for a possible support for a run back on up from that 184-ish mark to this 1200 mark. So that's still holding. What Nvidia doing? But Nvidia's falling though. That's crazy. The Nvidia's falling, but SMCI is going down. That looks like an inverted cup and handle on Nvidia. That looks like an inverted cup and handle. You see that? Boom, your handle's forming. So that's the inverted cup and handle on Nvidia. You can clearly see that. An inverted head, inverted cup and handle. So that's pointing down. Tesla, what's Tesla doing? Tesla is downtrending. Let me see if I see anything else, any other patterns. No, not at the moment. I mean, the main area was that 172.50, which is look like it's testing right now. It's trying to get back on top of 172.50 as far as Tesla. So as you get back on top of 172.50 and hold that, I mean, you can definitely see some upside going back this way. But we definitely got to get back on top of that as far as Tesla. Apple cracked that uptrend. You can see that we did crack the uptrend and fell going back down this way, and that looked like a bear flag setting up on Apple. So it looked like it wants to crack that 170.80 back on down to 170. So I do see that setup happening, and that looks almost like an inverted cup and handle as well. Mainly like a bear flag setup. Man, let's see a bear flag setup on that bad boy over here. Well, it looked like we about to be doing another H pattern when you come up for your next leg on down. So that does look like Apple is going to fall again. So that does look like an H-shaped pattern when you do this. Come up for that leg on down. So I can see that on Apple going down underneath that 170.80 mark. I can't see that. So that looked like it wants to fall. SPY, are we still testing? Oh, look like we're coming down a little bit. Yep, there we go. There we go. So let's see if we're going to get that little pullback thing I was talking about. We're going to finally crack 516 and go back down to that 514 level. I just want to see what's going to happen. Because we are still on that downtrend situation. We are still on that downtrend. Especially if we crack that 1560-ish area. We definitely have room to come back down to 514. Because again, you crack 516, that's going to be favored for the bears for the move back on down. So we are flirting with that area once again. Here we go. At 11 o'clock. All right. But again, even though we're going up and down, up and down, up and down, if y'all think about it, it hasn't moved a lot. I mean, it just mainly floated around 516. 516, because again, we haven't ran up to 518, nor have we came down to 514. It's just been flirting around 516. So it's really not doing too much of nothing at the moment. So, I mean, just, again, sit on your hands, keep it on watch. 516 is your key right now. That's your key level. That's your middleman between your 518s to your 514s. So keep that on watch. If you hold above 514, it favors the bull for the move on up. If we get underneath 516, then it favors the bears for the move on down. So right now we're flirting with it. We are definitely flirting with it right now. It's definitely, it's in a little tense area right now. Yep, there we go. Let's see. Let's see what's about to happen. 516 team. 516 key is for today. Keep that in mind until we either go back up towards 518 or down to 514. 516 is your middleman for today. That's why you got your overall tops and your overall bottoms. 514, 518. So definitely keep that on watch. You got your middleman right now that is testing around and has been playing around for a little minute. It's been bouncing and bouncing, bouncing. So still playing around with it. Still nothing. Still showing weakness though. I still see weakness. Do I see another? We could be seeing another little pattern, another H pattern setting up soon. Could be. If you get back up towards that 516.20, yeah, definitely can start H shaping down back on down. It could be doing that, setting up soon, right about this level. So we could be seeing some lower areas coming up soon. Yep, very slow today, boss. Very slow today. Very slow. So you can definitely see an H pattern slowly set itself up on SPY look like around that 516.20 level for a move back on down like that. We could possibly see that. I'm gonna keep that on watch. And we're around 520, ain't we? So I'm gonna keep that on watch. All right, we are pushing 520. So all right, here we go. Bulls are trying to move in again. Bulls are trying to. They are definitely trying to hold up that 516 level. Keep it on watch. Keep it on watch, team. Got it on 3-minute time frame. 3-minute time frame. 3-minute time frame. They're definitely trying to push, but they got to stay above that 516.20 if they want to definitely hold that 516.20-ish level. Definitely gonna watch around this area. How much gas do those bulls have left in the tank to hold? But it does almost look somewhat of an H-shaped pattern. We'll just keep it on watch to see what we do. See what we do from this level as far as these bulls. Because it just still looks weak. I mean, it just still looks weak to me. It's a little slow, a little weak, and again, we could still see another downside underneath 516. That's I mean, the way it's setting up, it looks like it. Like we still want to see a downside going back this way. Because, I mean, if you think about it, you're still on a downtrend setup. Possible downtrend squeeze because you are in a descending wedge right now that can easily squeeze from 516 on down. So definitely keep that in mind. As long as that downtrend is holding, we can definitely see a possible descending squeeze down. So that is possible. Possible, team. Keep that on watch at this moment. Because it just does look like it wants to make another H-shaped pattern for that crack of 516. It just looks like it. Like I said, I'm gonna just keep the watch. I'm gonna keep it on watch to see what these bulls do. To see if they're gonna try to hold this 516 level. But it's been flirting around that level for a nice little minute. It's still flirting with it, but it's just still showing weakness. Cause look at your candles. Look at your candles. Cause it look like it's just going. It's just doing this. Like it's getting weaker and weaker. Like it just wants to crack that 516 level. Like we want to go underneath 516. That's why I don't chase. That's why I wait for opportunities. But like I said, right now, for me, it's just not the opportunity right now. So I'm gonna just wait for the setup to happen. Very slow today. We say try trading 3 times, won 160, lost 80, then lost 100. It's even either worth me. Yeah, boss. I mean, right now, especially on SPY, the main area that is channeling is 516. So you're not gonna get a lot of action right now because the main area and normally you're on a channel. You're on a channel pattern. So if you think about it, as I was talking to the team, you're on a major channel of 518 tops, 514 bottoms, 516 mids. But if you cut out the middleman, if you look at it from a half point of view, you're in the channel of 518, 516. So right now, because we haven't came all the way back down. So this is the very bottom of our channel. This is the very top of our channel. This is the mid area of the channel. So right now, we in the upper portion of the channel of 516 to 518. So right now, we are just steady trending and flirting around 516. That's all it's been doing. 516, 516, 516, 516. That's all it's been doing. But it does show weakness. It does show that we are in a descending wedge, in a descending triangle that could possibly, we can see a possible crack of 516, possibly coming up soon. So it's just a waiting game at this moment. I mean, if we don't break above 516.50 and start to run back up this way, we can definitely crack 516 and come back down this way. So this is where your patience come in at. This is where you just try to understand your patterns, you understand your setups. You're not trying to force anything because all you have to do to understand, I know you want to trade bad. Trust me, I know you want to trade so bad. Keep the main levels in your head. Because you got to think about it. What was last week's tone and standard? What was Monday's tone and what was Friday's standard? I'm going to ask y'all that. We talked about this already. What was Monday's tone and what was Friday's standard? That's all you got to do. So keep those prices in your head. That's all you got to think about right now. So can y'all tell me that? What was Friday's tone? What was Monday's tone and what was Friday's standards of last week? 2 specific numbers. What was it? Because I'm just asking y'all that to help y'all out. What was it? What was those 2 prices? Can y'all answer that? 2 prices. What was Monday's tone, Friday's standard? What was your prices? What was your prices? It's 2 of them. 2 prices. Easy. You somewhat right on that, boss, but you talking about, no. What was the highs? Go back last week, boss, trend detector. Go back last week, right? What was Monday's high? What was Friday's high? What was your standards? What was your tone and what was your standards? You gotta think about it from the high points, not the low points. What was your highs? What were your highs? Yeah, no problem, boss. No problem, boss. Yeah, when you wasn't here, nope. I got you. I just want to see if anybody knew to see if they remember those prices because we talked about it last week. Marty, I know you probably know. Before I start to scroll back, team, it's right in your faces. I'm just saying, it's right in your face. What was Monday's tone? The highs. We're going by highs. What was Monday's tone? Friday standard. Boom. There, you got it. Shout out to Trade Detective. Exactly. So all you do is take those prices, right? 514, and look what I got set up. How did I come up with my channel? I took Monday's tone, Friday standard, and that was it. So all I did was just take those prices from last week and brought it over to this week because we haven't broken above 518 yet. And we haven't cracked 514 as well either. So we got to play between those channels to see exactly, those price points to see exactly where the market wants to go. Do we want to break out above last week's standard, which was Friday, 518? Or do we want to crack Monday's tone of 514? All I did was just take those two prices, 518, 514, and bring them over to this week's movements. That's it. That's all I did. So we go back. Let's go back. Let me go to a 30-minute time frame. But shout out to you, trend detector. Those were the right numbers. Shout out to you, boss. That was the correct numbers. You got it. So we go back last week. Let's go back last week. All right. Mondays. Here we go. Monday. I think I went too far back. Where you at? I see Monday. Oh, that's why. Drag it down. All right, cool. There we go. All right, cool. Monday's tone. Monday's tone. Boom. 514. Friday's tone. Friday standard. 518. Last week. See that? What was once old resistance turns into what? Boom. Support. Now we already got a support level where 514 last week. Remember, that was Monday's tone. All you're doing is taking that, going across the board. That's it. Because look what happened. You take that high. Look where did we bounce at Thursday and Friday? 514. Bounce until we created a new high, which was what? 518. All you do is take that because you got to remember, we are above this level now. We're not underneath 514. We're above 514. So that still counts. So you have to take that area, which is now support, bring it over to this week. As we go this week, you can see that. What happened Tuesday? All you do is take that price from Monday. Look what happened. Bounce, going into this week. Bounce. What was that? 514. What was the area of Friday? 518. Where are we trying to go? 518. So all you're doing is making a channel between the 518 to the 514 mark. And then you have a middleman of 516. That's all you do. That's how you figure out your channels. Because as I told you, all you're trying to do is have each week compete against the next. You're trying to outdo one another as far as prices. Because last week set the tone of 514 to 518. Okay, we broke 514, so we already broke that tone. What do we have to do this week? We have to break that standard. We have to get above that standard and create a new high because we want to show more value this week than we showed last week. The value, your high value last week was 518.22. All we want to do now is create new value. We want to create that we're overachieving, that we're overvaluing, that we're showing that we're more value than last week. Because again, your highest value showed that you were at 518.22. All we're trying to do this week is show that we can be more valuable than last week's value of 518.22, which is why we do get that run up to 520. That's creating a new standard, a new value that now we're gonna have to take that price, bring that over to next week. That's it. That's all you're doing. That is all you're doing. As long as, like I said, as long as these channels are in play, just play this channel until you either break out, create a new high, or we crack and go back to the lows. That's it. Which is why, if you notice, look at the channel that we in. 514, 518. Look at that. Same channel. And that was Monday and Friday standards of last week. And all we're doing is playing off of those standards going into this week because they are in play. Because 518 is the top, 514 is the bottom. Easy. Oh, my bad. But yeah, that's all we're doing, team. We have not came all the way back down to 514, which was Monday's tone. We haven't broke up 518, which was last Friday's standard. So we are in between. It's not a breakout yet, nor a crack yet. If you notice, we still in between. So you have to play off of those price actions, those price points, until we either create a new high or we go back to our old lows. That's it. So even though I got all these numbers, your main focus is 514, 518 with a middleman of 516. That's it. You hold 516, you have room to run back up to 518. You crack 516, you have room to run down to 514. Why? Because now that old resistance is considered support, strong support at this moment until you crack 514. That's it. Because 514 has proven to us that we have bounced on that area numerous times. That's holding up as solid support. So as you can see that, where did we fall at? Yesterday, look at this. We hit 516, where did we fall? 514. See that? How it's still in play? We came down to 514 and then ran back up to 516. It just went $2 up, $2 down, $2 up, $2 down. Those price actions are still in play. That's it. That's all you're doing. And look what we're cracking, 516. I mean, look, 516 cracking. Look at this. So if we crack this, can we come all the way back down to 514? Let's keep that on watch. Or will your buys move in, try to reclaim 516 and hold that area? So let's keep that on watch to see what happens. But you see how important those prices are. Like we bypassed everything else. 517, 515. We bypassed that because we know the main area where you have more of an impact was 514, 516, 518, even numbers, moving twos. We know how that goes. So that's all we're doing. Look how important this is because look how those bulls and bears are fighting where? At 516. So all you got to do is think of pretty much a $4 channel at this moment. 514, 518 with the middleman of 516. Because at 516, you either moving $2 up or 516, you're moving $2 down. 2 up, 2 down. That's your middleman. Until we do break 518, create a new high. Then we'll move up our channel and go from there. But at the moment, this week, we still have to conquer last week's standard. High of day, 518. That was last week. We still have to break Friday's high. And, and that's the main thing. So if you notice, look, I never moved anything. Channel still, look, we still in the channel play. 514, 516, 518. Where have we been playing around? 516. The market hasn't told us anything just yet. Yeah, it's getting weak. But again, we're still flirting around where? Look at the prices. 516. It's not been doing anything just yet. We haven't went up, nor have we went down. We've been where? 516. Keep that in mind. Just keep it on watch. Yeah, it looks like we're getting weak, but the market has to show us. House passes bill that could lead to a TikTok ban. Oh, dang. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you for that. And we do have the auction bond coming out at 1 o'clock. That is the 30-year auction bond. Do keep that in mind, team. Thank you so much, boss. Thank you again. So, yeah, as you can see right here, we're on this downtrend setup still. We are in a descending setup still because we are testing 516. Again, if we continue to hold this downtrend setup, we could still squeeze on down to a lower area, especially if we do crack that 515.50. Why did I call 515.50? Because if we go back, we had a bounce off of that area. So, that's because I got on 30 minutes. Let me go back. You can see it on a 15 minute. 15. Go back. Yep, right at this area here. There you go. So you can see right here, that 515, 60-ish area. You can see right here, we came on down Where do you bounce? Around that 515.60 area, then ran back on up. So do keep that in mind. So we're gonna have some little areas before we get down to 14. So definitely gonna have some little bounce areas, but keep that in mind. If we were to crack 516 and come down, we have to get rid of 515.60. You can see right here, 515.60, 60, bounced back and moved on up. Boom. But we are still in a descending triangle squeeze. You can see this. Get rejected, come on down. Reject it, come on down. Reject it, come on down. And you are getting tighter and tighter into a wedge that can lead to a further push if we don't break this downtrend. Other than that, the only thing I see at this moment is a further push from 516 on down. And as you can see, look what's happening. Boom, and I just said it. See what I mean? Dude, it's all about just knowing these patterns, man. These patterns just, I can't make this up. I mean, you see this. It's all about just pattern setups. I told you. And I told you it looked like an H. What did I did say 5? Would you go a little bit higher than what I called? Well, 40. Okay, I was a little bit off on that one. I said 20, so it was actually 40. I knew it was somewhere around there, though. Don't judge me. But I knew it was somewhere around there. I did say, what, 516.20 when it was 516.40. Still called it. Yeah, so we still did the H pattern. I told you we are going to do an H pattern and come down. Saw that. But yeah. Okay, I was off by 20 cents. I said 20 when I should have said 40. My fault. So definitely, like I said, we go into this H shape pattern for a push on down. We crack that 515.60. We can see a further push down towards that 514 mark. I think we have a bounce around 514.50. I think before we hit 514, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was around the area we bounced at yesterday. I think it was around 14.50 before we hit 14, or was it well, it was 14, but I could have sworn we had a bounce around 14.50 before. Cause I know for sure 14. I still got my eyes set on 14. I mean, I'm just still waiting on that. We ain't got it yet. Still anticipating this 514 market. We do get it. We may get it. We may not. I mean, if this area holds, but if we do crack, I'm still anticipating 514 pullback, a bounce. Nothing yet. I mean, they still just kind of flirting around right now with that movement, but it still look like downside. It still look like you want to crack 516 and go lower. I mean, look at your patterns. The patterns are still pointing down. But we'll see. We'll keep it on watch. I mean, them buyers are literally trying to fight for that 516. I mean, they are fighting, team, to hold that key level. They are literally holding 516. 516 is just holding right now. Until we crack that bad boy and those bears move in, we get a push back on down. But 516 is definitely holding. And I know everybody going crazy because all you're doing is getting a channel play right now. And it's just not doing nothing. But, again, that just goes to show you that you don't have to trade every day to make profit. Just wait for the setups. Because you get in the middle of 516. I mean, you could go, and like I said, you could go for a possible call, for a possible pushback on up. But me personally, I like areas where it makes more sense. Because, again, if I get in the middle of 516, I don't know which way it's going to really go. Could it go on up? It could. Could it go on down? It could. But if I get into these areas, I know for sure that this is resistance. If I go down here, I know this area is support away from 516. So I can get into an area for a run back on up to 516. Or I can get in an area here where it can fall back down to 516. So when you here, you don't know if it's going up or going down because it's a battle. You don't know who's going to have full control, whether it's going to be the Bulls or the Bears. It's going to be up and down, up and down, up and down. So that's why with this 516 level, I'd rather kind of wait for it to tell me. Now, if I was in at 518, I can hold this key level for a possible, let's just say we crack from 516 on down to 14. That's a $4 move versus a $2 move. Or if I got in at 514 up to 516, I can hold it because what about we hold 516 and move up to 518? That's still a $4 move. So when I'm here, it's a little bit of a gamble because you don't know which way it's going to go. You don't know if we're going to continuously hold and go up. We don't know if we're going to give up and go on down. You're kind of chancing it when you're right in the middle of this area. It's like a middleman because it's still undecided. And then you have to think about it. You still need the VWAP. We still haven't broken the downtrend. So, again, it's tough. You know, could we break the downtrend? Could we get back above the VWAP? We could. Exactly, we could possibly do that. But at this moment, we're not. We're underneath it. We're underneath the downtrend. We're underneath the VWAP. That's clearly pointing down to the downside of a 516 crack. But again, can bulls move in, hold that level, and push back on up? They can. That's why I don't trade this area, because to me, it's still indecisive. Because you got bulls trying to move in, you got bears trying to move in. It's a 50-50 battle. Who's trying to hold? Who's trying to claim this 516 territory? Is it the bears? Is it the bulls? Who's gonna be the victorious one overall? We don't know until move happens. So if you get in here, you're just kind of wishing, hoping, praying. You know, because again, we don't know until until we see whichever party move in and give us the confirmation. Again, we got to see the bears, the bulls move in for, to give us confirmation that we're going on up. We got to wait for the bears to come in and give us confirmation that we're going back on down. So when you right in this middle, again, we don't know. Could we go up? Yes. Could we go down? Yes, we could. So that's why when you're in these little areas, let the market tell you where it wants to go. Just be patient, man. Be patient. Sorry for the rant, but I just didn't want y'all to, I want y'all to be careful with your trades, man. Because I don't want y'all to feel like y'all gotta desperately trade every day when you don't have to. You just wait on the right setups. You know how many people probably don't trade until, what about, I don't know how many traders might have the same pattern setup like mine. You might have some traders that might be put buys, but just wait for these opportunities to the red line. Or you might have some call buys that just wait for areas of a green line or, bounce areas. That's basically what it is, which is the smartest way to do it because it avoids you from getting caught in the choppiness. See, me, I had to learn from my mistakes when I used to do that because I used to catch some of these and then being caught because I didn't know, again, whether it's going up and down. Now, especially if I was dealing with the same day contracts, my theta's getting ate up, but the time decay is eating up my contracts because what about being I'm on the wrong side thinking it's going to go one way and it goes the opposite way. So not only am I dealing with a loss, now I'm dealing with time decay. So that's why in order for me to avoid all of that, I just waited. I said, you know what? Nah, I'm going to wait for the setups. Bump that. I'm going to either wait till we get towards the highs that I know can hold up as resistance, or I'm going to wait for it to get towards the lows where it can hold up as support. That'll make way more sense away from the mid area because if I get in at the bottoms, I can run up to the mid areas, get out. Or if I go in for a put, I can have it run down to the mid areas where I can get out. So that's more of a reward here than this area here because this is a gamble. It's 50-50 because you don't know if it's going to go up or if it's going to go down because it's indecisive. So right now, you can go do a little quick scalp, but you're making what? From 516 to what? 516, about 80 cents? No, this is 50. No, I lied. 70, about 70 cents. Which is not bad, but it's in and out because again, we don't know if it's gonna go back on up. We don't know if it's gonna be a fake out when you break on down. We don't know. Still in between. Still flirting with this 516 mark. It's still underneath the downtrend. Still underneath the VWAP. It looked like it wants to go up, but then it goes down. Or it looked like it wants to go down, but then it goes up. It's like I'd rather wait for the market to tell me what the hell it's gonna do because I'm not trying to sit here trying to figure it out. I don't know the market, so I have to let it tell me, give me confirmation that we're going up. Not just holding these key levels. All right, let me see these especially if it's bulls. I definitely want to see these levels hold. Okay, cool. I want to see us break these key levels. Cool. Back on up. All right, cool. Because you gotta think about it. You gotta wait. You gotta think about it. Once you go up to 518, it may break out and keep going. Or you may get a pullback. All right, wait on the pullback. That's it. If you miss this area, and this, just say for instance you're going in on a call and you miss this area here, say for instance it does shoot up to 518. All right, don't chase. Wait on the pullback. Wait on the pullback opportunity, especially if the bulls are in control because you know how that normally goes. Because normally you get a bull flag setup, bull flag setup, bull flag setup. So basically you wait on the pullback and find areas that we couldn't break above that went from resistance now into support. Because you can get a pullback here. You can get a pullback here. You can get a pullback all the way back down to 516 and then go back on up. Instead of chasing, wait for the market to come to you. And that's another thing. Like I wait for pullbacks, especially once I see who's in control. If I see the buyers are in control and we spiking like crazy, okay, now I'm just waiting on pullbacks. Instead of me chasing the tops, I want the market to come to me for a move back on up. That's it. I wait on pullbacks. Easy, easy, easy. But that's how you avoid yourself. I mean, even as far as put opportunities, you miss a drop. Don't buy the top. I mean, don't buy these bottoms because they can easily bounce back on up. All right, get into areas that held up as support or held up as resistance at one point. Like you can base it off of your pre-market movements where you bounce. That can now be resistance because you bounced here, go across the board. That can now come right back under that area. You see that? Even go a little bit higher. Where did we bounce at? We bounced at here. Bounce, old support can turn it to new resistance. You see that? Bounce. You can do it from that point. So it's different ways to look at the market. I mean, as far as your entry levels, all I do sometimes I just base it off of something that was old, something that happened. Again, if I'm going in on a call, then I'm looking for a pullback area to an area we couldn't break out before. And sometimes I'll use the pre-markets movement, pre-market resistance or intraday resistance for a bounce for a move back on up. But especially, I'm not just going to jump in. Again, the market has to prove to me. So if I'm seeing solid green candles for moving back on up, okay, I know the buyers are in control. I know we have good, strong volume. I'm able to now wait for a pullback for a possible bull flag setup to slingshot right back on up. Vice versa on the put. I want to see some big, massive, good red candles that'll let me know, okay, we could be looking for a bear flag where, okay, once we bounce and go back up, we're going to hit into resistance where we kind of make like a lightning bolt type situation. Because you know how when you go up, you make an N, right? All you do is when you go in reverse, you do the opposite. So basically, okay, if you're going in on the upside, I'll just draw you a picture real quick to show you what I mean. So, okay, if you're going in on the upside, let's just say right here, anytime you get a nice little move on up, you'll get a little small pullback and then a fly back on up. Kind of like an N-shaped pattern, right? Vice versa. If you're coming on down, then all you do is wait for a bounce up, hitting resistance, and then do this. All you're doing is doing the opposite. So for buyers, you want that N-shaped pattern, and all you do is you want this like reverse N-shaped pattern, which is like an H, like we always talk about, an H. You look more for an H on the downside, and then you look kind of like more of an N on the upside because you get that nice little breakout. I can change the colors if y'all need me to do it too, ain't no problem. So say if it's okay, we're going on the upside. I'll put it in a different color tone so it'll make more sense. So we go in on the upside, let's just say, because I can show you a few areas that we did do that at. So say for instance we did run. Okay, we run on up, got a nice strong candle, right? Now we come back with, let's say a red candle. Sorry, ain't want that. Red. All right, cool. Get rejected. And come halfway down to that candle that just shot up. And then we go back on a move up, which looks like the letter N. You can see that clearly. So we come down and then boom, buyers move back in. Move back in, trap them bears. Boom. See that? You notice it makes an N pattern? See that? Boom, boom, boom. Now, if you're going in on the downside, all it does is make somewhat of an H pattern. So if you're going in and you want puts and you're waiting for the put signal, all you do is wait literally for a nice solid red candle. Boom. All right. And then you go up and you'll catch a little small support bounce. All right. Hit resistance. And then you go down to your next leg going down, which is this. So you notice it makes an H on the downside, and on the upside it makes somewhat of an N. So if you notice that, that's normally like those patterns to look for. So that's just to help y'all out. Y'all see some patterns setting up like that, but you got to get good, like I say, good massive candles to give you that signal. Do that. But we did have one. We did go on an N-shaped pattern. We did this before. No, it wasn't. Was it this one? What was it? Wait. Which one was it? I remember calling that out. It might have been my 30-minute time frame. Let me go back. 30 minute. Maybe on 30. Nah, I don't see it on the 30. I'm trying to remember where we seen it at. Remember I was calling it out, and we went on like an N-shaped pattern. Where was that here? I think it was this one. Was it? It was someone like an N. Yeah. Let me take these off. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I mean, it looks bull flaggish, but at the same time, it looks like an N, don't it? See, but it wasn't. It had one with a full body. It couldn't have been this one. One of them had a good body, like a good green body in the. I'm trying to think of the time frame I had. when I called it out. Was it this one? Or was it another one? But one of them had a strong, like the candle itself was like full. I'm trying to think which one was it, but it was somewhere. It looked like this one. It was like an N though. You can see it right here. It looks like an N-shaped pattern. And same thing here on your downside. You see somewhat of an H pattern. So I'm just trying to find the one I seen before that went on and it had like a full body though. It wasn't like, man, I could have sworn I seen one. Was it even in stock though? Let me see. Cause it was stock we was looking at when we seen this pattern. I don't think it was SMCI, was it? Nope. Nope. No. Let me try NVIDIA. Was it NVIDIA maybe? Nope. No, that definitely showing some downside. I mean, that definitely an inverse cup and handle pattern. You can see that, but I don't know why. I could have sworn it was SPY that did that. That went on that N-shaped pattern. I could have sworn it was SPY. Could have sworn it was SPY that did that. See, it was something like that, but it was one in pre-market, but it actually went up. That I seen. Because I remember I was calling it out and I was telling everybody about it. I wonder if it was this one, but I could have sworn we had a longer. I'm trying to, because it's on a 30-minute time frame. But I could have sworn that we had a solid green body on that bad boy before it did that. I think it was. It might have been this one. I think it was this one. But if y'all notice the pattern, it does like an N. I mean, even though it's a bull flag pattern too, but if you notice, it gives you that N signal. So it kind of looks like this. Kind of like you go on change out the colors. I apologize for that. Kind of goes on this movement here, where you, all right, kind of do this. See what I'm saying? Like it does like an N-shaped pattern. And then when you go on a downtrend, it kind of gives you like, I mean, even with all these together, it kind of gives you like an H pattern. So that means that's your sell, and this is your buy. So you notice the N, and then you notice the H. So you get like those two specific letters in general. So I mean, that's kind of a good thing to look out for, so you kind of know exactly, depending on which way you're going for. So if you're going for calls, you know what type of position to look for, what type of signal. Because you kind of got one here, and that wasn't like massive, but kind of look like an N on this one. So you kind of get this N-shaped pattern, and then if you get if you're going for push, you get it like an H-shaped pattern. See right here, get it like an H-shaped pattern on there. So, but as far as today, it's just yeah, it's just still flirting with that 16. I mean, we are gapping up, but I mean, it's still just That's why I wait. I mean, sometimes you just gotta wait it out. Cause like I said, and then on top of that, look where your 50. Look where that 50 is at. Look where that 50 is at. You right underneath that 50. On that 15-minute, I mean, well, 30-minute, but is it on the 15-minute time frame too? My 50? Or is it underneath? Oh, it's still at the top on the 15. So the top is still underneath that 50. So that's still holding up as resistance. Except that's why it's getting weak. That's why it's getting weak. And we are about to, again, we're getting closer and closer to that descending wedge. So definitely keep that on watch. I mean, we're just still flirting around that area. It hasn't made a major move yet. So right now we got an hour left before we have that that 30-year auction bond. So that could add some hype. And then start to push it back on up. But I mean, right now, we're just still flirting around the 15s, 16s just right now, because we haven't went back up towards the 18s nor the 14s. So yeah, we are on the channel. And I told y'all we was gonna probably do that before the day, right before that PPI data comes out, because it don't make major moves, like especially to the upside, especially before they know data like that is coming out. But the only difference between the CPI data and the PPI data is that the CPI data is a little bit more impactful than your PPI data. So you're gonna have some movement still. You're gonna have some volatility, and just due to the hype and the anticipation of people, they hear the word CPI, PPI, so it's still gonna add some hype to it. but it's not going to be as impactful as the CPI data, which is why the CPI data went on a huge move. So keep that in mind. I mean, again, we're going to have some volatility, but it's not going to be as powerful as we did on the CPI data. So yeah. Oh, and team, I forgot to tell y'all that. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the our little rest area, our little break room area. So, and I did go with y'all what y'all wanted, because you remember I was asking all of y'all. Let me go back. So I'm just verifying this with y'all to make sure this is what y'all wanted, as far as the little break room that we're gonna have when the market is closed. It almost like a bull flag, like it's trying to push. Here we go. Now buyers moving in. Let's see. Hold on top of that VWAP. Hold on top of that VWAP. You're good, and we see that break, so we can start to move back up towards those resistant areas. Keeping that on watch. Where's my bookmark at? So trying to see if I can find it. So yeah, y'all verify with me. Even YouTube for Short Tradecaster. So let me know this is what y'all wanted. This is the setup y'all wanted. You know, so I can start adding my effects to it. So try to take a screenshot of it real quick, because I gotta I thought it was gonna let me save the picture for free, but you gotta let me take a picture of it. I mean all right. Alright, I got a picture. So team, was this this is what y'all wanted? You mean this is y'all agreed to this, right? This is what y'all wanted? So I'm just getting y'all final verification. You know, was this the background? Like basically, we was gonna use this for the when the market is down. You know, like 12 o'clock, so we can rest, talk, play some music. So this is the setting that y'all was good with going. Okay, boss. Okay. And the reason why I was asking that, so I know how, you know, because I'm gonna start adding some effects to it. So I wanted to make sure this is what y'all wanted, so I can start adding effects, putting our personalities to it, like we did the headquarters. So I just wanted to make sure this is what y'all wanted. This is what y'all liked. So again, we're gonna use this and appreciate you, Marty. Thank you so much, boss. So I'm using this background pretty much. So again, when 12 o'clock hit and you're antsy and you want to trade and you want to, you know, I'm just trying to create an area to take your fingers off the mouse, take your fingers off the keyboard, so we can just chill, talk, clown, laugh, whatever. Have things moving in the background, you know, like have the TVs moving. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna put an arcade at. I mean, I'm gonna have to kind of digitally put an arcade in there that moves. I can do that. That ain't nothing. So let me guess. Queen is a pool shark. I like pool. I like pool table too, cause my office I have like a little pool table, so that, you know, whenever I'm done, I can just get my mind off of trading now, like do pool and arcades or whatever. So that just kind of gives you that little fun resting vibe, and then you got the mountains in the background, the trees that give you like this. It kind of gets you out of a dark area into like a lighted area, you know, where it can kind of just give you a little bit more motivation, if that makes sense, Marty. So once we do get into powwow or whatever, we'll go from out of this, then back into the danger zone, you know, the dark area. So it just kind of puts you in the light for like a little minute to kind of refresh, re-break, regroup, kind of give you that feel-good feeling. And then after that, we go back into the darkness. So that's the vibe I was trying to create. But I had like plenty of them, but a lot of people say they like this one. So once I know for sure y'all good with this one, I'm going to start adding the effects, kind of like I did my headquarters. You know, put y'all personalities into the break room. So this will be like our little break room zone, you know. So we'll go with that. All right. So if y'all good with that, we'll rock and roll with it, team. I just want to get y'all input before I start doing my effects to it. Make sure y'all was cool with it. So, I don't want to save it. Yeah, so y'all was cool with it. Like I said, I'm going to put the effects. I'm going to put y'all names or whatever the case may be. You know, we'll have things moving in the background, kind of like, again, like I did the headquarters, and we'll make it happen. So all I want to do is get y'all input so I can start working on it. So we're almost there. Because I know Hardy Girl, she wanted her quilt nail, so I still got her hooked up. So I was just trying to get a good little place. Because I had to go through like 100 places. 100 little settings. But y'all liked it that one. I liked it that one too. So we'll go with that. Because we'll go from the headquarters to the break rooms. Because I was trying to do arcades and stuff, but I'm like, it's too gamey. What were some other areas I was thinking about doing? Well, I do have a boardroom. I was doing a boardroom, but that'll be like for more important things like breakdowns or whatever. I use the boardroom for that. Oh,
Soccer King says, don't forget to put my name on it.
soccer, come on, soccer. I'm gonna probably have a soccer ball in there. So I got you, boss. I got you, boss. Cause like I said, I can show you how to Soccer King. You see how my headquarters look, huh? All green is good today. Exactly, boss. I'm just sitting on my hands just watching the setup. We still in the downtrend setup, so I'm just waiting to see these buys move in to see if we're gonna start to actually reverse and go back on up. The indicators are starting to curl slowly. I see the indicators curling, like we're trying to go back to the upside. There we go. Now we pushing. Now that bad boy pushing. That's all I was just waiting on, man. Sometimes you just gotta sit there and wait. Just wait on buys to present themselves. We still got an hour before, but the auction comes out. So yeah, just still sit on your hands, just still watch. We haven't broke it yet. Just wait for the setups. Wait for everything to set itself up. We know that the indicators are curling on the 3-minute, so everything is looking good on that note. So we are holding 516 because you can see that we held this multiple times, once, twice, 3 times, pretty much. Once, twice, 3 didn't fail. So that means that 9 times out of 10 we are reversing from a red to green situation. We could possibly be doing that. So like I said, 516 is holding solid right now. Definitely holding solid because, again, they didn't fail once. They didn't fail twice. Failed 3 times. 516 is holding up as concrete floor at this moment. So we know that area is holding up as support for sure for now. We know that for sure. But yeah, like I said, watch this taking place. I mean, we'll go ahead and go into the lobby. I mean, to the headquarters, because I mean, for those who have not seen it, but yeah, I do have a setup to where, you know, again, the way that the headquarters is looking is the way I want to do the break room. So I mean, I can give y'all a quick look real quick for those that's on YouTube and you know, the platforms, just to kind of give y'all a look on how we're gonna do it, boss. So let me show y'all real quick. Where's my home area at? So yep, let's take a look real quick. So boom, here's my office. I mean the headquarters. Oh, let me take this off. I don't need that no more. Economics. Boom. So now you can see Soccer King, how I got the headquarters. I got my, I got the J Trades hat. I got a few personalities of my, my mods, some of my teammates, my traders. I got AK-47. I got Deckmore in the back, Howland. I got Marty and them, with the Canadian flags and whatnot. Who had to hook my boy up. That's my right hand man. I got my J Trades logo moving. I got Game Time in the top. What else I got? I got some duffel bags, my J Trades duffel bags at the bottom. Again, my J Trades hat is sitting on the counter on this way. I got Zach's trophy, but what I'm saying is the reason why I'm showing is because that's what I kind of want to do for the break room. For 12 o'clock, like I want to up it up and amp it up and kind of put our own flavor to it. So this is how our headquarters look, and we will still be adding more to the headquarters. So still trying to add a little bit of pieces without trying to overdo it. And then I got some J Trades mugs too, if you can see that. J Trades mugs all over the place, hats, duffel bags, all of that. So it's kind of displaying the merchandise and all of that too. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and head back to the charts. But yeah, I just want to show y'all. So that's what I'm gonna be working on as far as the break room around 12 o'clock. So we have a break room to chill at versus just having the headquarters. Because this is going to be our intro area and our outro area. So I want to have an area where we'll have like an intermission area.
So says, my message is popping up. It just disappeared off YouTube chat. I sent you chart on FB Messenger.
It disappeared? Oh yeah, I didn't press anything. I didn't know this. I didn't even know it popped up, boss. I'm just not seeing this. I got you, boss. I got you. Yeah, I do apologize. I didn't see anything. Let me double check. Nah, I didn't see it. Yeah, this is the first one I got from you. Okay, I got you though. I got you, boss. Let me go ahead and head back to the charts. Let's head back to the chart area. All right, back to the chart area. Back to the chart area. So let's. I sent you a chart on Facebook. Okay, got you, boss. I do apologize. I didn't. Oh, wait, talk about Meta. Talk about Meta. I got it down here. Where's my yearly chart? Did I either take my yearly chart off? Oh man, I took my chart off. Nope, that ain't it. I hate when I do that. I see it on this side. I'm trying to see if I can put it back on this side. I'm trying to find my yearly chart. Flexible grid. Nope, nope, nope. This one. Nope. Could it be it? Yeah. There we go.
Chase Bot says, NP. I know you be doing your thing.
Man, I mean, I like I said, I multitask, but man, I'm here for y'all, team. I mean, I'm here for y'all, boss, because I mean, I try to do as much as I can. I mean, I'll be ripping, running, trying to help everybody with their stocks and everything. I'm just all over the place, but again, I do it for y'all, man. It's no problem, no problem at all. I'll find a way to make a way. Wait, why is this on the wrong? It's not the right. It's not my yearly chart. Where's my yearly chart at? Oh, here we go. I knew he was somewhere. All right, cool, cool, cool. Right now, I mean, Meta seems like we're on an uptrend. I mean, still holding on this uptrend on this yearly chart. Let me see. I mean, even though we're getting this pullback, because I mean, even just overall, it's like a bull flag setup almost, almost like an ascending wedge. And this is on my 5-year chart too. Still like a wedge setting up. So kind of like the break of 575. Yeah, especially once we get back above that level, because we did squeeze out of this first wedge here, and it seems like we're trying to create another one. Let me go back to my daily. Let me see how we're looking like on a daily real quick. All right, daily, we are getting a little bit of pullback, so let me take this here. Where's my tops at? Yeah, so let's make it. Okay, so we are at these bottoms. So we need to break that 570. Yeah, 570. That 575 for sure. We need to break, because you can see every time we hit, we get rejected around that area. Let me pull it up real quick. Matter of fact, boss, are you going for a call or put? What's your game plan? Like, what you trying to do? So I can make sure you're on your right. Let me go up just a little bit, because you have more of this resistance level here. Right here, right here, right here. We bounce. That's around 503. What was the top on this one? 50. What's the open? 50? Yeah, 503. Right at 503. On this one, yep, 503. Come across the board. You're still in this channel here, but we definitely need to break this 503. So these going about. Okay, 503 you hit, you get rejected. Anytime you're on top, you bounce. So 503 for sure is going to be an area we're going to need to break. All right. You back underneath this area too, 497. Yeah, because I can see a lot of little areas that we're going to need to like try to re-break and get back on top of as far as meta. These little bouncing areas right here where you are bouncing. Yeah, I see more weakness right now though. At the moment, I do see weakness though. I mean, we do have a support area on that 13 EMA around 492. So you might get a possible bounce back down at 492. Look like we already did that. That was today, right? What was the lows? 491.03. So it seems like I'm trying to make it make sense in this middle area for this pushback up to 503. So I'm just trying to line this up perfectly, because anytime like when you're on top of this line, you hold. Still look a little weak though. It's not like I don't see a strong push yet on Meta. See Meta, well, if you think about it from a whole number standpoint, 500 definitely is an automatic strong resistance. That's natural support and resistance in general, 500. So what I'm trying to figure out is how low can we go from the 500 range before you try to get another bounce back on up. That's basically what I'm trying to figure out. That's all in the 80s though. We got around 495. Got 495-ish area. Around 495. Duplicate that, so 495. All right, 495. All right, boom. That should put you up here. Boom, 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 boom. This area here. And you are trying to hold on top of it from what it looks like. Yeah, because you have 496. So you're definitely trying to hold at this 495 level as of now. Around 495. Yeah, so it's like you're in this little channel as of now. It's like a little channel here. between this 503 to this 495 level. You kind of like right in this little channel. What how high did we go on Meta today? Only 74. I mean, you had a nice, like I said, you had a nice little move on up, but then you got rejected, came back on down. So it's kind of like you're in the middle. Buyers are definitely trying to hold in, trying to push back up. But yeah, 500, I'll put it like this. 500 is definitely going to be an area we need to break as far as Meta. Meta, you're going to definitely have to break 500 because you are on an ascending triangle setup. So if you can hold above this 495, basically in the $5 range, put it like this. So if you can hold above 495, run back up to 500, we can see, like I said, and hold that area 500. We can see a run to 503. Because I can see right here, anytime you're on top of 503, you bounce. Anytime you're underneath 503, you get rejected. So you're going to have two major resistors above your head, 503, 500, which is natural support. So you got a clear run right now from 495 to 500, which is the $5 movement. I see that. So you kind of, like right in this little key area here. So yeah, Chase. Again, are you going for a call or a put, boss? I'm just trying to figure it out. You going for a call or put? Because yeah, I definitely see these strong resistance areas here, and again, you bouncing on top, but 500 for sure. You definitely need to break 500 and get back above this 503 level. You got rejected. So yeah, 503 is definitely a move, an area. So yeah, boss. That'll be pretty much it. I mean, you hold this 495 level, you have room to run up to 500. You break 500, you have that room to run up to 503. Because you could definitely see that right here where you get rejected at 503, and then 500 is going to be natural resistance in general. So those are going to be two key areas that you're going to have to break above. If you break above 503, I mean, turn this back into support. You have the capability to run back on up. And that'll be what, 506? Right, I need this level here, 506.
Chase Abad says, "Oh, I was making any plays. It was just my boy was playing today."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is he trying to go for a call or a put? Like, you trying to short it or you trying to go long? That's what I was trying to figure out. So, if you do go long, you just have to at least hold this 475. Because you got room to run for 475, but once those bulls come back in, because you are holding this trend line area and this 495 mark. So again, you hold 495, you do have room to run back up to 500, which is natural resistance.
Chase Abad says, something he had for pre-market.
Pre-market? Okay, let's look into pre-market. 503. 503. Yeah.
Chase Abad says, let me check what he doing at the moment.
See, right now, you are on an up, like an ascending triangle-ish, especially as long as you hold above that 50. And look like it wants to start moving back on up now. So, again, you do have room to run up to that 500 mark. And do beware that you will have probably sellers sitting right at that 500 mark. So, you have, about damn near $3 left? Because once you hit that 497, you have $3 to that $5 mark, $500 mark. So as long as you stay on that trend line, you bounce, you have room to run up to that natural resistance of 500, then up to that 503 level. So I do see that. So definitely keep that on watch. It's kind of like, almost like in this key level, but yeah, your bears definitely moved in around 500. I can see that right here. They definitely moved in hard on this area. They came in. Guns a-blazing. Right around this 500 level. So they will be setting up right in that area. So do be mindful of that. So if I make another one, make a duplicate, set it up for 500. So, and that's natural resistance, of course. So yeah, right around that area, 500. So you can definitely run up towards this mark, 500. You break 500, you can run up to 503. So you got room to run up. Like I said, you got about $4 to $3 left. Excuse me. Yeah, $4 to $3 left before you get up to that mark. But if he's trying to short, 500 would definitely be, let me see, what'll be next after 500 though? Because you already hit 500 and failed here. So What'll be the next area from that mark? Because I'm trying to figure out how is it moving in twos or is it moving in fives? Because if it's moving in twos, 98 would be next. If it's that, if Facebook is going by twos instead of fives, like, because you got a nice little sell off here. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to find areas that make sense. Let me get out of it. Let me all the way. Let's see. All right, 500 for sure. I mean, 500 definitely for sure because you got a nice bounce even in the pass. 500, yep, to 503. Yep, same key areas. 500 to 503. Go across the board. Trying to go back as far as I'm on a 5 minute anyway. Got to change my we at on SPY. Back at the 4, where we at? 516.40. All right, cool. All right.
Chase Bob says he's offline on Discord now. He usually makes a profit and gets offline unless he's planned his day that way.
Almost like a head and shoulders pattern. It definitely like a head and shoulders setup. Yeah, it definitely looks head and shoulder-ish. Look like a downtrend going this way. That's what it looked like. Let's see some more downside than anything.
Chase Bob says probably went back to sleep.
Oh, okay.
That's his motto. Profit then sleep.
Hey, that's the way to go.
LOL.
Yeah, that's the way to go, boss. Yeah, if you have any more questions, comments, or concerns, hey, do feel free to hit me back up. I got you, boss. I got you. But yeah, it looked like it's downtrending. It looked like it's setting up for a downtrend. Like, you know, can't get back, especially above that 500 area. It definitely looked like it could downtrend some more, even from this standpoint. Yeah, if you can't break back above, we could definitely see some more downside if, you know, can't break. So I do see a downtrend setup, possibly too. All right, let me see. What we doing on Apple? I mean, I'm about to say Apple. On SPY. Is it still doing it? I mean, it's still in that 16-inch area? Yep, still in that 16 area. Boy, that's why I don't trade. That's why I be sitting out waiting on setups. I sit on my hand and wait on the setups to take place. All right, cool. But we are still somewhat topping. Still look like it wants to top in a way. Yeah, because, I mean, we still just not, I mean, still don't see anything yet, though, as of now, right now. I got on a 30-minute time frame right now, team, just to kind of get an idea. Because you do like just topping this little area right now. I mean, you're holding it at 16, but I ain't gonna lie, team. I just really feel like we're gonna see some more downside. I mean, I know everybody's shooting. I mean, I was aiming for calls too, but it just looks like everything's pointing down, like you want to crack that 516 level. Cause I mean that 50 is right above your head, and it just does seem like it wants to go down. I mean, don't quote me on it. It just seemed like it's still like, because like again, look where your 50 is at. Your 50 is above your head, right around that 516.50 level. Around 516.50. Again, I'm just gonna keep it on watch to see what it does. But I mean, I'm just going by the indicators look like it's pointing down. Your 9 and your 20 is pointing down, but your 50 is going up, which looks like a ceiling that's right above your head, and that is around that 1650 mark. So that's why I want to keep on watch to see exactly what is about to take place here. I mean, we right almost like in this little area almost. Like you want to come up to this 516 area. Cause look at your indicators. Again, your 50 is to the top. Because normally your 50 is supposed to be at the bottom when we're going on up. You know, it bounces on top of it. But your 50 is right over your head, right around that 516.50 mark. I mean, anything could happen. I mean, we could see a breakout. I mean, we could push. Or we can get rejected. So we are in a crucial area, and your indicators are still pointing down. And you are getting some tightness around that 516.50 mark. So you're not too far away from the back down to the 516. I'm sorry, back down to 516. You are still on the downtrend. Everything is still pointing down. Everything's still pointing down at this moment. You know, I'm just going by what I see, team. I mean, I still see weakness. I still see weakness. I just still see a downtrend setup. I feel like we still gonna crack. Look, I still feel like we're gonna crack 516. Like, I mean, you can tell me I'm lying or not. I mean, just tell me if y'all see what I see. I'm just being honest with you. I still see weakness. All right, what we got? What we got? Queen, what you thinking? You still think we see some more downside? Because I know you the downtrend queen. So I still see downside. I do. I still see downside going on. Because, I mean, you still haven't got back past the pre-market highs here and the intraday highs. Have you noticed that? We still holding up as resistance in the pre-market and intraday. And we are getting weak again. So everything is still pointing down. Marty, what you think? Gert, trend detector, all of y'all, what y'all think? I still think we're going to see downside. I still think we're going to crack that 516 from what I'm looking at. Everything just still looking weak like it's going this way. I still see weakness. So I was, like I said, I was sitting here waiting for that 514. I was really thinking about that 514. Yeah, it's like a descending wedge. So I'm still thinking we may see 514 if we crack this hard. If we crack this hard, we could definitely see 514 because look what happened when you hit 516 last time. 516 yesterday, you came on down to where? Around 514. 514 area. And I mean, the way that this is pointing down, I definitely can see that. That's why I'm just not rushing. I mean, look how it's getting weaker. Look at this. Look how just bloody it look on a 3-minute time frame. It just look bloody as I don't know what. It just look weak. It just look horrendous on this 3-minute time frame. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think we're gonna crack 516. I really do think we're gonna crack 516. I think we about to crack that bad boy. I think it's coming on down. It's just gonna be a battle because you're gonna have buys still trying to hold up that key area. So it's not like we're gonna get a drop like right in and there. I mean, I think it's gonna come, but I mean, it's gonna be some areas there where it's gonna fight where buys gonna try to move in and try to put it back on up at 516. So you're gonna see 516 going up and down, kind of like what it was doing earlier. You get around 516, you look like it wants to crack, go back up. Look like it wants to crack, go back up. So I think it's gonna do that. But until those bears literally move in and come in massive, I mean, that's when they're going to set it off. But I just see downside. I really just see it pointing this way on down. So me, how far can it go? I'm aiming for 514. It's just me, but I'm really aiming for 514 drop. I see here. Yeah, I mean, it's strong support right now. That's what I'm saying. As long as those bulls can hold it, it's going to be strong support. But when it cracks, you got room to fall to 514, back down to 514 level. That's why I'm just keeping on watch to see exactly where we go from here. And don't forget, in 30 minutes we do have that auction coming out too. So, and like I said, the only thing that's just giving me I just see everything just sitting up, like just on the downside. Let me go back to my 15 chart. Let me see if I see anything different. 1014. Let me 1015. Yep, see, indicators, like even on my 15, your 50 is still up to the top above your head. And your 90 MA still pointing down this way. Look like your indicators on the 3-minute want to cross on down this way. I mean, I definitely, it's a support zone. I mean, it's like I said, 516 is still holding up as support, but I just definitely see movement still back on down. I mean, like I said, it's going to be a battle. It's going to probably be some more channeling around that 516, but I just still see more weakness than anything. Because it's like you keeping these M-shaped patterns. Then you get another M-shaped pattern. I mean, everything just seems to be pointing down at the moment. Just keeping it on watch. Keeping it on watch, team. Keeping it on watch. And then, like I said, don't forget, 30 minutes, we do have some data coming out at 1 o'clock. We have that 30-year bond auction. So just keep that on watch. We may have a little bit of hype moving in, but they are literally fighting that 516 mark. Cause it looks bad, but then 516, boy, the buys are literally holding. They are literally holding 516. Which I still think, I want to be positive. Like saying it's going to hold 516, go back up, but I just really think it's going to crack 516. I could be right. I could be wrong. I will know. But I just really think 516 is going to crack again. I really do. They're going to crack 516. soon. I don't know when, but the way again everything's pointing down, I just yeah. Which is why I'm not jumping in. Like I said, I like to wait on setups. I like to wait on things to present themselves to me. You know, that's why I told y'all not to get in around 516. If you was gonna get in on 516, get in for a scalp, get in, get out. But 516, I told y'all that's the middle man because you don't know if it's gonna continue to go up, or we don't know if it's gonna continue to go down. That 516 is just middle. It's just middle. That's chop. That's definitely chop zone right there. That's definitely chopping areas. That's why I say be very careful. You don't have to trade. Sit on your hands unless you're going in for a quick scalp for a few cents up, a few cents down. But 516, I mean, if anything, you want to get in the areas away from 516 and back to 516. Like, for example, if anything, if you're going for a put, get in at 518, back down to 516. If you're going in for a call, get in at 514 for a move back up to 516. Because that area is going to be choppiness because that's your decider on whether it wants to go $2 up or whether it wants to go $2 on down. So right now you're just in a chop zone right now. You're in a channel still, you're in choppiness. You can see right here overall once I get out of it, I minimize my chart, you can still see chop, all in this area still. It's not even a major movement up, nor is it a major movement down. You're still in this little chop zone still. So just keep your eyes peeled, team, and see where we go. Because you got to remember, it's going to set itself up in some type of way before the PPI data. I mean, it's going to. So we're just trying to figure out how is it going to set itself up. So right now, we don't know. We know that as of now, it still seems on the bull side because it's holding above 516. So again, if you're on top of 516, that favors the bulls. If you're underneath 516, that favors the bears. So as of now, it's above 516. So we have to look at it from a bullish standpoint. Until it cracks 516, then we have to look at it from a bearish standpoint. So 516 is the middleman, and I know a lot of y'all driving y'all crazy, boy. That's how I avoid some of these days, man. I don't trade them. You know, like something like this, I just wait for the setup. I wait for the bigger move, because when it's just setting up like this, I just wait to I want the market to tell me where it wants to go first, because I don't want to get caught in the chop. I mean, I get a little 30-cent movement here and movement there, but I like going for dollar movements. You know, a little scalp here, a little scalp there. I don't like to waste my day trades. So again, sitting at 16, I want to see where we go. And always remember, even if it rotates, you always got to remember it's going to return right back to it. So if this is a channel setup and we break out, it's going to return right back around 516. We break down, it's going to return right back around 516. It's going to either rotate down or it's going to rotate up. One of them is going to happen. Because anytime you come out of a channel is like a magnet. You come out of it, it's going to rotate right back to it, whether it's on the downside or whether it's on the upside. So right now we haven't got the full rotation yet. We haven't got a nice rotation to the downside, nor have we got a rotation up to the upside. So just be patient. Just wait on out. Just wait for the market to present itself. Let it tell you what it wants to do. Hey, Marty, I'm about to hurry and give me something to drink real quick and just run to the restroom real fast, boss. If you don't mind holding it down for me. Oh, hey, Marty, before I do that, did you get my message, my DM? I hit you up in the DMs yesterday. Another bounce, low bounce. Yep, like I said, keep it on watch. Keep it on watch. As long as 5-4, I told you, as long as 516 holds, it's in the bullish realm. Above 516, you got room to run up to 518. Below 516, you got room to run down to 514. So again, 516 is your middleman. Keep that in mind. Oh, you did? Wait. You sent me a what's up message? Did I get it? Wait. I didn't see it. I didn't see no what's up. Hold up. Did you send me one and I didn't? Then I don't see it though. Hold up. Let me send it to you again, boss. Let me make sure you got the right number. But yeah, I didn't see it. Hold on. Let me hit you up. Let me send it to you real quick. Let me see something. Let me go to message app. No, I don't want to delete message. I want to go to the message. I hate when this thing do that. Why is it not letting me to my messages? Hold up. Just want to make sure you got it. Wait. Hold on, boss. I'm trying to see why is it. See, it says delete. Why is it not taking me to the messages, to the message area on yours? I'm trying to go to it. It's weird. It's like it replaced the message for the moderator assigned. So why I can't send a message? What the hell is going on here? That's weird. It says delete message, but what the hold up. Oh, my phone just went off. I ain't seen nobody calling me. All right. Yeah, Marty, I don't know why it's not letting me. Hold up. Why is it not letting me send a message to you? I was trying to send you a message. It's not letting me do it. Hold up. Let me, matter of fact, let me go back. Maybe because I'm on it, just on the chat. Oh, I know why. I know why I was doing that. Never mind. I don't know why I asked that stupid question just now. I got it. I know what it was. That's because I took the. That's because on WhatsApp. That way, what? That's why I didn't see my phone ringing. Because you said it's on WhatsApp. That's why. I don't understand why nothing didn't pop up though. Where is my WhatsApp? Hold up. That's why. What? So you didn't send a regular text message. You send WhatsApp. Okay. Yeah, okay, I got you, boss. I got you. I see you now. I got you now. There you go. He said, there I am. That was you. Okay, I got you, boss. Here you go. Yeah, you sent it to me through WhatsApp. I thought you sent it to me through my phone. All right, cool. I was wondering why I heard my phone. I got it, boss. Because I wondered why I heard my phone ringing, but it didn't show anything. I heard with the phone ringing, but it didn't show like nothing popped up on my phone. It didn't say like incoming call or nothing. I just heard it ring. I was like, where the hell is it coming from? But yeah, boss, let me give me some water real quick, and I'll be right back. Again, if y'all have any questions, comments, concern, Marty will be here to answer anything that y'all need. I'll be right back, team. And again, Marty, thank you so much, my right hand man. Appreciate you, boss. Let me make sure I got everything set up. All right, be right back, team. Be right back. So we'll be returning. Make sure I got it locked out. So I'm gonna keep everything up. I'm gonna matter of fact, before I get off, let me make sure I got everything visible for y'all to see before I even that y'all can see everything very clearly. Y'all can see the movements. All right. So this is my 15 minute. This is my 3 minutes. So y'all keep it on watch. Y'all keep watch on the price actions and whatnot. We're still holding up on that trend line, so do keep that in mind. And I will be right back, team. Where's my where's my setup at? I'm back, team. I'm back. Thanks so much, Marty, for holding it down. Thank you, boss. Got you. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know you was hitting me on WhatsApp because I rarely even use that. That's sad. And the reason why I rarely use it because I got so many, man, I got so many apps, man. I got Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, uh, and so many people hit me up on all over the place, and it's just kind of hard to stay on top of that, man. It just gets a little confusing sometimes. I'm like, it gets overwhelming, man. I'm like, God. Then I got Patreon. Then I got, I got so much on my list, man. But I'll be pushing. I'll be definitely pushing. So you missed a huge drop, huh? No, I didn't. Talking about that 116.20? Unless you talking about that ain't happening. Looking right at it, we moving up. I don't do that. I'm standing looking right at it too. I'm like, yeah. So we holding up on that. So do remember, y'all, that this is a 12-hour candles, right? So these are from 1 to 1. So if that candle, let me show you right quick. If that candle closes on top, that's gonna hold that support. So that means when that next candle come in at 1 o'clock, that's going to use that as support, so we could see a few on up. So I'm just letting you know right now, if we stay on top of that area and that next candle coming in at 1 o'clock, it's going to push. It's going to push on up, possibly. We can see a possible push. Just letting you know. And it seems like it's trying to get hyped now before that even happened. So right here, yeah, see this candle? So if this candle here, this 1 o'clock candle, because it's from 1 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. So if this candle closes at 1 o'clock on top, your 1 p.m. candle is going to open up on top of this trend line, which can lead it to hold for that push. So I'm just letting y'all know. So that means if you do get a pullback on that next one, it's going to set up a trap right in this little area. Because as long as you hold in this area, you got room to run back this way. So I'm just letting y'all know and making it clear that you hold this trend line at 1 o'clock till 1 o'clock and that next candle come in and you on top of this trend line, that bad boy can run back this way. So I'm just letting y'all know. Let you know just what to be aware of, what can happen, what could possibly happen at 1 o'clock. So just letting you know. Letting you know. Because, like I said, 516 is holding. I mean, you didn't had how many fails? 1, 2, 3 as far as the bears. And then you build a higher low right after that next fail. And then you start to build a higher low going this way. And as you can see, every time you're coming back now, down lower now is building up above the 516. So this time you came down as low as, what was the low on this candle? You came down as low as what? 508. Then you came down to 510. Then right now you're on top of the VWAP. And your indicators have crossed over back on the upside. So definitely be cautious and mindful of that. Even puts, definitely be mindful of that you are holding above all indicators, on top of the indicators at this moment. And now your 9 EMA is to the top now instead of being at the bottom like it was before. See, when you was underneath, you kept getting these pullbacks. See that? But now you crossed over going back this way. So definitely keeping in mind, and it is curling on this 15-minute time frame back on up. So just letting y'all know just what to be ready for, what could happen, possibly happen, that we could possibly move back on up to the to that 517.11 mark. 517.11, that was the open, up to that 517.50. So just be mindful of that, because we are slowly curling. If you notice that, we're slowly curling. Right where it found support at 516, started to curl itself right back on up. So be very mindful of that. Just letting you know. We haven't made a major move yet, like a big blast off or anything like that. We are slowly climbing back this way, though. We are definitely slowly climbing. So let me see if I can find another pattern. Look like going this way. Kind of like an uptrend going back this way up. So just keep that on mind. But you're going to have some resistance at that 517.11 to 517.50, because you do have to break these key areas in pre-market, intraday and pre-market, to get us back up to that 518 level. So do keep that in mind, that we are slowly going back this way. Because if you notice, we don't have those deep pullbacks anymore around at 516 like we had here, and here, where we fell at as far as those pullbacks. Now we're starting to slowly build a higher low, because all these pullbacks are underneath the VWAP. Now your pullbacks are getting on top of the VWAP. So definitely keep that in mind too on that. D Money, Big Daddy Kane. Say Tesla's about to fall. What area do we call for Tesla? Because I did call out the 172.50. I see 172.50 you'll crack, you'll stay underneath that. That turned to resistance. Your next area, around that, you got that 170.60-ish area here where you bounce. 170.60, you are going back down, and your indicators are all pointing back down this way. So do expect some possible downside, and you still on that downtrend. Excuse me. Yeah, we definitely downtrending on Apple. Apple may see some more downside. I mean, I definitely see a downtrend setup going back this way. Let's see if that 160. I'm sorry, 170.60 can hold. Let's take a look at that. Let me make a duplicate copy of this. So 170.60. All right, 170.60. 170.60. Put that for a support, possible support area right here, and there's now resistance at this moment until you break past. And matter of fact, I'm gonna set my alarm like I always do. So I'm gonna change that to red at that 172.50 mark. So we break past that. That means we're going back on the upside. And don't make fun of me more because I already know what you're about to do. When I set that alarm, don't you even do it. I already know what you're about to do. Let me set my alert real quick. 70.50. Boom, boom, boom. All right. 170.50. Set my alert. Back on down. Where you at? Custom alert. Here we go. Oh, make sure it's add and above. All right, here we go. Yeah. Cool. That's it. All right, got that set. So that's if we break past, we get back towards that 172.50. So don't judge me, Martin. Yeah, so I got that alarm set, that alert set for the Apple traders. So we do get back towards that 172.50. That's gonna trigger that alert. So that's letting you know we're moving back towards the upside. But as of now, we are still downtrending. As far as Tesla, what areas do we need to get back above? Tesla. Well, not Tesla. I'll think about Apple. Apple. Sent two different alerts. My fault. Yeah, so we still downtrending on this end too. So we definitely still on a downtrend trying to hold this key level. Now, what would Apple need to get back above? Apple would need to get back above. Was it the 171.80 mark? Because I know the area that when I was in it before. Let me go back to my my chart. All right, still trying to hold on at 170.80 mark. 170.80. Yes, we bounce, you bounce. So, but it's still getting weak. So you definitely need to cross back above 172 for sure. 172 on Apple side. It's about 172. We definitely need to get back on top of that key level. So let me set an alert for 172 for that bad boy. So 172 for sure. Need to get back above. Yep, set my alert. All right. All right, got that set for Apple. And then I also got one, I think I got one for the downside too. If we crack it, I got it set for the downside. So, yep, so we right in between. So it might trigger off the alarm on the downside and it can trigger off the alarm on the upside. So you're right in the middle of that bad boy. So 172 for sure. All right, let me go to SPY. Back to SPY. Where we at on SPY now? All right, SPY still slowly trying to hold it. Still channeling. I mean, it's regardless. I mean, still channeling in that 516 area. We got 5 minutes till that auction comes out, team. So we're gonna see which way we go from here. So we are still channeling around 516. I mean, we still haven't made a major move yet. I mean, we still holding up that area, but we still haven't went all the way up to 518, nor have we went down to 514. So we still are in this middle range. Man, that's why I don't like trading. Like when I see something like that, I don't trade it unless it gets away from it, and I know we can come down to it, or come down on the downside and move up to it. But when it's like in between, I can't trade it. I can't do it because you lose your freaking mind, especially if you're in on an option contract on a same day contract and that theta just getting ate up, I'm like, oh no, I can't do it. It has to make a major move for me to be like, all right, now I know to go for it. But like this, nah, I can't do it. Can't do it. It has to prove to me that we're gonna either go up on the upside or we come back down to the downside, and we still haven't broke that downtrend yet. Even though we curling, downtrend still holding. I mean, I'm gonna just keep it on watch, because again, we gotta get back towards that 517.11 up to that 517.50 mark to start proving to us that it's going back on the upside for sure. Yeah, appreciate you, Marty. Yeah, we should be seeing some volume coming in soon. Yeah, because we got that auction about to be dropping out in about 3 minutes, so we should be seeing some type of activity taking place in SPY. So something should be happening soon. So I'm gonna just keep my eyes peeled to see what's gonna happen in about 3 minutes. But yeah, it's just Solid's been doing. I mean, channeling. Solid's been doing channeling between that right in this little key area, especially underneath that 517.11 mark, 517.11 to 516. It's just been channeling like right in this little area since 9:30. After that drop, after you got rejected at that open, you came on down all the way down to 516. It's just been channeling from that area since. So I mean, we haven't broken out of the intraday nor the pre-market high. So that's what's letting me think that's going to see some more downside, because it does look like a downtrend from every area that we got rejected from pre-market, intraday, and now everything's just still pointing this way. I mean, you can clearly see like a downtrend. Even looking at the candles, you can just see downtrend still pointing this way. So I'm just keeping on watch, team. We've got 2 minutes left. Because don't get me wrong, I want to catch a bounce. It's just that we just haven't set up to get it yet. So I mean, I don't want to just be sitting here at 516, not knowing which way it wants to truly go, whether it wants to go on the upside or whether it wants to go on the downside. To me, it's like that. Being in that 516 level, you kind of, it's like a 50-50 split. It's a gamble, because you don't know if it's gonna go up. We don't know if it's gonna go down. We don't know if it's gonna stay channeling at 516 throughout the rest of the day. I mean, it's just. That's why I like to get away from certain areas like this where I can see more action. Because like I said, we catch a pullback. Let's say, for instance, you can bounce and move back to it and get out. Or if we do go run up, we can see a pullback down to it and you get out, because we're away from that area that pretty much channeled. So that's why I'm like, I'll just rather sit on my hands and wait for the setups. Oh, man. I wish YouTube would let me play music, because now that I'm a part of the partnership program, I can't play music because I want to get copyrighted. Because I'm like, now I'm a part of the partnership program and whatnot. I'm like, I want to play music so bad, kind of like how we was doing. Because now I got to make every video count, because I got to get, in order for me to get the monetization, now I have to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Because right now I'm at 700, so 300 more to go. Once I get up to 1,000, then my videos to start getting monetized. So right now they have given me the privilege of super chats. What was it? Super chats, super. What was that? Oh, super sticker and super something. Oh, super thanks. All right, boss. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then now they gave me the privilege of the memberships program. So now I can do a memberships program almost like a Patreon, but through YouTube now. So I got that, but I still can't get monetized for the video until I get 1,000 subscribers. So, guys, if y'all all watching my you're watching my videos, please do your boy a favor. Follow, subscribe. We're trying to get the algorithms up and moving. I'm trying to go to the $1,000 to the 1,000 subscriber mark to get my videos, start getting my videos monetized. So, if y'all can do me a favor, if y'all don't mind, if you please don't mind just hitting that subscribe button. Again, like, comment, get the word out, to start building up the subscribers, and, which is free. Button is free. You don't have to pay nothing. Just need some subscribers to get the ball rocking and rolling. And I would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. So, and once I get everything monetized and everything rocking and rolling, we're going to definitely be doing more cash prize giveaways, to subscribers and whatnot. So we're going to definitely be doing that. Because those are the ones that can get the prizes. So I'm just letting y'all know, because for the subscribers and followers, I mean, y'all would definitely be put into a cash prize giveaway because again, y'all subscribe. So we're definitely gonna be doing that. Definitely doing that. Yep. Here we go. Yeah, let me see, cause I saw that double shadow like come in like lightning just now. Let me see what's gonna happen. Cause I saw that upper shadow come in quick. I was like, hold up. Yep, there we go. Here we go. Man, how long did it take? We're getting something. Man. Now we're getting some activity rolling in. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you just gotta sit there and wait, man. I mean, again, go over your homework. Go make sure to make sure you're not missing in any, economic data that can give you an edge. Like, okay, such and such is coming out at 1 o'clock. Now start trading. Get yourself ready for that. Versus being caught in the channel or caught in chops. There we go. There it is. There go the movement. Now we pushing. Man, sitting here waiting because don't lie. How many of y'all jumped in on the choppiness? Don't even lie. How many jumped in on the channel before this came out? That's why I told y'all wait. Don't jump in because you don't know which way it's gonna go. It can go up and go down, fake breakout, fake drops. I mean anything. But man, when you in the middle, it's tough because you don't know which way it's gonna go until the market tells you and gives you the direction. But when you caught in this little choppiness, man, you don't know which way it's gonna go. You could continue on up, or you could continue on down. You don't know. Oh yeah, it is 1 o'clock. Where that candle at? The one I was talking about. Oh yep, it's holding on top of that trend line. Remember I told y'all about that team. And we hold on top of that trend line at 1 o'clock on that candle. We could see some more upside. Let me get to it real quick.
Soccer King says, "Hell no, I didn't."
Man, me either, boss. I ain't jumping. I wouldn't get because it drives you crazy, man. Just chopping, and again, especially a lot of people that's getting caught up on them same day contracts, man. It gets chopped up and your theta going up, going down, and then half the time is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. So it's like when it finally goes up, the delta then went so far down on your contract, you're not even seeing a lot of profit. So as you can see, we are holding on top of that trend line for that new candle that I was telling y'all about. So I told y'all, if you hold that trend line, you close on top of that trend line, and that new candle come in at 1, we could see a possible, what I told y'all, push on up. So be mindful of that. That's a possibility. Y'all holding on top of that trend line at this moment for that push going this way. And you do have like somewhat of a bull flag set up on my 180. So if you come back out of the chart, you kind of see somewhat of a bull flag set up. You see that? Boom, you do have somewhat of an ascending triangle set up that has room to run to where? 518. So as long as this area holds, you have room to start pushing this way. So just keep that on watch. So we're going to just keep it on watch. As long as that trend line hold, we're going to keep it. We're going to see where we go from here. But we still on this downtrend though. Keep that in mind. We're still on that downtrend. So I'm still watching. I'm watching all of this. I keep watching every little thing. We're still under the downtrend. But we still can push. I mean, because your buying momentum is starting to kick in. So we're going to keep that on watch. Because like I said, as long as this hold, I do see potential of us moving back up to 517 to 518. I do see that setup. So there we go. Pushing. We are holding on top of that trend line on the 3-minute. So it looked like somewhat of a bull flag setup even on that 3-minute. We do like we holding for a push on up towards that old resistance level. Remember I told y'all that open of 517.11. So we do have room to push up back this way. Back up to that 517.11 mark. So keep that on watch because we're not too far from it. From this little U-shaped pattern. Again, we break that 517.11 level, then we'll run up to that 517.50 level, putting us only 50 cents away from 518. So keep that on watch. Just keep it on watch. We're slowly coming back this way. Again, everything still looks bullish. You're holding up on a trend line. Looks bull flaggish. So I'm trying to give everything positive to you to let you know we might be going back towards the upside. So keep that on watch that we should be pushing possibly back up to that 517 level, 517.10, and we are slowly pushing. But see how I'm calling it, how I'm calling these moves out? I mean, it's easy to read this. It's like, just take your time. It's hard to see it through the chops. That is true. It's hard to see it through the chops, which is why you have to wait for something to come out or something to give you that, give the traders a boost, and We did call out the 1 o'clock meeting, the 1 o'clock data that was coming out, the 30-year auction bond. We did already mention it. So 1 o'clock, as you can see, we have a bull flag set up. Everything's starting to get a lot more volume now. We're trying to break and hold above that downtrend. Everything's still looking good. You know, you're getting a little bit of pullback. But again, even though we're getting pullbacks, we're still above the VWAP. All your indicators are moving upwards. Everything is showing positivity. So again, yeah, it's going to get us some little pullbacks here and there. But overall, I still see a bullish setup. So that's what I see. I see more of a bullish setup for a push to that 517 level. It's going to still be up and down because your volumes just got in. So it's going to be, you know, it's going to be up, down, little pullbacks. But I still believe and I still see a movement towards that 517, 11 level from 517 on up to 1750, back up to that 18 level. So I do see that slowly setting itself up. So just keep it on watch, team. Like I said, just be patient, man. Just don't force anything. Just take your time. Understand the market. You know, just trust your patterns. You know, you done your research. You know your areas of resistance. You know your areas of support. Just play off of that. You know our main target today, as I told y'all, as long as we held, what did I tell y'all today? And even though we seen it from a big channel from 518 to 514, what did I tell y'all? I said as long as 516 held, that is in the bull's favor to go from 516 to 518. So I did mention that. I told y'all that. Look, we're going right back up to that area. So that's how you can easily read the team. It's not hard at all. It's not hard to read this stuff, man. It's very simple. Very simple. Sometimes you just got to sit it out and wait. Sometimes you got to wait. And there you go. Push up to 11. Didn't I not call that? Told you. Got to just know how to read it. See that? Boom. Told you. We're going to U-shape right back on up. I told you. 517.11. Go from 517.11. You got room to run up to 517.50. Boom. You go up from 517.50. You got room to run up to what? 518. Boom. Told you. See how easy it was to read that? See how I just made that just simple? Broke it a downtrend. I told y'all we had a bull flag set up. I told y'all as long as that candle hold on top of the trend line. I mean, look at this. You can't make this up. I told you. Gotta know how to read it. Gotta know how to read them in wheat. But yeah, it's not hard to read this stuff, team. It's not hard. I mean, that's how you figure out certain key areas. Now that the market is giving you a direction, now you can figure out a game plan. Now you can figure out what to do. Because now you know that you have way more more bullishness than bearishness. We have even slight little pullbacks can now be little setups of bear traps to trap these little, trap the bears. And we do little pullbacks. Because as long as you're holding above VWAP, your trend line, your indicators are facing on up. You got room to run up. Because you got to think about the anticipation from other traders who are trying to get to the levels of 518. We're not too far from it, team. Again, we at 517. You're only $1 away from 518. Could we see a possible high of day? We could. We break 518, 518.22. We could possibly see a higher high of day. That's possible. That is definitely a possibility. And there go your bull flags I was mentioning. Told you. Remember what I told you? I said we're going upside. Bull flag. I told y'all that too. Everything I've been talking about, this has been happening. I told you 517 that we needed to break. We basically trying to break that 517.11. And what I told you would go next, 517.50. You break 517.50, you got room to run up to where? 518. And look at that. Easy little call. All I did was sit on my hands and wait on the setup. I got through all the choppiness because even through the choppiness, what was the price level I kept my eyes on, team? Throughout all the choppiness that we went through before this just happened, what was the main price I kept calling out? Y'all got it. YouTube, Soccer King, Chase, all of y'all, Trade Caster. What was the price that I kept my eyes on the whole entire time that I never took my eyes off on? Even through the choppiness. What was the main key level I talked about? Exactly, 516. I never took my eyes off of 516 the whole entire time. Because I said, as long as 516 holds, which it did, I say we have a possibility to move on up.
J24 says, SPY 520.
Well, that I said if we break 518, we can see a movement on up to 520, boss. But as far as that choppiness when we was taking place, Chase, what you mean never? As far as the choppiness, before this happened, what was the area? You already said it, Marty, but J24, what was the price that I kept my eyes on the whole entire time that I never took my eyes off on the whole entire time? The area that I called out today that I said was going to be very important. What was the price? I never took my eyes off on it. It was one particular price. One particular price that I kept my eyes on. I kept calling out over and over and over, and I said today, this price point was going to be very important. I said it can work for the Bulls, it can work for the Bears. It depends on whether it was on top, whether it was on the bottom. What price was that, boss? What price?
24 says 516, 518. I forgot.
516, boss. 516, because you have to look at it from a channel standpoint. Because what you have to do is you have to look at it. Remember, I told you, if you take the price actions that you had last week.
Says
Yeah, yes, I can 516. Because what I told y'all, what you had to do was you had to take Monday's tone last Monday, not this Monday, last Monday. Because you remember, instead of the tone of 514, because that was your high on Monday, right? Last Monday. But last Friday, it broke past 514. How high did we go? 518, right? So last week set those price tones that the following week needs to try to conquer, right? So this week we did break 514. What was the area we have not broken at? 518, okay? So 514, we know it's support because now we've broken above that key level. 516 is a middle because if you look at it from a $4 standpoint, you got 414. Because like I said, before you put the middleman in, if you do just a chart, a top and a bottom, right? You already know where your high was at, 518, okay? You already know where your low was at, 514. Now, if you look at it by twos, 2, 4, 6, 8, that part, what is the middle? 16. So you put your mid area, go by twos, 4, 6, 8. All right, 6 area is holding, right? 16. So what is after 16? 18. So if you notice that, $2 standpoint, because SPY normally moves in twos, 16 held. What's the target area? 18. If 18 breaks, then what's the next intended target? 520, because you're going by twos, right? Now, had 516 lost control as far as the Bulls, if we would have lost this flooring, okay, then where would we have ended up next? You got to go by twos. So instead of going up from 516 to 518, if we would have cracked 516, if the Bears would have took control, now you got to go in reverse. Now you go from 516 down to 514. Why is 514? Not only is it an even number, but you have to understand that was Monday's tone of last week. So if we go back, while this is making this move, so if y'all got in on the call, man, shout out to y'all. But as I was talking about 514, let's go back. Let's go back. Monday, last week, right? What was your tone? 514. We didn't get it Tuesday, nor did we get it Wednesday. When did we break it? We broke 514 Thursday. Old resistance turns into what? Support. So you had a high at 516, then you came back on down. But Friday set the standard of 518. So you take your highs from Monday to Friday, bring this over to this week, 14, 18. What's in the middle of those two? 516, because you have a middleman. So 516. And what did it bounce? 516. What is the intended target? 518. See how easy that was? Boom. Easy. 516 holds, you got room to run up to 518. 516 cracks, you got room to run down to 514. All you're doing is moving in, you're thinking in twos, $2 increments. $2 increments up, $2 increments down from 516. And again, why is 514 so important? Because that was last Monday's high. That was the tone, right? All we're trying to do is see if this week can outdo last Friday's standard, which is 518. You break 518, this week can create a new standard of 520. So all you do is take that high from this week, if we do hit 520, take that 520 standard next week. Can we break 520? That's it. That's pretty much it. That's all we're doing. Are getting a pullback. Are getting a pullback. Spies forming a tweezer top. 13. See now what I like about now this is not gonna lie. Now AK now what I like about this, even with that short, I like the fact is that we spiked because when we do get a drop, the bounce is gonna be even sweeter. You know, because when you're trying to catch a bounce off of a channel, it's tougher because you're not getting a solid bounce back on down. You know, a bounce for a move back on up. So when we do get these pullbacks, I like that because I can buy low and sell high. So I love moves like that. I like when we're getting these pullbacks because, like I said, the harder that bounce is, the better. The harder the pullback is. I'm sorry, the bigger the bounce is gonna be. So when you're on these little small movements, it's tough, very tough. You get little small bounces, but when you go up, you get a nice move. When you go down, you get a nice move back on up. So as you can see here, look right here for example, you had a nice move on down for a nice move back on up. I like those drops when you got a good little area, key area. You know that's pretty much could be considered support, which is 514. Your buys moved in. You had a nice drop, $2 drop to a nice $2 pop. See that? $2 drop, $2 pop. So I like stuff like that. I like when you have areas to come on down, secure those areas. So right now, we are getting a decent pullback. We are definitely getting a decent pullback right now. We're definitely pulling back. Spy women, nice short. But yeah, of course, the short is still going on, boss, because you got, again, where did we get rejected at? We got rejected under today's open and under today's intraday resistance. What was that at? 517.11. See that? All I did was take the resistant area that we did have to encounter at the beginning of the market. All I did was take that line, whatever resistance is, go across the board. You can see, boom. Where did we get rejected at? 517.11. Come back on down. See that? That's all I did. That's all I looked at. Easy. It's easy to find these little areas. It's not hard at all. It's easy to find them. Now you make it somewhat of a U shape. Because you still got to re-break 517.11. You still got to go back up to 517.50 to get back up to 18. So right now, here go your candle. That candle we were talking about on the downside. So let's see. And somewhat of a little candle, a nice little red candle, a little bearish candle. That's putting you right back in the downtrend. Because you remember I told you, what I was aiming for, as far as a bounce, I was really aiming, I told y'all 514. 514 was the bounce I was looking for. So we do catch a nice crack on down past 516. I wouldn't mind 514. We do catch a fall. So just say we did crack hard and we cracked past 516. I would be aiming for 514 for a nice little potential bounce and move back on up. So right now, puts a habit because you got rejected where? 517.11. Get that little nice movement back on down. That's cool. Again, if you're in for a puts, just see if we can come back down to that 16 mark again. Well, first your VWAP because you already know you're going to try to catch a VWAP bounce. It's going to be around what? 516.40. Excuse me. Yeah, see, this is not an area you want to jump in for a buy because you got to remember this is a ceiling still. We haven't broken above it. See, the areas you got to think about you broken above which key level that we can look at that we did break above. So we got to go back this way. Where do we have a lot of struggle at? Let's see. Where did we struggle? So we had a lot of struggles. Got rejected. That was around at what? 1670. And where did it bounce? Around at 1670. All resistance could turn to new support. So we did bounce. All right. Target 1660 down. Yeah, boss. Yeah. It's around right around this little area. Yep, 1660. Yeah, this is around that area. Yep, I see it right here. Boom. Around that 1660. Yep, target down to the VWAP. From here to here. But at the same time, it's still in the channel. If you think about it, I mean, yeah, we did the pop, but overall, look, we're still in that same channel. So keep that in mind. We're still in the same channel. We're in a channel that still hasn't went up towards 518, and we're still in a channel that still hasn't went down to 514. So we are still in somewhat of a channel still. I mean, counted a little pop back on up, but you came up to that 517. So we still have to break that Keep that on watch. Where we at right now? 516.85. So we might get rejected. It's like we don't get that pushback on up. We could definitely see that. Remember that shape I was telling you about when you're going the opposite way? So we could be. Let me see. Almost looks like an N shape pattern, like it wants to do this, go back on up towards that 517, but keep it on watch because now it's gonna try to use that downtrend for support. That's around 516.75. It's gonna try to use this as a bounce. Yep, that's what it's doing. We'll try to use this as a bounce real quick. Yep, see that N shape pattern almost? When you catch that little pop, then a little pullback, and then it go try to push us back on up. So definitely keep that on watch. Yep, so we still haven't, like I said, we still haven't broken that intraday resistance, so we still haven't broken that yet. Still haven't broken that, so that's still holding up as resistance. So we know that at this time, so you got rejected once, and now you got rejected twice. Now you're coming back on down to that same key area. Man, I don't know why I'm feeling for snow crabs right now. I know it's random. I just had crawfish yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, I tore that crawfish up like it wasn't nobody business. I went in. It was good too. I tore it up. So let me stop spending all that money on that, man, because that's doing too much. Doing too much. Alright, let me see. Alright, we're still trying to run back on up. Remember I told you that N-shaped pattern, how you come like this, like an N on the upside. So you are catching that little bounce where you're trying to go right back up to those key levels. So we'll keep that on watch. Because you remember I told you about this pattern right here, team. Remember I told you about this? When it kind of does this, you kind of get this, and this. So definitely just keep that on watch. Keep that on watch for a possible N-shaped pattern. We do break that 517. If those buys do move in and we do break on up, keep that on watch. I mean, we're still holding up though, you know, so I can't knock that right now. So I definitely do still see more buying opportunities than sales. You know, we got rejected. But the fact is, you know, when you got rejected here, you came all the way back on down to the 516s. This one here, you came down, you got like a small drop. It wasn't a major drop. So you came down to like 1660. That AK called out too as well. Shout out to AK-47 on that. So just keep that on watch for sure. So yeah, like I said, you caught more of a massive drop on this one than you got on this one. If you notice, the drop is less than this one. So it kind of looked like a cup and handle pattern. That's what it looked like, kind of like cup and handle-ish. Now that I'm looking at it, looks like so. Yeah, it looks like a U shape right here, like it wants to make a handle for a push on. That's what it looked like. Look, can you kind of see it? Look, kind of look like a cup and handle pattern. Now that I'm looking at it, just that it's so choppy, it's just kind of hard to see it. Yeah, it does look cup and handle-ish. Like it wants to do a cup and handle pattern. Like it wants to re-break 517 back on up to this 517.50 mark. That's what it looked like it wants to do, and look like it might do it. Look like it might do a nice little cup and handle pattern for that nice move back up. Keep it on watch. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let me see. We are retesting, so it looks like it wants to push to that 1750 mark. I'm gonna keep it on watch. There we go. So it does. Okay, so I guess there was a cup and handle pattern. Boom. So it's trying to break past this and try to run up to that 1750 mark. I see that set up. Let me see if we can hold above that 517.11 mark. That was the open. The open. So I'm definitely keeping on watch. Definitely keeping on watch, team. Yeah, because I mean, like I said, it does look like a cup and handle. I mean, definitely just cup and handle-ish. I don't see no other patterns. I That's all I see is mainly like a cup and handle-ish pattern. That's basically what I see at this moment. So we already got that nice little pullback where you had that little failed pullback again, right in that area here. So if we do break, now this old area is going to turn into support. So your old 1711, you break and hold that can turn into a support area now. Because again, what is once resistance can turn into support. So we do get a break, pop back on up. Like say for instance, we do break at that 517.11 level and run up, and we do pull back on down. Now your buyer is gonna try to turn this area into a support level because it's no longer resistance, it's now support. So yeah, so this is gonna be one of the main keys before we get up to that 518 mark for sure, because we are not too far from 518, and I mean you can definitely see this movement. I mean, it definitely wants to break this 517.11 and run up to 550 all the way, basically on up to 518. So I'm definitely keeping that on watch, team. I'm definitely watching that for right now. Keeping that on watch. Let me see. Miss said I took longs from the bottom. Still looks, yeah, it still look like more upside queen because it looked like a cup and handle pattern. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a cup and handle pattern. If we can get that, get them to hold that key area, we can get that break back above 517.11. Ah, come on. Yeah, 517.11 looks like it's trying to break right here. And again, you get a nice little break out of that, turn that into a support, bounce off of that, run back up to that 517.50, then up to that 518. Look like that's what it's. Boom. So it is a cup and handle pattern. All right, so they are pushing it. Let me see. I'm gonna keep it on watch. Because it's nice. Nice setup. Definitely keep it on watch, team. I definitely see 518 though. I definitely see that bad boy. The only thing I was debating on, I was like, should I use the same day contract or should I expand it out to the 15th? I was trying to debate on what I wanted to do as far as my contracts. Cause I do see one at 10. I see one at 2, see one at 7. Cause why I said no, especially before we hit that potentially hit that 518 mark, I definitely wanna I see one sitting here. It's dated for the 15th. Let me see how they look though. I wanna see, make sure it's not too choppy. It don't look bad. Okay, I can see it. We are above, so what would be a good pullback on this if I was to get in? Not 4, but shoot, I wonder if I can get it before I actually push up to that 517.50 mark. Keep it on watch. I'm definitely keeping it on watch. Oh man, traders, did y'all jump in? I mean, are y'all on the long side? J24, Soccer King, Chase, Marty. What y'all doing? Are y'all on the long side? Are y'all still sitting on your hands? Y'all still waiting for the setups? What's y'all game plans? What y'all got going on? Trend Detector, what you got, boss? Yeah, all you gotta do is pay close attention to these patterns, like to these areas, these price actions. Because again, look what you got rejected at. In calls in the money and have stop losses. Okay, because like I said, as long as you trend detect this, like I said, your main area that's gonna be a focus right as of now, since you are above it, is that old resistant area at 517.11. So if they can hold this key level, turn into support, you can definitely see a push up to 517.50. And then if we do get a rejection back on down, that's gonna turn into support. And as you can see, we pushing. Well, what was your entry, boss? Excuse me, sorry. Let's see if we get that squeeze or fail back again. Yeah, AK, like I said, you do have room to run up to that 517.50 mark, boss. Because you can see right here in pre-market, 516.50, you got in at 516.50. You should be up good right now. Should be up good. Because you got room to run up to 517.50. Because if you go back and take a look at the old pre-market highs, pre-market high was around 517.50. So that'll be your next area of resistance coming up. So we can get this, like I said, we can get your demand zones to hold at the old resistance level. So you turn this to support. Hold this key level, push up to the 517.50. Break 517.50, now that only puts you 50 cents away from 518. So definitely keep that on watch around these key levels here. So I do have 3-minute time frames. 560 and 590. 590 trailing stop. So wait. Five, you mean five? Wait. You mean 590? Wait. What did you?
Soccer King says,
Excuse me.
no trade for me today, maybe tomorrow.
Appreciate. Okay, got you, Soccer King. Trend detected. Did you get it on a call or a put? What did you do? That's why I was asking when I seen those prices. You said 516.90. I think you said call, right? I'm not mistaken. I think you did say call, huh? I still see upside. I'm just gonna be honest. I still see upside. I still see somewhat of a cup and handle pattern. 2 calls in. Okay. 16. Because you had 590. That's what I was asking. I was like 590. What the hell is 590? So okay. Yeah, see, you're gonna have some. They're gonna try to pull back. Those bears gonna try to pull back, but as long as they can hold, like I said, as long as your buyers can hold this 517 level, because now it's no longer resistance, it's support. Because you can see right here, it was when you was under it, you were getting rejected. When you was under it, you would get rejected right here and right here. But now you're on top of it, so that area is gonna play somewhat of a major role at this moment. If that area can hold and they can squeeze those bears, they can push them back to this 517 level. So keep that on watch too. Keep it on watch. Just don't get scared out of your position. Just watch these areas because you're gonna get some little movements up and down. That's why I tell y'all the best areas like getting like these pullbacks. Getting these pullbacks, they safe. Getting these pullback areas, they safe. Stopped out. See, still getting rejected here again. Still getting rejected right there, 1711. That's why I said if we can turn that to support. That's why I say the best thing to do is always get into areas. Okay. If you would know like where your resistance areas are already, like that 517.11, you could have got in a bounce for the move on up. Because you always want to get, again, until you can fully break out and turn it to support, that's why I don't chase these areas. I wait for it to break out and then bounce on top of it. But you see broke out, but we didn't go all the way up to like the 1750s. So let's just see. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I haven't jumped in yet. So that area hasn't broken out yet. We got room to run. Because you're not getting massive pullbacks just yet. We still holding above 516. That's good. You're still holding above the VWAP. That's good. So you're gonna expect some pullbacks to occur. That's gonna happen. But what I want to see from this point is after these pullbacks is it's gonna get tighter and tighter and tighter. Till we get a potential squeeze out of that 517.11 mark. So basically, like I said, indicators are still holding up. That's still looking good. So right now on the 15, you're bouncing on top of that 50. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think the pullback is going to be massive. I think we're going to get a bounce back up soon. So I'm just keeping it on watch. Because now you're getting overextended on that 50. On the 9 on the downside instead on the upside. So sometimes, you get a nice pullback, you retract right back up to it. So I'm keeping it on watch. Keep it on watch. Right, probably back down to the run at. Yeah, we're holding up. Still watching. Because you still got room to run up to 518. Because, of course, you're gonna get these little areas. That's all I'm saying. Don't get scared out of your positions. If you had that bottom areas, good areas, you good. Just don't buy up to these tops until you break them out, until you break out of them. Don't never buy to these tops until you break out. Because it has to prove to you that it gets to go from resistance into support. So, again, it's still holding up. You got buys still moving in. So, that's why I say keep it on watch. Because we didn't get a major drop just yet. So, if you notice, we got a pullback. But then your buyers start to slowly move back on in. Yeah, I do see that. I do see that M-shape pattern, AR. I do see it. I see it. I definitely see it. You talking about right here, huh? Yeah, I see it. I see that M-shape pattern. But you got buyers still slowly trying to move in. That's why I'm just watching. Because like I said, I'm just still keep my eyes peeled on it. The VWAP, because the VWAP be above it. That means buyers are still in control until you crack it. So that's why I'm just still watching to see if they're gonna try to go for another push back up towards the 517 level. But I do see that M-shape pattern, boss. I do see it. Yep, I do see some weakness. Let's gonna be a little tricky, man. Like I said, just hold on your horses. It's gonna be a little tricky, cause you got to break back past towards the 517.11 level, because remember I told you that's where we got rejected at in intraday, and then the 517.50 level is where we got rejected at in pre-market. So those levels haven't been broken yet. Which is why I don't buy the tops until those levels are broken. Then I consider buying in at the bottoms. For a pullback. But at the moment, you can see rejected, rejected, rejected. So at this moment, we are getting a little pullback. So we still have to break 517.11, 517.50 before we get back up to that 518 mark. I mean, we are above the downtrend. Don't get me wrong. We are above the downtrend now, where you can bounce on top of the downtrend and move back on up. So that's why I'm just keeping on watch to see. But at the same time, it does look like it's getting tighter and tighter right at this level. So that's why I'm watching carefully to see if we get that squeeze, ascending squeeze. So I want to see what's going to happen. So you are still getting an ascending squeeze right here. So if you notice, right about here, y'all still getting somewhat of an ascending setup right in this key level. So it's going to pull back, bounce, pull back, bounce. If you notice, bounce, 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 bounce. You notice that pullback? So that's why I'm keeping on watch to see if we're going to get that squeeze right there at that level. Because again, you went in on a uptrend. Because every time you came down, you bounced, you bounced, you bounced, you bounced. So that's why I want to keep on watch to see if we're gonna get a squeeze now. And it's ascending triangle setup now at 517.11. And we're gonna break past that to finally run up to that 1750. So that's why I'm just watching. Like I said, as long as you're holding that VWAP, you're holding above 516. To me, it's still looking bullish to me. So I want to see if we get that push above this key level for that run on up to 517.50. So again, everything's still looking positive at the moment, So I'm gonna just see how far we go, see how far these buys can push. Still keeping on watch, Because it's holding up a strong resistance. So you already know we break above that, turn that to support. That's gonna be a strong bouncing area once those buys get on top of it. But right now, it is resistance at this moment. It is holding up as resistance. That is in the intraday resistance that we hit this morning, came on down. That needs to be broken. So we did our first U-shape pattern. Now we're trying to get a tighter squeeze. Because as you can see, even though we got rejected this morning and we hit back up here recently, look at that space. Remember I told you about the bowl? We done went through the U-shaped bowl phase already. What needs to be done to the bowl? We need to fill it. So that fill is once you get rejected, you come on down, it's filling all of this, finding a bounce area to go back on up. So again, we already got our first U-shape. So now I want to see if we're going to get a potential squeeze in this ascending triangle setup. So I'm just keeping on watch. To see what happens right here, this 517.11 level, because that is your open and that is resistance. And if we do break, you got room to run up to 517.50. So I'm definitely going to keep it on watch to see what happens. So I want to see where we go from here. Both are in ascending triangle. Okay, appreciate you, Marty. Thank you, boss. Thank you. So yeah, I'm definitely keeping on watch just to see will this trend line hold and will we get a squeeze or will we crack it and go back down. So that's why I just want to see exactly if those buys are moving in, if the buys are in control. Right now we're 130, 139. So yeah, I definitely want to see if the buys are going to move in for that potential squeeze, for that move back on, for that move up to that 517.50 level. So definitely just keeping on watch right now, team. So I just want to see, because we had a nice, like I said, we held 516. That we know that's support. I mean, failed attempts as far as the bears try to pull it down, failed. So now, again, they try to pull it down at the VWAP, failed. But every single time you're going up, building a higher low. Now you done went from 516. Now you're all the way back on up to close to 517. You done made a dollar move so far. So that's why I want to see if we break, because you remember, SPY moves in $2 increments, right? So if you're holding 516, you have the possibility to move up 518. So you're already to move up $1 close to 517. You hold 517, you got a dollar from where? 518. So if you hold these key areas, look at it, 517. See what I mean? You hold these key areas, you have room to run up to 518 because therefore you done made a $2 movement on SPY. So let me see, that M is turning to a, yeah, that's why I told you it's on an uptrend. Because you got to understand, yes, an M shape, but you have to understand too, Marty and AR trades. I'm not Marty, I'm sorry. trend detector in AR trades. Even though we're getting an M, you got to look at the overall picture too, bosses. Y'all got to see that we held above 516. We are above the VWAP. We broke out of the downtrend. We are now in an uptrend, and we went from 516 now to 517. We already made a dollar move already. So now we are in this area. I mean, could the M shape still happen? Of course, it can still happen. But at this moment, we are on an uptrend because every time it comes down, it bounces, bounce, 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 bounce at this resistance area of 517.11. So if you put these two together, it looks like an ascending triangle setup, and you're steady moving on up. You're above the uptrend. You're above 517 for possible squeeze that could possibly happen to 517.50 to 518. So it's a possibility because the market is still going up. The market is not going down because you had opportunities where we could have failed here and here. Still, we still holding. So keep it on watch. See if those buyers gonna move in. It's still holding that key level. Again, we on this ascending triangle setup. We're on an uptrend. Just keep that on watch and see what happens. Again, if we continue to trend on up, it's gonna go up. If we crack, then yeah, we'll come back down. But we just have to go by what we see at the moment. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen as we try to get closer and closer back towards this mark. I mean, it is getting a little weak. It is getting a little weak, but I just just keep it on watch. Keep it on watch. But that's why I say, because matter of fact, who traded just now? Was that trend detector? Okay, trend detector. You say you got in at 1690, right? Okay. What you could have done, boss. You could have bought off the VWAP bounce since you was crossing over. You could have bought off the VWAP bounce. That was around 516 what 50? No, what was that? 516.40. I'm sorry. You could have bought off the VWAP bounce at 516.40 because you got to think about it. If you move it closer to this 3-minute time frame, here. All right, we go back just a little bit. Go back. Here we go. 340. Yeah. Cause think about it. Had you would have bought here off that VWAP bounce, you had the uptrend support, you had the 50 support, 20 support, 9 MA support. As you was crossing over this way, you could have got in at a low area off the VWAP and then rolled that bad boy on up to these areas and got out. You could have did that. That was another thing. Because you crossed over, the VWAP turned back into support. You could have bought like a VWAP bounce here, and then for a nice move back on up. All right, there we go. Getting a little pullback. See, I mean, like I said, it's just not massive because like every time we try to get a pullback, your buys move in. You see buying pressure, the little bottom shadows, because your buys are moving. So it's like we're not getting a major drop just yet. It's like it pulls down, but we're still in the high 516s. Like we're still around in the 516.70s, 516.80s versus where we were at this morning at 515s. So that's why I'm just keeping my eyes peeled. We are coming back down slightly towards that VWAP. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I was still aiming for 514. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I didn't trade yet. Cause my target was 514. I wanted a 514 rotation out of that channel and then back into that channel. That was my game plan. I was waiting on a nice fallout, good little rotation right back on into it. Kind of like you did here. You fell out of the channel, then right back into that channel 516. That's really what I was anticipating. That's why I didn't jump in just yet, because I was trying to get into the area. I know they're going to probably trap bass for tomorrow's PPI data, but we ain't get it yet, so I was just kind of sitting on my hands waiting, because I hate buying to the top. I can't stand it. I mean, you're so close to that top area. It's like, how much can you really jump in and ride on up before we, bass try to move in? I mean, it's not bad. I mean, you got what, $1. You hold at 517, you got $1 move up that 518, but you only got $1 move from that area. But it just didn't go the way I wanted it to go. I was wanting a nice little drop on down, kind of like it did yesterday, how you fell from 516 down to 514, went from 514 back up to 516, and then got right back in this channel. That's what I was anticipating. I ain't gonna lie. I thought we was gonna get it today because normally they'll pull something like that the day right before they have the an economics data. They'll normally do that. They'll normally have like a little bear trap setting up to look like it's gonna fall, and then it slingshots right back on up. That's what I was anticipating, but we ain't get it. I was like, man, I was definitely anticipating that. because I know how they do when it comes down to preparing themselves before an earnings or an economics data. They'll do a bad trap real quick and go right back on up. It's like, man, I know y'all want to pull to those levels. I know y'all do. Y'all up to something. Cause y'all trying to set up a bad trap. Y'all trying to do something. I'm just trying to figure out where. It's like, I know y'all trying to set up one. Like I said, I wouldn't mind a drop, then a pop. Boy, if I can catch him. If I can catch it. Aaron's done. My God, I haven't. Nah, you haven't missed much, boss. I mean, honestly, we've been pretty much in a $1 channel. We haven't even hit 518, nor have we hit 514. We just been in 516, 517, 516, 517. It's been in a dollar channel. So I ain't really do nothing spectacular just yet. So you're still in a channel. Man, I just want to see. I want to catch a roll. I want to jump into a rotation. You know, when you fall out of it and then go back into it. That's what I was waiting on, but just ain't got it. I was waiting on it. I was sitting here the whole time. That's why I never jumped in. I was really aiming for 514. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was sitting here waiting on 514 the whole time, or 514.50, because we may not go all the way back down that low to 514. Maybe 514.50-ish, almost something where this top is. What is top of this candle at? This candle right here. This one is at 514. What? 514.50? Yeah, it's around 514.50. Yeah, this candle here. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted, but I ain't get it. It's like, shit. I was aiming for it. I was waiting. I mean, again, we may get it, we may not. It all depends. If I don't get it, then I don't chase. I ain't chasing it. That means the higher you go, the better for me to switch over from calls to puts. Because now you're going to the area that I want to get in on the put on. So I mean, you just got to understand on how to transition yourself from a call to a put. So right now I do have a call mindset because you have room to run up to 518 to possibly 520. You know, but you know, if say for instance we do get a breakout right now and it runs up to 518, 520, then I know to position myself for a put for a move back on down, because now we're hitting major resistance areas for a pull back on down. You're hitting a new high, and you know how you normally, once you hit a new high, you get a nice pullback, and then you shape back up to that high. So that's why I'm just sitting on my hands, because again, we haven't tested 518 yet. We haven't broke 516. So you're still in that channel. You're still in this 518, 516 channel. You know, we just haven't got a major move yet. I mean, we got a little curl on up, but again, we haven't ran up to 518. Nor have we cracked 516 to go down to 514. So basically, we haven't touched this level, nor have we touched this level. 518, 514. We are still in the middle. It's like still trying to figure out which way it wants to go. So that's why I can't make a determination, because it's still around 516. I still can't make a determination because we haven't gotten away from it. I mean, a little bit with $1 away, but that's about it. But I do see that on my 180 chart that we're still holding on that trend line. So, I mean, that's still holding up really well. So, that's why I'm just trying to see what that sneaky pullback is going to be, because you know they'll do that. See right here, like I said, right here, you can see it, for example, those little fake out pullbacks when it look like it's going to crack, and they look like, well, basically they trap the bears right here. See this trend line? See how it looked like it fell? It was falling, and then those bulls move right back in, trap those bears, and then you went on up. See, that's what I was anticipating for tomorrow's setup. I'm waiting on a little sneaky pullback where they're going to retract it right back on up and, you know, reclaim that trend line and go back the other way. I was really anticipating that, because I'm like, data coming out tomorrow. You know, why not trap bears for a possible squeeze that could happen, you know, for PPI data? I mean, that's what I would do. If that was me personally, I would pull it back as low as I can, again, to the 514s, like make it look like that trend line is going to crack. Trap them bears, yank it right back on up, get back above 516, wait for PPI data to come out, run back up to 518 to 520, because now I didn't got into from the 518 mark to 514, I already be in like in a $4 cushion right there, because you got 5, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, I'm sorry, 15, 16, 17, 18, $4. So if 518 breaks and run up 520, I'll have $6. So that's what I was planning on, but I didn't get it. He said, call your market maker. I know, right? Cause again, we got it yesterday here when we came down to from 516 to 514, then it shot back on up, but we ain't get it today. Cause I was anticipating it too. I was like, boy, what about we get that fake out breakdown and then it goes right back on up? Cause they normally do that. Like right before economics data or earnings, they'll normally do that. They'll pull it back, fake people out, especially shorters, newbies that think that's getting caught in those areas and go right back on up. But nothing. Nothing. I got nothing out of this right now. It's like, that sucked. If these contracts burn some more, I may go for a straddle swing. The dates. Gary, what you going in for? You talking about a call or a put, boss? I mean, you do better for calls versus puts. I can tell you that right now. Cause puts. I'll be waiting towards that 520 mark. Cause look how it came. So it's not an impossibility that it can't see 520. Cause look how many people said, "Oh man, we'll never see 510. Oh, we'll never see 515." Look where we at right now, 518. How many times everybody kept doubting that, and look where we at. We damn near at 520 already. People was doubting it ever since we broke 480. Oh man, it ain't going up to 500. 500. Oh man, it ain't going up to no 505. 505. Oh, it ain't going up to no 510. 510. It just kept going up. So it's like, it's not impossible. Because again, you get up to 518, you're only $2 away from 520, if you think about it. And just like right here, if you hold up that 517, you're only $1 away from 518. So it's not hard to do. So it's just wait on the setups. You gotta wait for the volatility to move in. I knew I should have got in SMCI. God dog it, I forgot. I took my eyes off of SMCI. I knew I could have got in on a bounce and rolled that bad boy on up to 112. Shoot, forgot about it. Dang it, I would have been up already in profit. I forgot about it. I just looked on my ladder and I seen it. Crap. And I wanted to get in around the VWAP too. I wanted to get in around the VWAP and it shot. Man, I took my eyes off of it. Shoot. Because I was trying to get in before it touched that 112 mark. Shoot, man. I took my eyes off of it. And then I forgot to set my alert. That's probably why I missed it. I didn't set my alert. Because I wanted to get in right around that VWAP for the hole and then do just exactly what he was doing. Crap. How low did it go? 1150, right? Yep, and that's what I wanted. 11 freaking 50. Man. God. Guess you got room to run too. Yep, 12 what? You got room to run of what? 1208? You still got room to run up to 12. So let me see. Yeah, I don't want to chase that. I definitely ain't. Yeah, you already know how tricky that bad boy is. I do not want to chase that. I wanted that VWAP because that was about the safest place I can get in. Shoot, man, I missed it. Because, that's how I trade. I love to be around VWAP areas. I don't like to be in the air when you're like way up in the air off of the VWAP when you can fall back to it. I hate if I get close to a VWAP, I'm good. I love trading VWAPs because to me, it's just safe. Because I don't buy in on indicators. I watch my indicators, but I don't buy in on it. I'll buy in on the VWAP because the VWAP is way more accurate. Where you can hold if you're on top for a bounce on up or get rejected for a move back on down. But yeah, like when you're in the air like this, I don't like that because you got room to fall. I don't like that. I do not buy in those type of areas. Same as like SPY. SPY come back on down to these low areas. Yeah, I can still see myself getting in. What I told you. Is that squeeze happening? I told you. Man, don't get me wrong, my line was a little off, but I told you want to see a squeeze, an ascending triangle squeeze. I told y'all. Y'all know I called that, right? Marty, Gert, Soccer King, J24. Did I not call out this ascending triangle squeeze? Did I not? Who else on here? Charlie Queen, Gert, Marty, Trend Detector. Who else on here? AK. Did I not call out that squeeze? Y'all cannot say I did not call out that squeeze. I told you. I told you, ascending triangle. I said with this hole, we can get a squeeze on up from that 517.11, possibly up to 517.50.
24 cents.
I told you.
Sure did.
I told you. Oh, man. I told you that squeeze was coming. Now we just need to hold it because it still wants to push. We give them little pullbacks. That's why I'm like, because every time the bear's trying to pull it back, it squeezes back on up. So even though we get these little pushes, they gonna still push. That's why I'm not even worried about these little upper shadow crap. Because I still think those buys gonna move in and still push it. Because you gotta think about it. The more now that it fights, even though it might be red, green, but the more that it fights around that 517 level and those bulls can take control of the area, they're gonna turn it into a support area in due time. I can't say when, but they trying around this 517. Because remember I told you, all they got to do is turn this into a support area, start to trap the bears, you're going to get a squeeze back on up. Because they're definitely trying to turn this into a support area now. Those the Bulls are trying to turn this into support. They're trying to turn this into a strong demand area now so that they can hold and push back on up towards that 1750. 517.50. I'm telling you, they setting it up. That's why I'm keeping on watch. That's why I told you, if y'all noticed, the pullbacks wasn't as strong as we got this morning. Because the strongest pullbacks we got was early this morning when we did hit 517.11. We came as far as down as 515.80-ish, something like that, 515.75, something like that. So if you notice, after we hit this, look how small the pullbacks became now. Look at this. Told you. After that one fatal pullback at this 517.11 level, that was the biggest pullback we had from that level. Now, look at your pullbacks. Small. They can't even pull it back down no more. And what I told you, all those bulls got to do is turn that bad boy into support, and you'll get that run up to 517.50. I told you, we were 30 cents away. As I told you. I told you. I sent a triangle squeeze that set itself up. Appreciate you, Kels. Appreciate you, Queen, and appreciate you, J24. Shout out to y'all. I called it. So we're gonna see if they're gonna get that push to that 517.50. Because again, all the bulls have to do is turn that old resistance into support. So now, therefore, you can trap those bears, squeeze them out of their position now because it's no longer resistance, and they got that push up to that 517.50. You get up to 517.50, you're only 50 cents away from 518. So I told you. That's why when I started seeing them pullbacks, I wasn't going for that. Because I'm like, the first thing I looked at when I started to see pullbacks here and here, the first thing I was thinking about, we're above 516, we're above the VWAP, you have support levels right above you. Now those buys are moving up slowly. So they're going from the 516s, 516.20s, 516.30s. If you notice, they're moving in slowly to try to secure this 517.11 level. They're moving in slowly to trap those bears for that push on up. So, I know sometimes, don't get me wrong, I know sometimes it's tough to see it. You just got to watch it. Once you understand your price levels and you start to set your lines, you start to remember these areas, okay, this is where resistance is, and then it's going to take some time when you're going to U-shape. Just depending on how big the drop is, right? How big the drop is or how big the pop is. All you do is keep that line because it's always going to find its way somewhere back around those key levels. Just like here, we fell from that 517 level, and you slowly found your way back up to that area. But at the same time, it's not just about it moving up to that area. It's showing you the strength of the market. It's showing that, we fell from 517 down to 510, but now we went from 510 back up to 517. So what it's doing is it's showing you the strength of the market that buyers are moving in after not 510, I said 510, I'm sorry, 516 mark, and for a move back on up. But again, we could have been fell off. After the 516, we could have been fell all the way back on down to the 514s, 515, 514s, 513s. But if you notice, after we got rejected at 517, 516 held. It showed some type of strength because it didn't fall off. All of a sudden, it started to move back on up. Slowly, back to the area that caused the rejection to happen in the first place. Now, all you did was return right back to what caused the problem, 517.11. So now, instead of going down, now your buyer's going to try to push it on up. So it does look like a little small cup and handle pattern. If you notice that, it looks kind of cup and handle-ish. I know a lot of these patterns ugly as hell. I can see it, but I know it's tough to see it, but You gotta look real close. That's why I want to see if this cup and handle pattern is gonna press. So I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled on it. Let me try a 5. Can you see a bet on the 5 minute maybe? Looks I don't like it. Still look a little ugly, but I can see it. I can see like a little cup and handle pattern. Boom, boom, boom. I can definitely see a cup and handle pattern setting up. I seen it bet on the 3 minute. Look like it. I can't see it on the 5, but the 3 minute you can definitely see it. Ugh, it's just so cluttery. I hate that. I got OCD when it comes to these charts. I can't stand that crap. But let me show you what I'm seeing. This is what I see, team. I see this. All I see is a cup and handle pattern. Now you see it? Cup and can you explain how the 4 million SPY put expiring on Friday will affect the movement? Squeezes, because you got to understand too, especially if they're not selling out of their positions, probably because that's what happened on the 1st. It was March 1st, I think, when it went on that squeeze. A lot of contracts expired on the 1st of March because a lot of them wouldn't sell in their positions.
Says,
Huh?
were you referring to Meta earlier? Because those two charts were for QQQ and MSFT that I was talking about.
Oh, if it was, boss, I do apologize. Well, I was looking at Meta. Yeah, I was referring to Meta. I didn't look at the QQQs. I do apologize, boss. If that, my fault. But yeah, those contracts, I mean, it's
Bob says,
oh,
no prob.
gotcha, boss. But yeah, Kato. Say Kato, Kato. But yeah, it's just based off the expiration days, man, because a lot of them have to sell their positions. A lot of them have to sell, even if they're in the losing side, because the contracts are expiring. Because if you don't sell those contracts at the end of that expiration date, you get stuck with it. Because I've been stuck with a lot of contracts that didn't win out on me because those are getting stuck out of their position. So a lot of them have to force themselves out of a position. It's kind of like a short seller. What does a short seller have to do to get out of their position? You have to buy the cover, right? So basically, it's adding on to the buying pressure, what causes you to squeeze out of your position. So you're taking losses, especially if it's not going the way that you want it to go. So, because again, you're trading for time. Because on top of that, you got to think about some of the ones that might have an AM contract. You might have some that might have a PM contract. An AM contract, you might have some expiring right before 9:30 even open, because I think that's the deadline for the AM contracts is 9:30. And then you have the PM contracts, which expires at 4 o'clock. So you got a lot of contracts expiring at the beginning and at the end, because you got to think about the ones that got an AM contract that expires before the market open, and you got some that has a PM contract that expires after the market closes. So again, especially if you're not getting out of your position and it's not going the way you want to, your delta's dying off. I mean, everything's just not going the way that you want it to. You pretty much have to force yourself out of a contract. And what it's doing is forcing, again, that's kind of like a short seller doing a buy the cover to get out of the position. It's adding on to the buying pressure, which is squeezing the crap out of their positions. Pretty much, it's pretty much getting rid of all your shorts, basically. It's like with the 4 million we're talking about, what it's doing is eliminating them. It's eliminating the 4 million. Is basically what I'm getting at. It's eliminating the 4 million. So the 4 million is going down, and your buyers are going up. Because you gotta think about it. Their contracts are still in play while those put contracts are being just eliminated. So instead of being in short positions, because the minute you get out of it, it's taking you out of that position. So it's taking the short weight off. So it's like the more those people are getting out of their contracts, those short contracts, put contracts, what it's doing is every single time you're getting out of your position, your put position, you're getting off of the list. It's like, think of it as a weight. So 4 million in weight, right? So the minute that they're getting out of their position, they're getting rid of their contract, their weight is doing this because they're no longer in their position, right? They're getting out. So there's no more of a heavy put weight. Now you have more of a call weight, because now that your puts are decreasing, your buyers are increasing. Because, okay, put it like this. It's almost like, like a moving average, right? You have a moving average. Once the moving average is over your head, once you have a moving average over your head, that becomes weight until you break above it, right? So in order for you to break above that weight, you have to have a certain amount of buying volume to break that area. So think of your puts as an indicator, right? It's a heavy indicator that's above your head. So you got 4 million. But the more that those contracts are expiring, the more that those people are getting out of their position as far as puts, that weight, as again, once you get out of that position, because you got to think about it. You press sell to get out of that position, you're no longer in that position. So you're no longer part of that number. You're no longer part of that equation, right? Because your contract is done. You got out of it. So when they're getting out of it, pretty much getting expired or squeezed or forced out of their position, those contracts are going away. It's doing this. The contracts are leaving. Contracts are leaving. So your puts are doing this. Your puts are doing this. The weight of the puts is doing this, doing this, doing this. While your buyers are doing this, doing this, doing this. It's going the opposite way. So basically, that's how it is. Oh, I got you. But yeah, but that's how it works. That's really how it works. Your contracts. All it is like volume, because that's just like a level 2, right? Okay, think of your contracts as a level 2. When you got a certain amount of sellers, you got a certain amount of buyers. Okay, if you're on the buy side and you need to break a certain key area, right? And you can't break it. Why? Because the volume is so high, right? So what do you have to do? You have to break that volume down in order to blast past that resistance mark to get to a higher level. That's the same thing with your contracts. So if you have so many people with puts, think about that as the sell side. Think about that as that strong resistance. But the more that volume dies off, that weight becomes thinner, 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 and thinner. So now it's easy to break past certain key levels because now you're doing away with so many contracts and so many puts. Now you're more focused on buyers. Now your buyers are bigger and stronger. Now you're going on rips. So, that's it. And then, like I said, especially with the expiration dates, those contracts are just falling off. So again, that weight is becoming less heavy, but lighter. And that's pretty much how it works. But yeah, that's all it is. But I got you, Kels. I got you. Oh, no problem, Kato. But yeah, but that's how it works. Like I said, when you think about the numbers on a level, all you do is think about the numbers on okay, let me show you for example. I'll bring it up. Like on a 15. So this is your weight, right? 4.4 million. Let's just say 4 million versus your calls, which is in the the 900,000. So what I'm saying is once those contracts expires on the 15th, so say for instance you got people already on the puts, it starts to blast off, right? It ain't going their way. It's going the opposite way. So you got some of these people in their contracts that's panicking, that's getting out of their position, selling it, and a lot of them that's gonna get rid of it anyway because again the 15th is coming on up, and they trying to get out of their position because they know once 4 o'clock locks in, that they're stuck with their contract because they're still holding on to it. So they have to have their broker force, get them out of their contracts. So a lot of them, what a lot of them would do to avoid that, they're forced out of their contract. So basically they have to give it up. They have to sell it. They have to get rid of it. So basically, once you start to sell, you get out of your contract, that number starts to go down. So say for instance you have a massive sale, right? You have a massive sale, and you go down, let's just say 500,000. Now you have a small amount versus your calls. Your calls are stronger than your puts. So that's all it is. It's like weight. That's all it is. It's like a level 2. All you do is trying to get rid of all that volume so you can break and keep going. That's all it is. Kind of like this. Kind of like how the way the level 2 is moving. Let me go. Yeah, right here. See how your level 2 is moving? So you gotta get rid of certain volumes, certain areas, so you can break above, higher price points. Basically, shares. So say for instance you have a heavy seller. Okay, you have a heavy seller. What do you have to do? You have to chip away at that area. You have to bring him down, take him out, so you can move up to a higher price level. That's the same thing with contracts. All it is like a level 2. All you're trying to do is chip away out of that put volume and increase the buying volume. That's all it is. Yeah, but no problem, y'all, man. That's really all it is. Because if you think about it, when you buy, whether it's a share or a contract, what are you doing? All you're doing is adding on to the number. you add on to the price areas because you got to think about it. You go by strike prices, right? So when you get into a contract, all you're doing is adding on to a certain strike price, a number that is adding on to a specific price, right? Once you sell out of your position, that takes you out of that strike price because your contract is voided and no longer exists. You good, you done. So that's basically it's like a level two. That's all it is. Contracts are like level twos because you got to pick a specific price point, to get in on. Just like here, they picking up a specific price point. What, 516.83 on your buy side, 516.85 on your call side. On the sell side. All they're doing is just taking out the volume, trying to work its way either on up or work its way on down. But yeah, that's really all it is. That's really all your contracts are really about. It's like level twos. Because again, the minute you get out of your position, that takes you out of the equation, that takes you out of the number. So all it is versus whoever else is still in it. And then you got 4 million expiring. Shit, can you imagine how many trying to get out of their contracts? I mean, you might have something jumping out soon, but man, 4 million. Can you imagine how many contracts gonna be expiring? Because again, you got to think about it. You have 2 sets of contracts. You got an AM and a PM. So you got to think about the ones that have AMs that that gets out before the market closes, and then you have PM that gets out after the market closes. So you got to think about those two. So, because it didn't show, it showed you the volume, it showed you the amount, but it didn't say, what are they? PMs, AMs, because you might have a certain amount expiring before the market open. You might have a certain amount expiring after the market open. So it just gave you a total. That's it, but it's going to be interesting. Friday's going to be interesting. Friday's going to definitely be interesting. And I know a lot of them anticipating, and you probably have a massive amount too, because a lot of them is anticipating that 520 mark. So that's probably why you have a huge, because they might have certain short setups that's probably showing them the same numbers that we all calling out from me and AK-47, which we saying 520. So a lot of them probably just been sitting in on the contracts anticipating the 520 for the move back on down. Because then you got to think about it. It's not just the same day contracts. They might have been purchased that contract a long time ago too, and can still hold their positions. They might have got it in a week ago, a month ago, or whatever. Just been holding. So you got to think about that. You got to think about the people that already been in versus the people that are just getting in, and then versus the people that are doing the same day contracts. So you got to think about that. You got to think about the long term contracts for the people that already been in, anticipating the 15. You got the people that are probably just getting in, anticipating the 15th, and then you're going to have some getting in on the same day contracts on the 15th. So you got to think about all of that's going to come into play too. But when the 15th is over, all contracts are over. So again, that's going to be interesting. Interesting team. See, still nothing. We're still holding, still trying to break past that 17 mark. So I'm still watching that. Oh, probably, let me see if I move my, See, sometimes I do the same day contracts. It depends, man, because sometimes, I might as well leave my level 2 is that. Sometimes it just all depends. Because sometimes your contracts may be good. Sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, sometimes the ones you think is good may end up shitty. They don't mean to say that. Now, the reason why I say that is because you get in on good delta. Because that's normally what I pay attention to. I pay attention to my deltas. So I get in on good deltas, and then later on down the line, if nothing doesn't happen, the market goes slow, then your delta dies off. Your delta goes from like 10 to 5 to 3, and all of a sudden it's just kind of just sitting there still, just dead. I used to get caught nose. So what I would do is I would wait, how can I put this? See, okay, the way I do my contracts, okay, if I'm going in for a call, I'll wait for the pullbacks. Like something like this. If it's like a massive pullback. If I see like a massive pullback like happening like this, and I'm going in and I want to call, then I look at my contracts, because while the pullback is happening, the prices are getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It's knocking some of your deltas down. You're going into lower areas. Versus if you're buying in a contract and the market is already spiking. See, that's the difference too. because your deltas is high, your prices are high. But then what happens when you get into a pullback phase? Now you're getting caught up in the pullback prices. You get caught back in the delta pullback areas. So that's why how I make it easy for myself. If once we do pull back, and I see a pullback happening, and again, it's not just about the pullback. You have to understand, where do you want it to pull back to? What is your entry level? Okay, so as it's pulling back, okay, then I start looking at my contracts, because I'm going in for a call. I'm looking at my volumes. I'm looking at my deltas. I'm seeing that my prices are getting cheaper. And then even once I go into a specific contract, I'm looking at my charts, because I want to make sure my candles on my charts are healthy, pretty much. I don't want to see no dashes. I want to make sure it's good to go. I'm in for a trade, all right, because I'm expecting a nice move after this specific movement here. Okay, I'll see a nice little pullback. All right, let me get in, because I'm anticipating a certain price point that I can get in on my contract for a nice bounce back on up. So therefore, I don't have to sit in and get stuck in on a channel. Get stuck in where you're going sideways. I want to get in, I want to get out, in and out. That's it. I'm not trying to babysit that contract. I want to do away with it. On to the next. Same thing for a put. I want to see it go up to high prices. That means going on a put contract. Once the stock is spiking, that means my contracts, my deltas, everything is moving down. It's getting cheap. I don't go for too cheap contracts or cheap deltas. I like to stay with, as far as my delta, I like to stay around at least 15, 20. At least 15 to 20, because I know it has moved to move up to the 30s. I look for good contracts as far as volumes, as far as 10,000, 15,000, somewhere where I see that, and also my interest, open interest, good, kind of matching with the volume itself. So I look for that, because that's letting me know that let me know traders are in that particular contract. So I make sure that everything is checked off my list: my volume, my delta, my chart setups, my open interest. Everything is looking good and healthy, and therefore I'm able to get into that trade and get out of that trade and on to the next. Or what I used to do, or another thing I do too, is instead of using the same day contract, sometimes what I would do, not all the time, sometimes I would use a week out contract. Like if I get in on a contract on a Monday, I'll get in. My expiration date will be on a Friday, Monday through Friday. Reason why is so in having to hunt down more and more contracts, I can use the same exact contract over and over and over until Friday. So, because I know sometimes that'd be a pain in the ass, because especially if you're using the same day contract back to back, using different ones. So you got to go hunting for one, hunting for another one. So the best thing to do is, if you are doing options, look for a week out contract, at least for the expiration of 5 days, Monday through Friday, where you can use the same contract on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all the way to Friday. You can do that too. You can do that, or on Friday, if you don't want to use the same day contract, just switch that over to next week's, like to Monday, Tuesday. Just depending on the direction of the market. That's another way to do it. So like on Friday, instead of using the same day contract, I could use one over. Like one that might expire on a Monday or on a Tuesday of next week. I do something like that. But yeah, it's just different ways to look at on what's best for you. Oh shoot, I just heard it go off. What do you say, boss? Bit odd. It's the 15th end of the quarter. Meeting starts on the 15th. Yeah. Well, yeah, next week. Cause the FOMC meeting is on the 20th. That'll be next Wednesday. But if we are going to these areas, I mean, like I said, we're going up towards the 20s. I'll definitely be looking for more downside. You hit that, I'm looking for rejections once you hit that. Because to me, I want to buy low. I like to buy low, sell high. That's just my motto. I already know we already at these areas, but me personally, I would still like to pull back down. Me, again, personally, I want to get away from these areas where I can run back up to these areas. I like that, where I have more room to do so. Could I get in the 516s? I could, but I don't want to, because that's just a $2 movement. I'd rather wait for an area where I know it can have a better effect. 514. Why 514? Is because if we come back, you can see right here. Look at the impact. You get around 514, you have a nice results. A nice profit on that, because you're going from 14, it ran up to 17. That's what, a $3 movement. But look at the impact on that, on the 514 level. And the 514 level is important, is because that was last Monday's tone. So that's going to hold up as strong support because you're above it. Because at one point it held up as strong resistance. So as far as you're on top of it, why not make the best of it? Use it. So therefore you're getting in a lower area, away from the 18s, away from the 20s, all of that, where you can get in at 514 if we was to get it, and you'll have room to run back up 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, up to 20. Because say for instance you got in at 514 and runs up to 520. That's a $6 move. If you had 1,000 shares and it makes that type of move, you're up $6,000. If you got more than if you got more than 1,000 shares, you just double that $6,000. So if you got 2,000, you would have 12,000. See what I mean? So I like to get in the area that's safe, where I don't have to really worry about, oh man, I'm getting stopped out of my position. It's coming back down. At least if you're in a secured area, you got room to just let it run. You see that? You got room to let it run away from your entry, 514. Now it's away from your entry around 515, 60. Until it gets to certain areas like this where you have the opportunity to get out. That's why I like getting in these areas. But when you down here, it's a little tough, man, because again, we don't know if it's gonna shoot back up to 18. We don't know that. I'm getting into these areas. I might catch a little dollar pop, then a dollar, then go back on down. I don't know. When I'm in a 516, it's tough to call it. That's why I'd rather get in 14 when you can run up to 16, then run up to 18 and possibly 20. But I got a good area, a good support level. I don't have to worry about anything. I'm getting a nice little pullback. I'm buying into a low area. It's cheap. I see that this area held more than once. This is a good support area. I got a good entry. Now I can allow it to go up to 16 because if it goes up back up to 16, I'm already up $2. Now I can make a choice. I got so much cushion underneath me now that I can make a specific choice whether I want to go up to 516 or should I hold it, let it go to 518. But I'm in that position to do so. I'm not getting scared out of my position. I'm not getting, stop, I'm not catching no stop losses. I'm in at 514. It's way above my entry. Now I'm at peace. I can make decisions as it moves on up now, but kind of like right here, it's tough. It's kind of tough because look at the movement so far. Yeah, we had a nice little movement here to here, but we're still in a channel. It only made $1. Again, we still haven't hit 518, nor have we hit 514. So 516 is just channeling. And I told y'all we might do that because of the PPI data. Because they might be setting it up for PPI data because you notice how normally when you are in channels, you go on a specific movement. You go on a rotation. You either rotate up or you rotate down, but you will return back to that same price level. So whether we went up, I was going to expect it to come back down to 16. If we go back down, I was expecting to move back up to 16 because if you notice, it rotates around that specific number, just like it did 514. 514 was the same exact way. This week is 516. So that's why, like I said, we do come back on down. I know this area, because we're above it, it can be a solid support for a rotation back up to 516. And which 516 can now rotate back up to 518 or 520, which once it hit that area, it's going to rotate again. All it's doing is just rotating. But I know the area that the rotation is going to come to is 516. So I want to be away from the area that I know that it's going to return to and get into areas like here and here where it can return back to it and I can profit off of it. So that's why I didn't want to get in at 516. I wanted to kind of just wait. And I was anticipating a pullback to 514, with the trap bears and move back up to 16 and then try to move itself back up for the PPI data. But I haven't got it, so I can't force anything, so I'm just still sitting on my hands, just still watching this play as we still sit in this dang channel. So that's why. And again, you don't have to trade every day to make money, team. Just wait for specific areas. Once you go over the areas, okay, put it like this. How you think that I came up with my channel? I didn't just guess that. All I did was take last week's movement, last week's highs, 518, and the break of the old high, which was 514. All I did was just take those two price points, 518, 514, and again, I went by twos. That's how I came over with my middleman because we're going by twos. All I did was stick to 516 in the middle because that is the middleman between 518 and 514. You have 516. And you can see how the market was reacting around that area. Look at this. Look how we held. 516. I didn't make this up. I didn't make up these prices. Look how the market is reacting off of it. So you got rejected where? 518, even number. Where's it reacting now? 516, even number. What was the area we had to break out last week to get above to these levels? 514, even number. All I did was take those price areas, and I'm just trading off of that. Now until we break out or break down, I'm gonna just continue to trade these prices until the market makes a decision whether it wants to break above 518 or 520, or whether it wants to crack 514 back down to 512. Because if it goes up, then I'll know, okay, let me stay on the buy side. If it goes down, okay, let me go back down on the bear side. So as of now, all I'm doing is playing these three price points: 14, 16, 18, again, till we either see a breakout or crack down. That's all I'm doing. Why do you think I've just been sitting on my hands? I haven't traded. Don't get me wrong, I love to trade. I mean, yeah, I was itching for it, but no, I have to stay disciplined, because me getting in at, again, 516, it can go any which way. I'll be gambling, because, okay, if I'm getting in at 516, I don't know where it's going to go. Can it continue up? It can. Can it break down? It can. But if I'm getting in the areas outside of 516, then it's going to work in my favor, right? Because, okay, if I'm getting in at 518, I can expect it, okay, I can ride it on down to 516. Okay, cool, profits. Okay, if I get in on the call and I'm in at 514 and then it rides to 516, okay, profit, done. So again, getting in at because and the reason why I chose those numbers is because you got to think about it. 518 is your tops. 514 is your bottoms. What's in between? 516. So if I get in at 514, 516, $2. If I get in at 518 on a put, it goes down to 516, $2. That's the easiest way to think how to look at it. But if you get in right at 516, it's a little tough. Now, granted, had we would have went on a move, that'd have been different. Then I would have used 516 as far as support, because if we would have ran up to 518-ish, or whatever the case may be, we went on a nice move to 518, I could expect to pull back down to 516. Yeah, that. But at the moment, 516 is the middleman. So, again, I know the tops is 518, the bottoms are 514. That's all I can do. It has room to run this way, has room to run this way. It has room to bounce up from this way, back up this way. It has room to get rejected this way and move back that way. So that's why I'm sitting on my hands. I'm just waiting on the direction of the market. That's all I've been doing. Just waiting on the true direction that it truly wants to go. Does it want to continue to move up to 518? Again, it can. Does it want to crack 516 and go back down to 514? It can. So I have to sit here and wait for the market to set itself up and let me know what it truly wants to do. And as I mentioned to y'all guys before, we were going to get into this type of situation because what's tomorrow? PPI data. So it's not going to make a huge move today when it can make a huge move tomorrow because we have data. So that's why I'm thinking in my mind, it's just going to channel right now. Either we're going to get a pullback to a lower area, set itself back on up for a possible move, or we're just going to channel into tomorrow until the news comes out. So I told y'all either was going to happen. One of the two was going to happen. So as of now, we have not got a breakout nor a crack down. We just been what? Channeling, and could channel until tomorrow's PPI data. So that's possible. So which is not bad. That means just don't trade. Sit on your hands. Chill, save your day trades, wait till tomorrow because we know we have data coming out. So just prepare yourself today and set yourself up for tomorrow. That's it. Just understand your price levels. Understand what you want to do tomorrow. Okay, if it goes up to 520, okay, we can set a possible put. Okay, if it goes down to 514, we can set a possible call, for a move back on up. And the reason why, those levels are holding as of now. Those levels are important as of now. Because again, we haven't gotten away from 516. We haven't broken above 518, nor have we cracked 514. So those areas are very important as of now. Those particular price points mean something as of now. And that's pretty much how you go from there. That's it. That's the easiest way to look at it, team. You either get a $2 move up or you get a $2 move down. You are in this channel. That's it. Are we just sitting on our hands and just waiting to see where we want to go, where the market wants to go? Because even though I did call out these little moves, but what did I say it needed to happen? I said we needed to break out of 517 because this was resistance, which I have my line at. And I said, right, we need to break above 517.11. And then I said we go from 517.11 to 517.50, from 517.50 to 518. But did it happen? No. Because that's the reason why I didn't jump in, because I was anticipating to hit 515. I get a little pullback down to 517.11, and then catch that push. I mean, the 517 broke. That went right, 517.11. But what didn't happen? And what was I anticipating? 517.50 to give me my confirmation that, okay, I can use 517.11 as support. But it never happened because we never hit 517.50 yet for a pull back down to 517.11 that could now turn into support for a possible move back on up. That's why I didn't jump in, because again, it didn't touch my other area that I wanted, that was anticipated, 517.50. We got to test the 517.11, and that was it. So had we would have got, let me show you for example what I mean. Let me break it down. So had we would have got, then I would have jumped in. But it didn't. Again, I had a game plan set up in my head. I had certain price points in my head, for a possible move on up. But don't get me wrong, it does look like an inverted head and shoulders. Don't get me wrong on that, it does. But yeah, so had we would have broke out, right? Had we would have broke out of 517.11 and got a pullback from that 517.50, I could have used this as support to retest 517.50 and for a possible move up to 518. That's what I was anticipating. I was anticipating once we broke 517.11, ran up to 517.50, and then get a pullback, because now that it's support, what was once resistance can now turn into support, right? That's what I was anticipating, and then for a possible move back on up. But we never got it because we never got past 517.11. That's why I didn't trade it. So, I mean, it looked like it wanted to, but we didn't get it just yet. Can it still happen? Yeah, of course, because it looked like it's still trying to. I mean, definitely still like it seems like it still wants to break, like it still wants to squeeze. So, I'm not doubting it. I mean, it definitely can happen because it's still trying, It hasn't given up. We're still above the VWAP. I mean, everything's still positive, even despite these little pullbacks. You got to stay positive until, again, we crack the VWAP. We're going to need the VWAP, and it shows otherwise. We crack 516, back on down to 514, and so forth. Right now, what are we doing? We're still holding on top of the VWAP. We're still holding on top of 516, which tells you that we still have a possibility to move on up. As you can see, look what's happening. Did we drop all the way on off? No. We're still holding above the VWAP. Trend line still holding. We're still on top of 516 for a potential break again of this 517.11 for the push on up to 517.50 for the potential push to 518. So again, it's still a possibility. You still got to look at it on the positive side. I mean, of course, it's not going to be no massive move because a lot of people are anticipating tomorrow. So it's not going to be like massive volatility moving in a day, because especially if they know and they are aware of data that's coming out tomorrow that they can use. So again, that's probably why you're not going to see a lot of volatility today, because a lot of people is anticipating tomorrow's movement. So you have to think about that. Again, the only thing I was saying today was if we can just hold these key levels going into tomorrow, we can definitely see a push up to 518 to 520. That's a possibility. Because look where you've been holding it. 516 mainly. 516, 517. Right here in this little area since 9:30. Look at this. Since 9:30. 516, 517. 9:30. Look what time it is right now? It's 2:30. Think about it. All the way till now. Same price area. Y'all haven't realized that? 517, 516. For how many hours now? When we almost same areas and it never moved. Let me take off this downtrend right quick and take that off. Keep this uptrend. Because again, you still got the capability to break out. Everything's still looking good. Everything's still holding up. You have the capability to still break out. And like I said, look for more of a downside once you start to crack the VWAP. We get back underneath 516. That's a different story. But as of now, these areas are still considered support because you're above it. And you have the room to run. And look at your indicators are lining up. That's holding up as support. Now you got the 50 and the 9 MA that's doing this. That's holding up as a double floor that can literally hold. And you have the uptrend that can cause a push. So keep your eyes peeled on that. Everything's still slowly moving. Even on a 3-minute. Look at this. The indicators are still working in place. Everything's still holding. I mean, again, I still see positivity. I still see a potential push coming. So, sorry for ranting, but I told y'all I'm passionate about this, man. I mean, you just got to know when to trade and when not to trade. You don't necessarily always have to trade every day. You don't have to trade every day to make money. All you have to do is wait for the setups to make money. That's it. Wait for the setups in order to make money. Oh, God. Man, I missed this opportunity. I can't believe I thought I set my alarm at this area. That's why I had my line right here. And I never, I could have sworn I set my alarm. Man, SMCI do not, we just don't get along. We don't get along for nothing. It don't like me and I don't like it. But you will owe me some money. Best believe you gonna owe me some money. That's all good. So what can the next possible, let me go back. Okay, if I was, I ain't saying I'm doing it. If I was to get in, what could the next possible bounce or support be I can get in and ride that bad boy? Because you're on an uptrend. I mean, you are on an uptrend. So, getting close to 170. Oh, so we still going down? Oh, yeah, I see that. Oh, so that means my alarm about to go off, huh? What I had? Oh, no. I thought I said one for the bottom. Oh, that was to go back up. My fault. I didn't put one at the bottom of that bad boy. That's what I didn't do for Tesla. What was the bottoms there, though? Was it 160? Not 160. Yeah, I think 165 or something like that was the low. Let me see. Could have sworn it was something lower than that. Let me see. Let me go to my 5-year chart. I could have sworn it was one that was like lower. I could have sworn I seen something that was like at 160 something. I don't know why I'm tripping. I guess it was. Let me check. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I seen like 165 somewhere. I must have been looking at a different. I probably was looking at a different. Whatchamacallit. Oh, that's not what I want to do. 5 year. Let me go back to 5 year real quick. I just want to see exactly what this bad boy can fall. I think Tesla will bounce at 170. Yeah, I see 160. I definitely see 160. Let me go back over just a little bit. Let me see. I mean, you do have something at 170, but it looks like it's moving by twos in a sense. So if we do, because you see right here, 160 was a good bounce. You see that right here, boss. 160 level. See 160. Yeah, definitely around 160 had a bounce. Because you gotta think about it. Because if you go by twos or go by 20s, trend detector, because you remember what was the area we had to stay on top of on Tesla? 180. You know, so if you put your lows to 160, they'll put you like in the $20 channel. So you have a top of 180 and a bottom of 160. So I can definitely see that channel. So if I can take all of these off and just keep focused on the 160, let me take all of these off and just put in one simple channel that makes more sense. So if we was to go down that low, you see 160 and keep 180. Let me take off the 182s for right now until we get back to those levels. So we're gonna just focus mainly on where we at right now. So, all right. So see right here, boss. So 180 to 160 will be the middleman of one. That should be 170, huh? 170 would be the middleman. Okay. Yeah, okay, it makes sense. Yeah, so you do crack. Yeah, so you do crack 170. You do have a lower area of 160 because you see right here where you bounce. So you got a top of 180, mid area of 170 with a bottom of 160. So yeah, so I do see some more pullbacks coming on as far as Tesla, because you do have that H pattern. You see that H pattern. So you do have that H pattern for a potential lower drop that's coming. So I do see 160 possibly that could happen. So you can see that right here. Got that H, a possible put. Possible rejection on down for another leg on down. So I do see that on Tesla. Definitely see that. So 160, we could see 160. We could definitely see 160, boss. Yeah, no problem, boss. Yeah, yeah. Because like I said, if you see that pattern, this is what I'm using a 5-year chart right now, trend. So if you notice that pattern, that H pattern we always talked about, if you notice that, you know you get that nice candle on down, then that little small bouncing for another leg. So it seemed like okay, if 170 does crack, you have room to fall back down to 160. Because like I said, if Tesla is going to buy twos or 20s, the area that we needed to stay on top of before all of this was 180. You remember we held 180, you had room to run up to 200, and that's another $20 movement. Now if you crack 180, if you think about it on the $20 side, the next area from 180 will be 160. Now your middleman from that area would be 170. So you'll have 160 bottom, 170 mids, and 180 tops. So as you can see right here, if you was on top of 180, that'll turn back into support. Now that turns into resistance, you come on down. You have a room to fall back to 170, all the way on down to 160, where you can see right here, we had this nice bounce around at 160 level for a nice push back on up. So as you can see right here, like I said, between 170 and 160 is definitely going to be a possible support area that could be coming up soon. So keep it on watch, boss, from that 170 to 160. Keep it on watch to see where your buyer is going to move in, but it is on a downtrend. I do see a nice H setup, like somewhat of a bear flag. So you do have this leg, this H pattern setting itself up for a nice pushback on down. Because it looks like it wants to go lower below for 170. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. It do look like you want to push down a little bit underneath that 170 into the 160s. I mean, the way that it's setting itself up. So just keep it on watch. So right now we are seeing some weakness. Again, everything can change by next week. I mean, depending on what's said in the FOMC meeting, things could change. You know, this could be the lowest where everybody's trying to buy it. You know, for a possible bounce back on up, you know, where it seemed like it fell, and buyers moved back in, and then it went back on up. I mean, just waiting for a potential setup. You know, when you come down, you know, you got red. You know, you get in when you kind of do like a red to green move where your sellers leave and your buyers come right back on in for a push back on up. So right now, as you can see, I mean, look at this side of the chart too, boss. Look, because right now you can see that it's clearly sellers. Look at this. Sellers right now. I mean, it's clearly sellers. And just a small opportunity of buyers. So right now it's definitely selling. Let me see how it looks on the, because this is a week chart. Let me see how it looks on the 6 month. I mean, let's see if I can see anything a little different. But right now it seems like selling. I mean, it definitely just seems like selling right now. I could definitely see way more red candles than I see green. So just look like sellers. I mean, definitely just wait for the buyers to step in and start to shift it. But right now, I mean, even on this month, I'm sorry, on the daily chart, you can still see an H pattern. Look at this. And this is on the month, on the daily chart. It still looks like an H pattern. It does seem like sellers in control. What you say, boss? What do you say? Can't see nothing. This stupid thing. Follow for follow. I got you, Pink. Appreciate you, Queen. I got you. I appreciate you, and I got you, and I definitely got you, Queen. So yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that setup. So right now, I mean, this does seem like a lot of just selling at this time, but man, I'm still pissed I didn't get in at that on SMCI. I forgot to set my alarm, man, and now it's moving where I want it. God, it's all good. I forgot to set my dang alarm. Oh, and I wanted that bounce too. So I had my line right here. Right at that high day, right? And right where the VWAP is. I could have got in right at the 1160 for the move. Man, that's what happens when you multitask. You're just trying to do too many things at once. It's all good, man. It's all good. Could have literally caught that bottom on this SMCI mark and just rolled it back on up to 12. And that's what I was trying to do. It's all right. I ain't chasing. How much I would have been up though if I would have, because that would have been a put. No, it would have been a call. So if I would have got in on a call, I don't even want to look at it because I'm gonna get mad. I don't want to look at it. Never mind, because I'm gonna see how much I would have been up today. I don't even want to look at it. Nope. I ain't gonna tempt myself. I ain't gonna even tease myself with that crap. I'm good. I'm straight. I was about to go look too. I was about to see how much money I would have been up today had I would have got in on that. Whatchamacallit play. But I ain't gonna do it. I'm good. All right, Spy. What is Spy doing? All right, we are trying to run back up to I saw a bug. I can catch it, little sucker. See that little flying right in my face. Let's see. All right, so we're still testing the upper portion of that channel. So still trying to hold. Oh boy, it looks like I want to drop. I mean, dude, I still want to see that 514 mark, man. I still want to see 514 because it keeps looking like it want to just drop away from 516. It just looks like it wants to just dump like underneath 516. It just, but it keep on just messing with me. Cause it look like it wants to drop past 516 down to that 514 level. And right when I think it's about to do it, it don't. It's like, man, you suck. Okay, let me see. If I was to give myself another chance on SMCI, what could I wear? Because we already bounced off of this area I wanted. So now I got to think about the next area. Man, let's see. Boy, and this, well, that's the main area I see is that the 1162. 1162, because you had good support right in that area, that good bounce, and I missed it today. So we do pull back to it. I wonder if I can catch it. Yep, I think I missed it. I think I definitely missed it. But the next area is what, 511. Oh, 1180. 1180 has a bounce potential. So if it comes down, what we at right now? 88? Huh. So 88 bounces. Okay, so if 88 bounces, I can see. But how many? Let me see. How far did this fall back down to? You had good bounce. That was like $20 though, right? 1180 to 80. Yeah, so I would have to make come like a stronger pullback than that then. Okay, so I can see 1190 down to 1170. That gets you about as close to that VWAP as possible. 1170 for a possible move back on up. I can see that happening. We do get a pullback. Cause I just don't want to buy too high, man. Cause I know I'm trying to get. What I was trying to do is I was trying to get in before it goes up to the 1200 mark. Cause I am anticipating the 1200 mark on up to on SMCI. I'm anticipating that. Cause what we had as far as Nvidia's where, cause I know it's going. So Nvidia's moving back up into the 9. So how high can we go on Nvidia? That's about what, 930. So we still got some room to run on that bad boy. Cause you only had 906. No, not 930. Went higher than that, didn't it? Oh, 1,000. Yeah. I forgot about that. So Nvidia's trying to go up to 1,000. So we're gonna have to reclaim 940. Cause right around 940, where you had this little turnaround. So 940, back up around this key area, and then we get a break above 940. Then we, possibility. So if that moves up, that means SMCI will move up. So, So what would I need SMCI to pull back down to? I would need SMCI to move back down to the 70s. So get a nice little pull back down to the 1170 areas, kind of back down towards here. Yeah, that would make some sense because I can see right here we got that little dump off. So 1170 would be about right. Because I'm definitely not trying to buy tops on this dangerous stock here. Definitely not trying to do that. So, man. Yep, I would have been up already in profits though. I would have caught it. Man, it's just not giving me. I mean, like I said, I wanted something lower around the 514s. As far as SPY, I was waiting on it to go a little bit lower for a nice little bounce, almost like the way it did yesterday. When you came on this bounce around here, and then you had a nice move back on up, but just didn't get it. So I'll just wait. I'll wait. I'm gonna just be about as patient as I can. Or I can just wait for the rotation for tomorrow to see how, we do go back up towards the highs, look for puts. If we go back towards the lows, look for calls for possible bounce back on up going into Friday for a possible squeeze. So right now, I just channeling. I can't make a real true decision on what I want to do right now. I got 10 minutes with y'all guys. I keep forgetting about that. I forgot about the time. So yeah, got about 10 minutes with y'all. If y'all have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, do feel free to reach out to me, team. Again, thank you again for joining me too. And I will be back in tomorrow, 9:15 Eastern and 8:15 Central. So I will be back, but I ain't leaving yet. I'm just letting y'all know because I haven't went to the headquarters just yet. So I'm just still keep my eyes on this movement because I want to see exactly what it does. And I'm watching SMC. Matter of fact, let me set an alert on SMCI. We do pull back to the level that I can see. So I said what I had it set for 1170. So 1170, pull back to this area here. Let me set an alert just in case it does. I can just keep my eyes peeled. It look like it won't to, but I'm gonna just keep it on watch. Definitely keep that on watch. 1170, right? You at or below? Yeah, I keep that. That's about right. All right, and set my alarm real quick. Cool. So we do get a pull back to these key areas. I definitely keep my eyes peeled. Back down to that area, of course. Should I set one before we get there? Because that was 1170, so what, 1175 maybe? To kind of give me a heads up before we get there. I could set up one before that too. Yeah, I might.
Skimmer says, the Genius Wave, unlock your potential and change your life link.
Appreciate you, boss. So let me take a look at this. Let me set my my alert back down to these key levels. Make another alert, but a 75 this time. Cause I want to get an alert before we get to the 70s, because that just let me know that we heading down. So at or above, below. So let me get below, at or below on this key mark here. So just in case, yeah. So that let me know we're getting closer and closer to that mark. So cool. I'm gonna keep those alerts just in case. Cause I definitely want to catch it before I hit that 1200. I definitely want to catch it before I hit 1200. Shoot. It might not. It might bounce on top of this trend line too. Man, I don't know. I don't understand how I missed that. Man, I can't believe I did that. I forgot to set I set my alarms now, but I forgot to set it when it was down here. Could have been jumped in and wrote this bad boy back on up. Yeah, now I gotta reset. That's good. All right, where we at? Still channeling, still nothing. Okay. All right, team. I'm about to soon be gearing up. To be rolling out. So we'll soon be heading into the headquarters in a few. So again, if y'all have any questions, comments, concerns, anything y'all need me to look at, other than that, we're gonna be heading to the headquarters before I roll out. So right now, everything just still sitting sideways because again, I think a lot of people just gonna be anticipating tomorrow's movement at the PPI data. So I think a lot of people just gonna be anticipating that. And Marty, do we have any more auctions coming out tomorrow? Or was that it as far as the auction data? Let me take a look. I think that was it for today. I think we just had that 30-year auction. Yeah, I think we done for this week as far as the auction bonds. I think so. Yeah, because the only thing we're going to have tomorrow is the PPI data, retail sales, business inventories, and jobless claims. Yeah, that's all I see, boss, for tomorrow, for Thursday. Yeah, I think that 30-year bond auction today was the last one for this week. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that was it for this week. And as y'all do, and before I head on out, before I do roll on out, let me keep y'all in mind that next week, if y'all don't forget, I can go to this chart, that we will have next week's, we will be having Wednesdays, so keep that jotted down in y'all tablets or computers or whatever. Wednesday, March 20th, we'll be having an FOMC meeting, and we're going to be having Uncle JP speaking at 2:30. So FOMC meeting at 2 o'clock. 2:30 will be Uncle JP Wednesday on the 20th. So just in case y'all forgot about it, I'm just gonna keep y'all updated on that. I don't think that's it. I think that's it as of now. Tomorrow we will be having the CPI data, as I mentioned before, at 8:30. So definitely keep that in mind for PPI data. But I think that's it. We can start heading out towards the headquarters because everything's still just not doing nothing right now. All right, team. So we're about to be heading over to the headquarters so I can give my shout outs, my love, my deuces, my all of this. But yeah, team, let's head to the headquarters. Let's rock and roll, baby. Back home, back home, back home, we grown. But nah, man, I thank y'all so much for being there for me, team, man, for joining me, man. Shout outs to y'all. Y'all made profit today, man. I mean, salute to y'all. So proud of y'all for coming up. Y'all came a long ways. I couldn't be more proud of this team. And thank you, J-Hawk. Thank you so much, man. I'm about to be giving out love to everybody before I roll out. Before I do, yeah, let me go ahead and give my shout outs to Pinks. Is it Pink ZB? Pinksby? If I'm not mistaken. I got you though. Chase, shout out to you. Soccer King, shout out to you. J24. That's all my YouTube my players, my YouTube players and queens. Sheps, shout out to you, King. Shout out to you, boss. I think I got everybody as far as that. Scotty, shout out to you. I think that's it. And Marty, as usual, is my mod. Thank you so much, boss, for always staying on top of that on YouTube. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to my team. Y'all already know what it is. Trade Caster in the place to be. Team Trades, y'all already know I love y'all guys so much. You know how we rock and roll, man. Let me give a shout out to Trend Detector. That's one of my Ace Boom Coons, my right hand men. Jerry Hall, shout out to you, boss. Deckmore, the leader, the king. Trader J, shout out to you. Marty, shout out to you. What else we got? Gurk in the building. Kato, shout out to you. Queen Kale, shout out to you too, Queen. Tyson, shout out to you, boss. Who else do we got have in the building? Well, who else do we have? We have AR Trades, of course. Always a pleasure, boss, with you. AK-47, my first lady of the Team Trade Squad. Charlie Queen, shout out to the Queen herself. Who else? I'm trying to go through the list. Make sure I got everybody. Make sure I ain't going too far out of the date.
Marty Zelizniak says, drop some likes, gals and guys.
Marty, shout out to you for always being on there, for always rocking with me, boss. Thank you so much for always rocking with me. I'm just making sure I didn't go too far out of the date. Because today's the 13th, right? Oh, today's the 13th. Yeah, because I'm looking at the 12th and all that. I'm gonna make sure I didn't shoot past all of that. I gotta go back down. All right, 13. Here we go. Roy, shout out to you. I had to make sure I wasn't going too far up. Trader J already hit you up, boss. Kale Champ, shout out to you, Champ. Always a pleasure, boss, with you in the building. Forbes, that's my other guy. Shout out to you, Forbes. Let's make sure I got everybody in the building before I roll on out. AK-47, already got that boy. Nuno, shout out to you, boss. Nuno, that's my other guy in arms. That's my other partner in crime. Who else do I have? D Money, Big Daddy Kane. Daddy, gotta keep saying your name, Jesus. He be killing me with that.
Don't forget about me.
I did say your name. You probably weren't paying attention. I went through the list. I said Soccer King. But shout out to you again, Soccer King. Soccer King, shout out to you. But I did call your name out, boss, because I always go over the YouTube list first, and then I go over my Tradecaster list. But I did shout you out, boss. But I give it to you again. Soccer King, I got you. Ain't no problem with that. I'll redo it. But yeah, I think I got everybody in the building right now, so we good to go. All right. So yeah, team, again, proud of y'all, man. And we're gonna knock it out for tomorrow. Do remember, now we want to pull back now. So I want to see how deep this pullback gonna get. Now we want to pull back. See how long I've been sitting here just waiting on this pullback at 516 to see if we're gonna go down to that 514 level. I literally been just sitting here waiting, just waiting. Now we pulling back, but I want to see how deep the pullback is going to be on as far as SPY. SPY, we're pulling back down to 516.50. I was anticipating around 514.50. I ain't gonna lie, that's what I was waiting on. I didn't know if I was going to get it or not, but may not. It ain't, But again, shout out to y'all, man. Thank y'all so much. I will be back in tomorrow, 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central. So I will be back. And before I roll out, I know it's about to happen, Queen. That's why I'm watching. I'm just keep my eyes peeled on that. But thank y'all so much for believing in me. And again, I believe in y'all. Again, if it wasn't for y'all, J Trades wouldn't be. It's because of y'all this name rocks on my hat. It's because of y'all the headquarters rocks out. It's because of y'all. Again, I am who I am. I wouldn't be J Trades without you guys. So thank you so much from all social media platforms. Again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, do reach out to me. If you do love the live, do your boy a favor and smash that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button, like, comment, share, whatever the case may be. Get the algorithms up and running so we can, start getting this monetization rocking and rolling. But I do thank y'all for everything, man. Y'all been great. great host. Well, I say host. I'm the host, but but great just great traders, great viewers. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much for being there for me, man. So y'all already know what I'm about to say before I roll out. As usual, maximize your reward, minimize your risk, put grateful over greed, and you will succeed every single time. Till then, team, I will see you tomorrow for Wild Card Wednesday, and you know how we do. PPI data coming out 8:30, and that should be the main thing we're going to be looking out for. But till then, team, y'all have a blessed night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace.